The Accursed Share. Volumes 2 and 3. Translated by Robert Hurley. Preface. Soon we'll be united for good. I'll lie down and take you in my arms. I'll roll with you in the midst of great secrets. We'll lose ourselves, and find ourselves again. Nothing will come between us anymore. How unfortunate that you won't be present for this happiness. Maurice Blancard. The lowliest and least cultured human beings have an experience of the possible, the whole of it even, which approaches that of the great mystics in its depth and intensity. It only takes a certain energy, which is not infrequently available, at least in the first years of adulthood. But this intensity and depth are equaled only by the stupidity, the vulgarity, and even, it must be said, the cowardice, of the judgments they express concerning the possible which they attained. These judgments contribute to the ultimate failure of an operation whose meaning escapes them. Nothing is more widespread. By chance a human being finds himself in an incomparably splendid place, he is not at all insensitive to it, but he can't say anything about it. At the same time there occurs in his mind the sequence of vague ideas that keeps conversations going at full tilt. If it is a matter of erotic life, the majority are content with the most vulgar notions. Its foul appearance is a trap into which it is rare for them not to fall. It becomes a reason for placid contempt. Or they deny this awful appearance and go from contempt to platitude. There is nothing filthy in nature, they affirm. We manage in any case to substitute empty thinking for those moments when it seemed to us, however, that the very heavens were opening. I wanted in this book to lay out a way of thinking that would measure up to those moments, a thinking that was removed from the concepts of science, which would bind their object to a way of being that is incompatible with it, yet rigorous in the extreme, as the coherence of a system of thought exhausting the totality of the possible. Human reflection cannot be casually separated from an object that concerns it in the highest degree. We need a thinking that does not fall apart in the face of horror, a self-consciousness that does not steal away when it is time to explore possibility to the limit. 2. My intention, moreover, goes beyond a desire to compensate for the humiliation resulting from the fact that men turn away from their intimate truth, that they flee from it. This second volume continues an effort whose object is a general critique of the ideas that subordinate men's activity to ends other than the useless consumption of their resources. It is a matter of discrediting those ways of looking at the world that are the basis of servile forms. It has seemed to me that in the end the servility of thought, its submissiveness to useful ends, in a word its abdication, is infinitely dreadful. Indeed present-day political and technical GHT, which is reaching a kind of hypertrophy, has gotten us ludicrous results in the very sphere of useful ends. Nothing must be concealed. What is involved, final Y, is a failure of humanity. True, this failure does not concern humanity as a whole. Only servile man, who averts his eyes from that which is not useful, which serves no purpose, is implicated. But ser6leman holds the power nowadays in all quarters. And if it is true that he has not yet reduced all of humanity to his principles, at least it is certain that no voice has denounced the servility and shown what made its failure inevitable. That may be difficult to do. All the same, two things are equally clear: no one has yet been able to contest the right of servileman to be in power, and yet his failure is monstrous. The impotence of those who are revolted by an otherwise tragic situation is less surprising than it seems. If the failure of servileman is complete, if the consequences are terrifying, it is just as certain that the principles that utilitarian thought opposed have long been without vigor. To the extent that they survive their time, they are left with the empty prestige that is tied to the final defeat of those that vanquished them. But here there can only be the tedious rehashing of regret. I feel quite alone in seeking, in the experience of the past, not the principles that were put forward but the unperceived laws that drove the world, laws the ignorance of which leaves us headed down the paths of our misfortune. The past, which did not accept servitude, lost itself on devious byways, constantal y going astray and cheating. We lose ourselves in an opposite direction, in the fear we have of such senseless actions and such shameful trickery. But this humanity, seared by bad memories, has no other paths than those of a past that did not know how, and was not able, to follow them with enough consequence. Everything once served the interests of a few, we have final y decided that everything g should serve the interest of all. We see that with use the most pernicious system is the second one, in that it is less imperfect. This is not a reason for returning to the first. But, if we do not make consumption the sovereign principle of activity, we cannot help but succumb to those monstrous disorders without which we do not know how to consume the energy we have at our disposal. I-11. The paradox of my attitude requires that I show the absurd why of a system in which each thing serves, in which nothing is sovereign. I cannot do so without showing g that a world in which nothing is sovereign is the most unfavorable one, but that is to say in sum that we need sovereign values, hence that it is useful to have useless values. This made it extremely difficult to uphold the principle of the first volume of this work, where I analyzed the relationship of production to consumption, to non-productive consumption. I was showing, of course, that production mattered less than consumption, but I could not then prevent consumption from being seen as something useful even, final y, to production. This second volume is very different, describing g as it does the effects in the human mind of a kind of consumption of energy general y considered base. No one therefore will be able to shift from the asserted sovereign character of eroticism to the usefulness it might have. Sexuality y at least is good for something, but eroticism. We are clearly concerned, this time, with a sovereign form, which cannot serve any purpose. Perhaps it will seem improper to have made activity that is disapproved, that is usually connected with shame, the key to sovereign behaviors. I will have to excuse myself by saying that no one can act usefully without knowing that individuals committed to usefulness, which is his own object, all answer in the first instance to the demands of eroticism. Consequental y, from whatever point of view we consider it, whether we see it as an unvarying form of man's willful autonomy, or rather we insist on inquiring about the energy pressures that condition our decisions and activities at every stage, nothing interests us more than forcing out the secrets of eroticism. Moreover, this dual character of my studies is present in this book. I have tried, in an epilogue, to outline the consequences of the coherent system of human expenditures of energy, where eroticism's share is substantial. I do not think, as a matter of fact, that we can touch upon the underlying meaning of political problems, where horror is always in the background, unless we consider the connection between work and eroticism and war. I will show that these opposed forms of human activity draw from the same fund of energy resources. Hence the necessity of giving economic, military, and demographic questions a correct solution, if we are not to give up the hope of maintaining the present civilization. I am aware of the small chance I have of being understood. Not that volume I of the accursed share was not given a genuine reception, and precisely in the circles I wanted to reach. But my ideas are too new. From the reactions of the most qualified persons, I saw at first that these ideas were appetizing, that they aroused interest, but I also very quickly saw that they took a long time to digest. Not that I saw in the objections that were made to me anything other than misunderstandings to clear up. But the distance is considerable between the customary representations and those I offer instead. Unfortunately, I fear that the present work may be entirely unsuitable for reassuring those whom my first book interested. My determination to question man's totality, the whole of concrete reality, will be unsettling once I begin to deal with the accursed domain par excellence. I do not now wish to dispel a malaise that I have deliberately provoked. I believe this malaise is necessary. Let one consider the abyss that is open before humanity. Why? Could minds ready to draw back from horror possibly measure up to the problems put in front of them by the present time, the accursed time par excellence? I would like, however, to prevent a misunderstanding that might result from my attitude. My book might be seen as an apology for eroticism, whereas I only wanted to describe a set of reactions that are incomparably rich. But these reactions I have described are essentially contradictory. Follow me closely here, if you will. Human existence commanded an abhorrence of all sexuality. This abhorrence itself commanded the attractive value of eroticism. If my perspective is apologetic, the object of this apology is not eroticism but rather, generally, humanity. That humanity does not cease to maintain a sum of stubborn and incompatible, impossibly rigorous reactions is something worthy of admiration. Indeed, nothing merits the same degree of admiration. But on the contrary, the laxity and lack of tension, the slackness of a dissolute self-indulgence detract from humanity's vigor, for humanity would cease to exist the day it became something other than what it is, entirely made up of violent contrasts. 1. The primary incompatibility of the world of eroticism and the world of thought. We never grasp the human individual, what he signifies, except in a delusive way. Humanity always contradicts itself. It goes suddenly from goodness to base cruel y, from extreme modest y to extreme immodest y, from the most attractive appearance to the most odious. We often speak of the world, of humanity y, as if it had some unity. 1 reality. Humanity forms worlds, seemingly related but actually alien to one another. Indeed, sometimes an immeasurable distance separates them. Thus, the criminal world is, in a sense, farther from a convent of Carmelites than one star is from another. But not only do these various worlds exclude and ignore one another, this incompatibility also concentrates in a single individual. When he is with his family, this man is a good-natured angel, but when evening comes he wallows in debauchery. y. The most striking thing is that in each of the worlds to which I allude, ignorance, or at least disregard, of the others is the rule. Even the father playing with his daughter forgets, as it were, the disreputable places where he enters as an inveterate pig. He would be surprised in these circumstances to recall the filthy individual he has remained, breaking all the delicate rules he observes in the company of his daughter. In a comparable way, men who at home are only peaceful obliging peasants who bounce their children up and down on their knees, in wars are capable of burning, pillaging, killing and torturing. The two worlds, in which they behave so differently, remain unconnected to one another. What gives partitions of this sort an intangible solidity is that reflective, coherent thinking which alone has formed a rather durable image of man, the image that in theory presides over the construction of my book, itself forms, by itself, a determinate world. The admissible judgments concerning man, always having a coherent, reflective form, are those of the world of thought, which by definition has little or no contact with the disapproved worlds, and which even keeps aloof from certain acknowledgeable but disturbing worlds. I'm not saying that thought, constituted as such, is unacquainted with that which it calls inhuman, or foul or shady, but it cannot really integrate it. It knows it from above, through condescension, from the outside, all that is strictly a subordinate object for it, which it considers arbitrarily, without recognizing its own involvement, in the way that medicine regards the diseases. It will never incorporate this accursed domain into conceivable humanity, which alone is constitutive of thought. Yet one might believe that psychoanalysis considers the entire sexual domain without reservation. That is true, but only superficially so. Even psychoanalysis is obliged to define it scientifically as that element from the outside which is unassimilable, in the y, to clear consciousness. Doubtless, for psychoanalysis the concrete totality without sex is inconceivable, but the thought that is proper to science is nonetheless regarded as actually inviolable, as if sexuality, which played a part in its formation, after no longer modified it, or if so, only in a superficial way. For psychoanalysis, sexuality and thought stay on opposite planes. Like the others, psychoanalysis is a science that considers abstract facts, isolated from one another, occasionally influencing one another. In this way it retains the moral privilege of abstract thought, always worthy of great respect. It accommodates the sexual element, but this is insofar as its developments reduce it to abstraction, from which the concrete fact remains manifestly distinct. But it is possible, beyond this correct procedure, to envisage another in which the arrogance of science or of thought could not be maintained, where eroticism and THIRD would no longer form separate worlds. 2. The world of eroticism and the world of thought are complementary to one another, and without their congruence the totality is not fully realized. I will hold to a starting principle as my book progresses. I will consider the sexual fact only in the framework of a concrete and integral totality, where the erotic and intellectual worlds are complementary to one another and are situated on the same plane. Of course, the place of sexual life is humanly delimited by a prohibition. Sexual life is never unreservedly free, it must always be confined within the bounds that custom sets. It would be useless, certainly, to oppose the prohibition by denouncing it. It is not human to say that only freedom accords with nature. In fact, man sets himself essentially apart from nature, he is even vehemently opposite to it, and the absence of prohibition would have only one meaning, that animality which men are conscious of having left behind, and to which we cannot aspire to return. But it is another matter to deny that abhorrence of nature, built into our essence, which sets our proprieties against animal simplicity, another matter to comply with the judgments that ordinarily accompany the prohibitions. In particular, THIRD is compelled by the morality implied in the prohibitions. Further, it let itself be formed in the world devoid of sensuality, which the prohibitions marked off. Thought is asexual, one will see this limitation, antithetical to sovereignty, to every sovereign attitude, make of the intellectual world the flat and subordinate world that we know, this world of useful and isolated things, in which laborious activity is the rule, in which it is implied that each one of us should keep his place in a mechanical order. If I consider, rather, the totality which exceeds on all sides the reduced world of thought, I know that it is made up of distances and oppositions. But I can never, without turning away from it, let go of one of its parts for another. For the popular voice, it takes all kinds to make a world, prostitutes and saints, scoundrels and men whose generosity is boundless, but that voice is not that of established thought, which reduces man to the neutral part and denies this integral ensemble, combining the giving of oneself and the tears with the massacres and the revelare. Why? I don't intend in this way to declare a vague judgment concerning men, but rather to define a way of thinking whose movement corresponds to the concrete character of the totality that is offered for reflection. Point 3. I would like to set forth this method by using it rather than by analyzing it separately. But I needed to begin by saying that my purpose, to talk about eroticism, could no more be isolated from the reflection of the universe in the mind than the latter could be isolated from eroticism, but this implies in the first place that reflection, thought, under these conditions, must be commensurate with its object, and not that my object, eroticism, be commensurate with the traditional THIRD that established the contempt for that object. Point 4. Part 2. The prohibition incest. ONE. The problem of incest. The opposition between the eroticism of men and the sexuality of animals, the desire to carry the movement of thought toward a completion, which is not a nonsensical aim but a necessary condition for the study of a crucial subject, must not distract one from a preliminary question. In the present case, the problem of the origin is decisive. Essential. Why? Eroticism is the sexual activity of man, as opposed to that of animals. Not all of human sexuality is erotic, but it is erotic often enough not to be simply animal sexuality. Let it be said from the outset that this book surveys an entire domain whose ethereal aspect is no less meaningful than the contrary aspect. But to begin with, its object is the passage from the simple sexuality of animals to the cerebral activity of man, which is implied in eroticism. I am referring to the associations and judgments that tend to qualify sexually objects, being places and moments that by themselves have nothing sexual about them, nor anything contrary to sexuality, the meaning attached to nudity, for example, and the prohibition of incest. In this sense, chastity itself is one of the aspects of eroticism, that is, of properly human sexuality. A priori, a study of the passage from animal to man should base itself on a minimum of objective, historical data. In the light of these data we might conjecture what occurred. We cannot think of no-ng in the precise sense of no-ng events, but we are not so ill-equipped as it seems at first. We know, on the one hand, that men made tools and used them at various tasks to provide for their subsistence. In a word, they distinguished themselves from animals through work. Concurrently, they imposed a certain number of restrictions on themselves concerning sexual activity and behavior with respect to the dead. In theory, the prohibition of murder is associated with the taboos relating to dead persons, corpses. For their part, the sexual taboos are tied to the basic aspects of the human sensibility, having to do mainly with excremental emissions, but these aspects are more complex and cannot be the object of an immediate general survey. Point 2. In any case, the restrictions I spoke of, which we do not cease to observe, all appear at the dawn of mankind. The earth preserves the traces of the attention brought to bear by the first men on the remains of their fellows. Similarly, nothing allows us to suppose that there lived beings corresponding to anthropology-wise definitions of Homo sapiens who did not observe the incest prohibition. I will leave aside for the moment certain complementary aspects of the sexual taboo. They determine the human attitude toward various functions that are more or less closely adjacent to the organs of regeneration. The study of the incest problem is doubtless the most pressing. It is true that it draws us away at first from the total views to which I will give primary importance in this book. But while it is true that ultimately the partial view must be situated in the framework of a more comprehensive view, the latter could not be clear if it were composed of unfamiliar details. I cannot show anything except by defining it in relation to something already seen. It is the specific, and entirely external, data relating to the incest prohibition which will form the intangible core of a more complete representation. The instability of forms, perceived in the rule of incest, will provide a means of grasping an object so mobile that it seems ungraspable. Indeed, curiously, the object of human sexual desire, the object that excites this desire, cannot be defined in a precise way. In its form it is always an arbitrary conception of the mind, a kind of cerebral caprice, yet it is universal. Only the rule of incest, universal but with variable modalities, can make it sufficiently familiar. The erotic world is imaginary in its form, it is analogous to a dream, and there is no better way to get used to this oddity than by seeing the arbitrary limits of an opposite world take form, a world in which sexuality is forbidden. For the fundamental prohibitions divide the forms of human life into separate domains, whose partitions seem to defy our reason and our temperament as sovereign beings. What is permitted in one place is criminal in another. Such is the rule, so arbitrary as to appear a provocation, by which we became men, and of which the incest prohibition is the type. To the prohibition of incest I cannot better represent what it is possible to know about incest than by following the writer with the most authority in the matter. Under the somewhat closed title of the elementary structures of kinship 3, it is the problem of incest that the work of Claude Lévi-Strauss attempts to solve. The problem of incest arises in the context of the family. It is always a degree, or more exactly a form, of kinship that determines the prohibition forbidden sexual relations or the marriage of two persons. Further, the kinship determination has to do with the position of the individuals with respect to one another. Some cannot marry, others can. Finally, the cousin relationship offers a privileged indication concerning the possibility of marriage, often to the exclusion of all other ties. If we consider incest, we are immediately struck by the universal character of the prohibition. In one form or another, all of humanity knows it, but the persons targeted by the prohibition change from place to place. Here, one kind of kinship comes under the prohibition, for example, the cousin relationship of children born, respectively, of the father and his sister. Elsewhere, this is rather the preferred condition for marriage, and the children of two brothers, or of two sisters, cannot marry. The most civilized peoples limit the prohibition to relations between children and parents, brothers and sisters. But as a general rule, among primitive peoples we find the various individuals distributed into quite distinct categories that decide which sexual relations are to be prohibited or prescribed. Moreover, we must also consider two distinct situations. In the first, the one studied by Levi Strauss in the Elementa Y structures of kinship, the precise character of the blood ties is the basis of rules determining not only the illegitimac Y but also the possibility of marriage. In the second, which the author labels complex structures but does not treat in that work, the determination of the spouse is left to other mechanisms, economic or psychological. The categories remain unchanged, but while there are still forbidden ones, it is no longer custom that determines the category from which the spouse must be chosen, if not strictly, at least preferentially. This takes us far from the situation with which we are concerned, but the author thinks that the prohibitions cannot be considered in isolation, that their stud Y cannot be dissociated from that of the privileges that complement them. This is doubtless the reason why the title of his work avoids the word incest and refers, although with a degree of obscurity, preferable to a misunderstanding, to the indissociable system of prohibitions and privileges, of oppositions and prescriptions. Three Sciences answers to the riddle of incest. Levi Strauss opposes the state of culture to that of nature, much in the way that it is customary to contrast man with animals. This leads him to say of the incest prohibition, it being understood that he also has in mind the rules of exogamy that complement it, that it is the fundamental step because of which, by which, but above all in which, the transition from nature to culture is accomplished. For there would thus be in the horror of incest an element that marks us out as human beings, and the resulting problem would be that of man himself, insofar as he adds humanity to the universe. What we are, hence all that we are, would be involved in the decision that sets us against the vague freedom of sexual contacts, against the natural and undefined life of the beasts. It may be that this formula indicates an extreme ambition, which sees in Noel Ge the desire to reveal man to himself and so to bring together in the one who perceives him the totality of the real and its reflection in the mind. It may be too that, final Y, in the face of such a remote exigency, Levi Strauss will voice a disclaimer and recall the modest Y of his intention. But there is no reason to think that the exigency, or the movement, conveyed in such a Bernon G step can be limited, and by nature the decision to solve the riddle of incest is laden with consequences. It claims to illuminate what was proposed in darkness. Moreover, if some step, long ago, accomplished the transition from nature to culture, how could the step that would define its meaning itself fail to have some unexpected consequences? Indeed, unavoidably we soon have to give ourselves grounds for modest Y. From the outset Levi Strauss is led to review, for our benefit, the missteps of those who went before. They are not encouraging. This gives us once again a general appreciation of the superficialities, the blunders, with which the desire to know at little expense is satisfied. The most painful tribute is paid to the finalist theory, which construes the prohibition as a eugenic measure. It would be a matter of shielding the species from the results of consanguineous marriages. This point of view had illustrious defenders, Lewis Morgan among them. Its diffusion is recent, it appears nowhere, Levi Strauss says, before the 16th century, but it is still widespread, there being nothing more common nowadays than the belief in the degenerate character of the children of incest. But observation has not confirmed what is based on nothing more than the crude feeling that everything in nature has a meaning. For some, the prohibition of incest is no more than the social projection or reflection of natural feelings or tendencies, which can be entirely explained by human nature. An instinctive repugnance, it is said. Levi Strauss has an easy time showing that the opposite is true. Psychoanalysis has shown that longing for incestuous relations is common. If this were not so, why would the prohibition be such a serious matter? As I see it, explanations of this type are fundamentally mistaken. What needs to be specified is the meaning of a reprobation that does not exist among animals, that must be given historically, that is not simply in the order of things. As it happens, this criticism is addressed by historical explanations. McLennan and Spencer saw exogamous practices as the fixing by custom of the habits of warrior tribes among whom capture was the normal means of obtaining wives. 6. Durkheim saw the taboo for the members of the clan, the blood of this clan, hence the menstrual blood of the women, as the explanation for the prohibition denying these women to the men of their clan, and for the absence of a prohibition on men of another clan. Such interpretations may be logically satisfactory, but their weakness lies in the fact that the connections so established are fragile and arbitrary. 7. To the very sociological theory of Durkheim it would be possible to join the psychoanalytic hypothesis of Freud, who places a supposed murder of the father by the brothers at the origin of the transition from animal to man. According to Freud, the mutually jealous brothers uphold vis one another the father's prohibition against touching their mother or their sisters. Actually, Freud's myth introduces the most gratuitous set of circumstances, but at least it has the advantage over the sociologist's explanation of being an expression of living obsessions. Levi-Strauss says this in felicitous terms. Freud successfully accounts, not for the beginning of civilization but for its present state. The desire for the mother or the sister, the murder of the father and the son's repentance, undoubtedly do not correspond to any fact or group of facts occupying a given place in history. But perhaps they symbolically express an ancient and lasting dream. 8 The magic of this dream, its power to mold men's thoughts unbeknown to them, arises precisely from the fact that the acts it evokes have never been committed, because culture has opposed them at all times and in all places. 9. For the morally untenable character of the distinctions between the prohibited and the licit, so the least vacuous theory is at the same time the most absurd. It is clear that Freud meant to respond, or at least was tempted to respond, to the immense ambition I spoke of. He had a feel for the peculiar, decisive, and quasi-mythological approach, befitting a riddle solver, how to overlook the lasting resonance of a verse appearing as an epigraph to the interpretation of dreams. Flectere iniquio superos, accuranta mugbo. Freud thus gave his interventions a value situated, like myths, in the totality of the real. But Levi-Strauss's reservations, while recognizing the breadth of the inquiry, make its failure more painful. Finally, it goes without saying that only the down-to-earth, rigorous approach is suited to an inquiry that is compromised as much by inspired conjecture as by the lack of it. One must be slow and tenacious, therefore, and not let oneself be discouraged by inextricable data, by brain-rack and jigsaw puzzle terms. It is, in fact, an enormous jigsaw puzzle, doubtless one of the youngest, one of the most complex, that has ever been solved. Interminable and, moreover, it must be said, hopelessly boring. About 2/3 of Levi-Strauss's big book is devoted to a meticulous examination of the multiple combinations imagined in order to solve a problem, the very posing of which was, after all, what had to be extracted from an arbitrary imbroglio. Members of the same generation are also divided into two groups: on the one hand, cousins, whatever their degree, who are kinsmen from two collaterals of the same sex, and who call each other brothers and sisters, parallel cousins, and, on the other hand, cousins descended from collaterals of different sex, whatever their degree, who are called by special terms and between whom marriage is possible, cross-cousins. This is, to start with, the definition of the simple type, the one that proves fundamental, but whose numerous variants raise endless questions. The theme given in this basic structure is moreover a riddle in itself. Why set up a barrier, the author says, between cousins descended from collaterals of the same sex, and cousins from collaterals of different sex, when in respect to proximity both cases are the same? Nevertheless, to pass from one to the other makes all the difference between clearly marked incest, parallel cousins being likened to brothers and sisters, and unions which are not only possible but even those which are enjoined upon everybody, since cross-cousins are designated by the term for potential spouses. The distinction is incompatible with our biological criterion for incest. I0. Of course, things become complicated in every way, and it often seems to be a matter of arbitrary and insignificant choices, yet, among the multitude of variants, one more discrimination assumes a privileged value. There is not only a rather common privilege of the cross-cousin over the parallel cousin, but also of the matrilinear cross-cousin over the patrilinear cross-cousin. I will put this as simply as I can. The d'accursed of my paternal uncle is my parallel cousin. In this world of elementary structures with which we are concerned, there is a good chance that I will not be able to marry her, or know her sexually in any way. I regard her as the analog of my sister, and I give her the name sister. But the daughter of my paternal aunt, of my father's sister, who is my cross-cousin, is different from the daughter of my maternal aunt, who is also a cross-cousin. It is the first that I call patrilinear, the second being matrilinear. Obviously, why, there is a chance that I can freely marry either one. This is done in many primitive societies. It may be, too, in this case that the first, the d'accursed of my paternal aunt, is also the daughter of my maternal uncle. Indeed, this maternal uncle may very well have married my paternal aunt. In a society where marriage between cross-cousins is not subject to some secondary discrimination, this is what ordinarily takes place. Then I say of my cross-cousin that she is bilateral. But it may also be the case that marriage with one of these cross-cousins is forbidden to me as being incestuous. Some societies prescribe marriage with the father's sister's daughter and prohibit it with the mother's brother's daughter, whereas in other places still, it is the contrary which occurs. But the situation of my two cousins is not the same. I am likely to see the prohibition rise up between the first and myself, much less likely if I wish to marry the second. If the distribution of these two forms of marriage is considered, says Levi-Strauss, it will be noted that the second type is much the more common. L2. So, in the first analysis, these are the essential forms of consanguinity on which the prohibition or prescription of marriage is based. It is obvious that when the terms are defined in this way, the mystery is, if anything, deepened. Not only is the difference between these distinct forms of kinship a formal one, devoid of meaning for us, not only are we far from the clear specificity that counterposes our sisters or relatives to the rest of humanity, but this specificity often has a contrary, or the contrary, result, dependent on the place. We are generally led to look to the specificity of the individuals concerned, to their respective situation, to their relations, in the sense of moral behavior, for the reasons behind the prohibition that affects them. But this invites us to look elsewhere. Levi-Strauss himself notes how disarming this degree of arbitrariness is for sociologists. Point 13. They find it hard to excuse cross-cousin marriage for having raised the problem of the difference between children of collaterals of different sexes, and then adding the further problem of the difference between the mother's brother's d'accursed and the father's sister's daughter. But if the author does such a good job of showing the closed nature of the riddle, this is really in order to solve it more convincingly. It was simply a matter of finding the domain in which such distinctions, untenable in theory, have consequences nonetheless. If certain effects differ according to whether one or another of these categories comes into play, the meaning of the distinctions will appear. Levi-Strauss has shown the role of a distributive system of exchange in the archaic institution of marriage. The acquisition of a wife was that of a precious article of wealth, the value of which was even sacred. The distribution of this wealth raised vital problems, which had to be dealt with by rules. Apparently an anarchy like that reigning today could not have solved such problems. Only circuits of exchange in which the rights are predetermined can bring about, often poorly no doubt, but rather well on the whole, a balanced distribution of women among the various men to be provided. 2. Levi-Strauss's answer. 1. The rules of exogamy, the gift of women and their distribution, we cannot easily submit to the logic of this situation. Given the extreme relaxation in which we live, in the world of numerous and indefinite possibilities, we cannot envisage the tension that is inherent in life in small groups often separated by hostility. It takes an effort to imagine the difficulty to which the guarantee of the rule responds. Moreover, we have to take into account the general conditions of life in these archaic societies. Thus, it is essential that we do not picture transactions analogous to those in our time, in which material wealth is the object. Even in the worst cases, the idea suggested by a formula such as marriage by purchase is far removed from a primitive reality in which exchange did not have the character of a narrow operation, subject only to the rule of self-interest, that it has in our day. Lévi-Strauss has duly placed the structure of an institution such as marriage back in the overall movement of exchanges that animates the primitive population. He refers to the conclusions of the famous essay Sur le Don, 1923, 4. In this study, which today is regarded as a classic, he writes, Ma sought to show that exchange in primitive societies consists not so much in economic transactions as in reciprocal gifts, that these reciprocal gifts have a far more important function in these societies than in our own, and that this primitive form of exchange is not merely nor essentially of an economic nature but is what he aptly calls a total social fact, that is, an event which has a significance that is at once social and religious, magic and economic, utilitarian and sentimental, juridical and moral. Point 15. A principle of generosity always presides over these kinds of exchanges, which always have a ceremonial character. Certain goods cannot be consigned to a drab or utilitarian consumption. These are generally luxury goods. Even in our day, luxury products are devoted, in a fundamental way, to ceremonial life. They are reserved for gift-giving, receptions, parties. Champagne, for example, is treated this way. Champagne is drunk on certain occasions, where, according to the rule, it is offered. Of course, all the champagne that is drunk is an object of transactions. The bottles are purchased from the producer. But at the moment it is drunk only in part by the one who paid for it. At any rate, this is the principle governing the consumption of a good whose nature is festive, whose mere presence denotes a moment different from another, altogether different from just any moment. Moreover, a good that, in response to a deep expectation, must or should flow abundantly, in fact without measure. Readers of the first volume of this work will recognize the principles and facts that I presented there a first time. I am now resuming that exposition in the form, or very nearly, that Lévi-Strauss has given it. I cannot regret the repetition, which has this value in my view. It calls attention to a fundamental discovery. Unfortunately, I was the first, and doubtless am still the only one, to take it into account from the standpoint of economic theory. But, on the one hand, I consider the economy in general terms. I would not have been able to reflect on the gift as an archaic mode of exchange had I confined myself to the partial operations that political economy examines. On the other hand, the gift, the potlatch analyzed by Marcel Mauss is, as Lévi-Strauss points out, a total social fact. As such, it is situated at the same time in two domains often isolated from one another. As I begin to consider, in the context of general economy, the by no means isolable figure of eroticism, it should come as no surprise to us that the principle of the GQT, which propels the movement of general activity, is at the basis of sexual activity. This is true of its simplest form, physical. The sexual act is the gift of an exuberant energy. This is true of its more complex forms, of marriage and of the laws of distribution of women among men. Let us go back to the image of the champagne, itself animated by the movement of general exuberance and clearly symbolic of an overflowing energy. One sees Lévi-Strauss's thesis then: the father who would marry his daughter, or the brother who would marry his sister, would be like the owner of champagne who would never invite any friends, who would drink up his stock by himself. The father must bring the wealth that is his daughter, or the brother the wealth that is his sister, into the circuit of ceremonial exchanges. He must give her as a present, but the circuit presupposes a set of rules accepted in a given milieu as the rules of a game are. Lévi-Strauss has explained in depth the rules that preside over the system of exchanges, which is largely free of self-interest. These gifts, he writes, are either exchanged immediately for equivalent gifts or are received by the beneficiaries on condition that at a later date they will give counter gifts often exceeding the original goods in value, but which in their turn bring about a subsequent right to receive new gifts surpassing the original ones in sumptuousness. 6. What we should keep in mind here is the fact that the avowed goal of these operations is not to receive a profit or advantage of an economic nature. Sometimes the show of generosity goes to the point of destroying the offered objects. Pure and simple destruction evidently commands great prestige. Moreover, the production of luxury goods, whose real meaning is the honor of the one who possesses them, receives them, or gives them, is itself a destruction of useful labor, of the labor that could have been devoted to something useful. This is the contrary of capitalism, which accumulates useful product making forces the dedication of objects to glorious exchanges, withdraws them from productive consumption. This opposition to the mercantile spirit, to haggling and self-interested calculation, must be stressed if one wishes to speak of marriage by exchange. Not even marriage by purchase fails to participate in the same movement, it is only a modality of that basic system analyzed by Moss. Says V. Strauss. 17 These forms of marriage are unquestionably dissimilar to those in which we see the humanity of unions, where we assume a free choice on both sides, and yet they do not place women in the domain of commerce and calculation, but assimilate them to festivity, to compagnie. In this system women are not primarily a sign of social value, but a natural stimulant ls. Malinowski has shown that in the Trobriand Islands, even after marriage, the payment of mapula represents on the man's part a counter-prestation intended to compensate for services provided by the wife in terms of sexual gratification. 19. Thus, women are essentially pledged to communication, which is to say, they must be an object of generosity on the part of those who have them at their immediate disposal. The latter must give them away, but in a world where every generous act contribution utes to the circuit of general generosity. I will receive, if I give my daugder, another woman for my son, or my nephew. What we have, in sum, throughout a limited ensemble, is generosity, organic communication. The forms of exchange are settled on in advance, as are the manifold movements of a dance or an orchestration. What is denied in the incest prohibition is only the result of an affirmation. The brother giving his sister does not so much deny the value of sexual union with his close kinswoman as he affirms the greater value of marriage that would join the sister with another man, and himself with another woman. There is a more intense communication in exchange based on generosity than there would be in immediate gratification. More exactly, festivity assumes the introduction of movement, the negation of withdrawal into self, hence a denial of the supreme value of avarice. The sexual relation is itself communication and movement, it has the nature of a festival. Being essential a communication, it requires an outward movement from the beginning. If the tumultuous movement of the senses is to be carried out, it needs a drawing back, a renunciation, a backward step without which no one could leap so far. But the drawing back itself requires the rule, which organizes the round and ensures its indefinite recurrence. To the propitiousness of the various, seemingly arbitrary, forms of the prohibition to the gift exchange this calls for explanation, of course. Furthermore, I need to make clear the extent to which I have gone beyond, in one respect, the thinking of V. Strauss, who only speaks implicitly and doubtless would not go so far as to say what I say, that a dialectical process of development is involved. He limits himself essentially to the following. The prohibition of incest is less a rule prohibiting marriage with the mother, sister, or daughter, than a rule obliging the mother, sister, or daughter to be given to others. It is the supreme rule of the gift, and it is clearly this aspect, too often unrecognized, which allows its nature to be understood. The reasons why marriage with the mother, daughter, or sister can be prevented are sought in a quality intrinsic to these women. One is therefore drawn infallibly towards biological considerations, since it is only from a biological, certainly not social, point of view that motherhood, sisterhood, or daughterhood are properties of the individuals considered. However, From a social viewpoint, these terms cannot be regarded as defining isolated individuals, but relationships between these individuals and everyone else. Further, he emphasizes another, perhaps reconcilable but clearly opposed aspect of the value of women, their material utility. I need to specify this trait in turn. I believe it to be secondary, but if it were not taken into account one would not be able to measure the scope of the exchanges that are effected, and Levi-Strauss's theory would remain suspended. Up to this point it is a brilliant, captivating hypothesis, but we still have to find the meaning of this mosaic of varied prohibitions, the possible meaning of the choice among forms of kinship whose opposition seems insignificant. Levi-Strauss has rightly applied himself to sorting out the effects of the various forms of kinship on the exchanges. In this way he has given his hypothesis a solid foundation, focusing on the most tangible aspect of the exchanges whose interplay he follows. In contrast to the alluring aspect of the value of women, to which I have called attention, and which Levi-Strauss himself mentions, without emphasis, there is in fact the material interest which the possession of a wife represents for the husband. This interest cannot be denied, and, once again, I do not think that one can correctly trace the movement of the exchanges of women without taking note of it. Later one will attempt to resolve the manifest contradiction of these two viewpoints. This is not the least bit incompatible with Levi-Strauss's interpretation, on the contrary, but first I must insist on the aspect which he underscores himself, but, as often noted, he says. In most primitive societies, and also, but to a lesser extent, in the rural classes of our own society, marriage is of an entirely different importance, not erotic, but economic. In our society, the difference between the economic status of the married man and the unmarried man amounts almost solely to the fact that the bachelor has to replace his wardrobe more frequently. 21. The situation is altogether different in groups where the satisfaction of economic needs rests entirely on the marriage partnership and the sexual division of labor. Not only do the man and the woman not have the same technical specialization, and so depend on one another for the making of the objects needed for daily tasks, but they devote themselves to producing different types of food. A complete, and above all regular diet thus depends on this veritable production cooperative that a household constitutes. In a sense, this necessity for a man to marry holds a sanction in store. If a society misorganizes the exchange of women, a real disorder ensues. That is why a part of the operation must not be left to chance, it implies rules ensuring reciprocity. But however perfect a system of exchanges may be, it cannot suit every case, variations and frequent alterations result. The basic situation is always the same and it defines the function that the system must everywhere carry out. Of course, the negative aspect is only the superficial aspect of the prohibition. It is important everywhere to define a set of obligations that gets the movements of reciprocity or circulation started. A group within which marriage is prohibited immediately conjures up the idea of another group, within which marriage is merely possible, or inevitable, according to circumstances. The prohibition on the sexual use of a daughter or sister compels them to be given in marriage to another man, and at the same time it establishes a right to the daughter or sister of this other man. In this way, every negative stipulation of the prohibition has its positive counterpart. Consequently, from the moment I forego a woman, who then becomes available for another man, there is, somewhere, a man who gives up a woman who becomes, from this fact, available for me. 24. Fraser had already been the first to note that the marriage of cross cousins was the direct consequence of the interchange of sisters in remarriage 2s. But he had not made this the basis of a general explanation, and the sociologists had not taken up ideas that were nevertheless satisfactory. While in the marriage of parallel cousins the group neither loses nor acquires, the marriage of cross cousins results in an exchange from one group to the other. Indeed, in ordinary circumstances the female cousin does not belong to the same group as her male cousin. In this way, a structure of reciprocity is built up, according to which the group which has given can demand. 26. Parallel cousins come from families in the same formal position, which is a position of static disequilibrium, while cross cousins come from families in conflicting formal positions, i.e., in relationship to one another they are in a dynamic disequilibrium. 27. Thus, the mystery of the difference between parallel and cross cousins resolves into the difference between a solution favorable to exchange and another where stagnation would tend to prevail. But in this simple opposition we only have a dual organization and the exchange is said to be restricted. If more than two groups come into play, we pass to generalized exchange. In generalized exchange, a man A marries a woman B, a man B, a woman C, a man C, a woman A. And these forms may be expanded. Under these different conditions, just as the crossing of cousins provided the privileged form of exchange, the marriage of matrilineal cousins offers, for structural reasons, open possibilities for indefinite linkage. A human group, says Levi-Strauss, need only proclaim the law of marriage with the mother's brother's daughter for a vast cycle of reciprocity between all generations and lineages to be organized, as harmonious and ineluctable as any physical or biological law, whereas marriage with the father's sister's daughter cannot extend the chain of matrimonial transactions. It cannot, in any vital way, reach a goal always tied to the need for exchange, the extension of alliances and of power. 3. The vicissitudes of eroticism considered as a history. We shouldn't wonder at the ambiguous character of Levi-Strauss's theory. On the one hand, the exchange, or rather the giving of women brings into play the interest of the one who gives only on condition of a return gift. On the other hand, it is a function of his generosity. This corresponds to the double aspect of the gift exchange, of the institution often given the name potlatch. Potlatch is at once a surpassing of calculation and the height of calculation. But perhaps it is unfortunate that Levi-Strauss dwelled so little on the relation of the potlatch of women with the structure of eroticism. We shall see in fact that the formation of eroticism implies an alternation of repulsion and attraction, of negation and the affirmation that follows it, which differs from the first, immediate alternation in that it is human, erotic, and not simply sexual, animal. It is true that marriage often seems contrary to eroticism. But we think of it in this way because of an aspect that is perhaps secondary. Why? Might we not suppose that at the moment when the rules were established, which decreed these barriers and the lifting of them, they truly determined the conditions of sexual activity? Marriage appears to be a vestige from a time when sexual relations depended on them in a fundamental way. Would an institution of prohibitions and liftings of prohibition that essential why concern sexuality why have been formed rigorous law why if it had no other purpose at first than the establishment of a home? Everything indicates, it seems to me, that the problem of intimate relations is addressed in these regulations. How to explain, otherwise, that the unnatural movement of renunciation of one's kin is given in them? This was an extraordinary movement, a kind of inner revolution whose intensity must have been excessive since the most terrible dread was ordinary in response to the mere idea of a lapse. It was this movement, no doubt, that was at the origin of the potlatch of women, exogamy, of that paradoxical gift of the coveted object. It seems implausible that a sanction, that of prohibition, would have been imposed so strongly, and everywhere, if it had not concerned genital violence. Conversely, it seems to me that the object of the prohibition was first marked out for coveting by the prohibition itself. If the prohibition was essentially of a sexual nature it must have drawn attention to the sexual value of its object, or rather, its erotic value. This is precisely why what distinguishes man from animals, the limit set on free sexual activity gave a new value to what was, for animals, only an irresistible, fleeting impulse, destitute of meaning. This twofold movement seems to me to be the essence of eroticism, and it also seems to me, following Levi-Strauss's theory, to be that of the rules of exchange that are linked to the incest prohibition. The connection between eroticism and these rules is often difficult to perceive due to the fact that the latter have marriage as their essential object and marriage and eroticism are usually opposed to one another. Economic association with a view to reproduction became the dominant aspect of marriage. Where the rules of marriage do come into play, they may have had as their object the whole course of sexual life, but it is as if, finally, their only purpose were the distribution of useful wealth. Women came to be understood in terms of their fecundity and their labor. This contradicted why evolution was itself predetermined. It is certain that erotic life cannot be settled regally. It was given rules, but these rules could only assign it a domain outside the rules. And once eroticism was dismissed from marriage, the latter tended to assume a chiefly material aspect, the importance of which Levi-Strauss was right to underscore. The rules ensuring the sharing out of women as coveted objects did in fact ensure the sharing out of women as labor power. It is quite clear, then, that man's sexual life cannot be considered as a simple datum, but rather as a history. It is first of all the negation of animal freedom, but the rules that it takes on are provisional. Its destiny is the ceaseless overturning whose detours I will attempt to trace. 3. The transition from animal to man. 1. The limits of Levi-Strauss's theory and the transition from animal to man. Levi-Strauss's work seems to provide good, and uncommonly exact, answers to the main questions raised by the strange consequences of the incest prohibition. If I thought it necessary, at the end of my analysis, to introduce a two-phase movement, this movement was nonetheless implicit in the author's exposition. Yet, to a certain extent, the general design of the work limits, if not its import, then at least its immediate sense, which is essentially situated in a cycle of exchanges, in a total social fact where the whole of life takes form. This principle notwithstanding, the economic explanation is pursued almost from start to finish, as if it had to stand by itself. Not a word can be said against this, except insofar as the author himself states the necessary reservations. There remains a need to look, from rather far away, at the whole taking form. Levi-Strauss felt this need, of course, and at the end, in the last pages of the book, he gives the expected overview. These last pages are remarkable, essential, but they represent more of an indication than a construction. The analysis of an isolated aspect is conducted to perfection, but the global aspect in which this isolated aspect is embedded remains roughly outlined. Apparently this is owing to the horror of philosophy that dominates, and doubtless for good reasons, the scholarly world. However, I think it is difficult to deal with the transition from nature to culture while staying within the limits of the science that isolates, that abstracts its views. The desire for these limits is discernible, no doubt, in the fact of speaking not of animality but of nature, not of man but of culture. This is to go from one abstract view to another, and to exclude the moment when the whole of being is engaged in a change. I think it is difficult to grasp this whole in one, or more, of its states, and the change evidenced in the advent of man cannot be isolated from all that man's becoming is, from all that is involved if man and animality are set against one another in a laceration that exposes the whole of divided being. In other words, we can grasp being only in history, in changes, transitions from one state to another, not in the sequence of states. In speaking of nature, of culture, Levi-Strauss has juxtaposed abstractions, whereas the transition from animal to man involves not just the formal states but the drama in which they opposed one another. To the human specificity understandable historical prohibitions, the advent of labor and, subject of of lasting repulsions and an insurmountable disgust are so characteristic of the opposition between animal and man that, in spite of the remote date of the event, I can say that nothing is better known. I submit as a principle the incontestable fact that man is an animal who does not simply accept the natural given, who negates it. In this way, he changes the natural external world, he derives from it tools and manufactured objects that form a new world, the human world. Concurrently, man negates himself, he trains himself, he refuses, for example, to give to the satisfaction of his animal needs that free course on which the animal placed no restraint. It still must be granted that the two negations by man, of the given world and of his own animality, are linked. It is not for us to give a priority to one or the other, to try to determine whether the training, which appears in the form of religious prohibitions, is the consequence of labor, or the labor is the consequence of moral mutation. But insofar as there is man, on the one hand there is labor and on the other a negation, through prohibitions, of man's animal nature. Man essentially denies his animal needs, and this is the point on which his basic prohibitions were brought to bear, some of which are so universal and seemingly so self-evident that there is never any question of them. Only the Bible, if we must find an example, gives a particular form, the prohibition on nudity, to the general prohibition on the sexual instinct, saying of Adam and Eve that they knew they were naked. But one doesn't even speak of the horror of excreta, which is a uniquely human trait. The prescriptions that generally concern our foul aspects are not the object of any focused attention and are not even classed among the taboos. So there exists a mode of the transition from animal to man so radically negative that it is not even spoken of. It is not even regarded as one of man's religious reactions, whereas the most insignificant taboos are so regarded. The negation is so completely successful on this point that merely to note and affirm that something is there is deemed less than human. In order to simplify, I will not speak now of the third aspect of the human specificity, which concerns the awareness of death. In this connection I will merely point out that this unarpable conception of the transition from animal to man is theoretically that of Hegel. Yet Hegel, who stresses the first and third aspects, shuns the second, thus submitting through silence, to the universal prohibitions that we are examining. This is less important than it first appears, in the sense that these elementary forms of the negation of animality show up again in more complex forms. But where incest is the specific concern, one may doubt that it is possible to neglect the elementary prohibition on obscenity. 28. 3. The variability of incest rules and the generally variable character of the objects of sexual prohibition. How in fact could we define incest in any other terms? We cannot say, this is obscene. Obscenity is a relation. There is no obscenity in the way there is fire or blood, but only in the way there is, for example, indecent behavior. This is obscene if some person sees it and says it is not exactly an object, but rather a relation between an object and the mind of a person. In this sense, one can define situations such that given aspects of them are, or at least appear to be, obscene. Moreover, these situations are unstable, they always include ill-defined elements, or if they have some stability, this involves a degree of arbitrariness. And further, the compromises with the necessities of life are numerous. Incest is one of these situations, defined arbitrarily. This perception is so necessary, so unavoidable, that if we could not allege the universality of incest, we could not easily show the universal human character of the prohibition of obscenity. Incest is the first evidence of the basic connection between man and the denial of sensuality, of sensual animality. Of course man has never managed to deny sensuality, except in a superficial way, or by default. Even the saints at least have temptations. It is only a matter of setting aside domains where sexual activity cannot enter. Thus there are places, circumstances, and persons that are off limits. The aspects of naked sensuality are obscene in these places, in these circumstances or in regard to these persons. These aspects, places, circumstances, and persons are variable and always arbitrarily defined. Thus, nudity is not in itself obscene, it has become so nearly everywhere, but unevenly. It is nudity that, because of a misstep, Genesis speaks of, expressing the transition, through the consciousness of obscenity, from animal to man. But what offended people's sense of decency at the beginning of the century no longer offends or offends less. The relative nudity of women bathers is still obscene on a Spanish beach, not on a French one, but in a city, even in France, the woman's bathing suit upsets a great many people. In the same way, a low-cut gown, incorrect at noon, is correct in the evening. And the most intimate nudity is not the least bit obscene in a doctor's office. Under the same conditions, the restrictions with regard to people are changeable. In theory, they limit the sexual contacts of persons who live together to relations between the father and the mother, to the inevitable conjugal life. But like the prohibitions concerning appearances, circumstances, or places, these limits are quite uncertain, quite variable. In the first place, the expression who live together is admissible only on one condition, that it not be specified. We find just as much arbitrariness in this area, and just as many compromises, as there is in connection with the meaning of nudit y. The influence of convenience is especially important here. Levi Strauss's exposition makes the part it plays rather clear. The arbitrary boundary between permitted and prohibited kin is a function of the need to ensure circuits of exchange. When these organized circuits cease to be useful, the incestuous situation is reduced. If utility y no longer enters in, one tends to remove obstacles whose arbitrariness becomes blatant. On the other hand, the meaning of the prohibition is enhanced by a stabilization, its intrinsic value is more keenly felt. Whenever it is convenient, moreover, the boundary can be extended anew, as in the divorce proceedings of the Middle Ages. No matter, it is always a question of countering animal disorderliness with the principle of perfect humanity, for which the flesh and animality do not exist. Full social humanity radically excludes the disorder of the senses, it negates its natural principle, it rejects this given and allows only the clean space of a house, of polished floors, furniture, window panes, a space inhabited by venerable persons, at once naive and inviolable, tender and inaccessible. This symbol does not just manifest the limit denying the mother to the son or the daughter to the father, in general it is the image, or the sanctuary, of that asexual humanity, which shelters its values from the violence and dirtiness of passion. For man's essence is found in the prohibition of incest, and in the gift of women, which is the prohibition's consequence. This does not go against Levi-Strauss's theory in the least. The idea of an extreme negation, as extreme as possible, of carnal animality is placed at the meeting point of the two paths that Levi-Strauss has taken, or more exactly, that marriage itself takes. In a sense, marriage combines self-interest and purity, sensuality and the prohibition of sensuality, generosity and avarice. In its initial movement it is the contrary of animality, it is the gift. There is no question that Levi-Strauss has fully illuminated this point. And he has analyzed these movements so well that in his conceptions we glimpse what constitutes the essence of the gift. The gift is itself the renunciation, the prohibition of immediate, unreserved, animal gratification. Marriage is not so much the act of the betrothed couple as it is that of the woman's giver, of the man, the father or the brother, who could have freely enjoyed this woman, his Tochter, his sister, and who gives her away. The gift he makes of her is perhaps a substitute for the sexual act. The exuberance of giving, in any case, has the same meaning, that of an expenditure of resources, as this act itself. But the renunciation that permits this form of expenditure, and that the prohibition established, has alone made the gift possible. Even if the gift relieves, as does the sexual act, this is not at all in the way that animality achieves a release, and the essence of humanity emerges from this excess dépassement. The renunciation of one's close kin, the reserve of the one who forbids himself the very thing that belongs to him, defines the human attitude that is contrary to animal voracity. Reciprocally, as I said, it underscores the alluring value of its object. But it helps to create the climate of a human world, in which respect, difficult and restraint prevail over violence. It is the complement of eroticism, in which the object destined for coveting acquires a higher value. There would be no eroticism if there was not also a respect for forbidden values. But there would be no complete respect if the erotic deviation was neither possible nor tempting. Of course, respect is only the detour that violence takes. On the one hand, respect regulates the humaneered world, where violence is forbidden. On the other, respect opens up the possibility for violence to erupt in the domain where it is inadmissible. The prohibition does not change the violence of sexual activity, but by founding the human milieu it makes of that violence something that animality did not know, the transgression of the rule. The moment of transgression, or of unbridled eroticism, on the one hand, and the existence of a milieu in which sexuality is not allowable, on the other, are only the extreme points of a reality in which intermediate forms abound. The sexual act generally does not have the meaning of a crime, and the locality where only men coming from outside can touch the local women corresponds to a very archaic situation. Most often, moderate eroticism meets with tolerance, and the exclusion of sexuality, even where it seems severe, affects little more than the fiat. But it is the extremes that are the most meaningful. What matters essentially is that there exists a milieu, however limited, in which the erotic aspect is unthinkable, and moments of transgression when eroticism reaches the highest potential for reversal. This extreme opposition is conceivable, moreover, only if one thinks of the ceaseless variability of situations. It is then that the involvement of gift-giving in marriage, since gift-giving is linked to festivity and the object of the gift giving always concerns luxury, exuberance, and excess, can reveal marriage, linked to the tumult of the festival, as a moment of transgression. But the transgressive aspect of marriage is blurred, of course. In the end, marriage, the transition, has kept, but vaguely, something of the transgression that it was in the beginning. This aspect remained perceptible in an archaic tradition like that of the droit de gamage, which signified less the abuse of the strongest than the desire to entrust the initial operation to men who had a power of transgression. In a distant time, these were the priests. But married life absorbs into the world of prohibition, into a world comparable in part to that of mothers and sisters, is adjoined to it in any case, contaminated by it, so to speak, the whole overflowing of sexual activity. In this movement, humanity-wise purity, which the prohibition establishes, the purity of the mother, of the sister, slowly passes, in part, to the spouse who has become a mother. Thus, the condition of marriage reserves the possibility of a properly human life, pursued in the respect of prohibitions opposed to the free satisfaction of animal needs. The natural objects of prohibitions. One. Sexuality and dejecta. 1. The negation of nature I wanted to grasp, in the movements that determined the incest prohibition, the origin of the distinctly human modes of sexuality. But it is clear that while incest is linked to that origin, it was not itself the cause of the new forms that sexuality took among human beings, it was rather their consequence. If I spoke of it first, this was because it is the surest sign of the strong aversions that opposed the free course of sexuality in the beginning. Apparently there was an oppressive feeling about the sexual act of regeneration, which animals do not experience, that brought our first ancestors to exclude it from proper human life, or, if one prefers, from life in groups. I have already posited that the abhorrence of animal needs, together with the repugnance for death and dead persons, on the one hand, and the experience of work, on the other, marked the transition from animal to man. Man is the animal that negates nature, he negates it through labor, which destroys it and changes it into an artificial world, he negates it in the case of life-creating activity, he negates it in the case of death. The incest prohibition is one of the effects of the repugnance felt for his condition by the animal that became human. The forms of animality were excluded from a pre-GHT world which signified humanity. These forms, however, could only be denied fictitiously. Men were able to enclose the world of animal activity within strict limits, where it was, precisely, in its place, but they never sought to do away with it. They could not even have intended to do so, they had to subtilize it, withdrawing it from the GHT and confining it in darkness where it is hidden from notice. The place for filth is in the dark, where looks cannot reach it. Secrecy is the condition for sexual activity, just as it is the condition for the performance of the natural functions. Darkness thus surrounds two worlds that are distinct but always associated. The same horror banishes the sexual function and excretion to the same darkness. The association is given in nature, which brings together and even in part mingles the organs. Of course we cannot determine the essential component of the aversion provoking the nausea we feel for both kinds of filth. We cannot even know if excrement smells bad because of our disgust for it, or if its bad smell is what causes that disgust. In the matter of smell, animals do not show any repugnance. Man appears to be the only animal to be ashamed of that nature whence he comes, and from which he does not cease to have departed. This is a sore point for us. We have fashioned this humanized world in our image by obliterating the very traces of nature. Above all, we have removed from it everything that might recall the way in which we come out of it. Mankind as a whole resembles those parvenus who are ashamed of their humble origin. They rid themselves of anything suggesting it. What are the noble and good families, moreover, if not those in which their filthy birth is the most carefully concealed? This is how St. Augustine expressed the unavowable character of the flesh that is anonymously at our source, interfaces et urinum nascimur. He said, we are born between feces and urine. But we can never know if this filth, out of which we come, is itself ignoble in our eyes, or if it appears so for the reason that we come out of it. It is clear that we are sorry we came from life, from meat, from a whole bloody mess. We might think, if need be, that living matter on the very level at which we separate ourselves from it is the privileged object of our disgust. We take our children out of the muck, then we do our best to wipe out the traces of that origin. We busy ourselves in terrifying them as soon as they are old enough to take part, little by little, in our disgust for excrement, for everything that emanates from warm and living flesh. At first they are insensitive to our perturbations. How to keep from thinking that these sights, these foul odors, are not in themselves so upsetting? Infants tolerate them without any reaction. We have arranged the world around us in such a way that if the filth were not constantly thrown out of it, the edifice would rot. But the horror that demands from us this constant movement of rejection is not natural. It bespeaks rather a negation of nature. We have to set ourselves against the natural impulses of our children if we want them to be like us. We must artificially deform them in our image and, as our most precious possessions, instill in them the horror of that which is only natural. We tear them away from nature by washing them, then by dressing them. But we will not rest until they share the impulse that made us clean them and clothe them, until they share our horror of the life of the flesh, of life naked, undisguised, a horror without which we would resemble the animals. To menstrual blood we have a completely mistaken notion of primitive peoples on the question of separation from nature. They don't seem to share our aversion. So they themselves are repulsive to us, appearing to be closer than we to the object of our hatred. As to acting on their disgust, it is true that they don't have the same powerful means that we have. We are better able to obliterate the traces of any natural corruption. It's even become simple, easy, and nowadays we are very exacting. Yet, in the midst of ease, we are definitely less eager than they to deepen the gulf separating man from animality. This plf, for cannibals, is always a question of life and death. For vegetarians, on the other hand, it is more an excuse for morbid manias, for distresses worthy of a treatment. It is always difficult to say which of the many phobias are primordial. As concerns primitive people, ethnologists have always been struck by those behaviors whose object is menstrual blood and childbirth. Primitives have a terror of menstrual blood so great that we can hardly imagine its intensity. Prohibitions tending to preserve the collectivity from the least contact, aimed at menstruating women or girls and applying only to the women who are authorized to feed these unfortunate ones, are often sanctioned by the death penalty. The blood of women in labor is no less distressing. These kinds of behavior with respect to vaginal blood were so universally determined that they are still operative in our Western societies. As a rule they are limited to a repugnance whose irrational character is inconspicuous. We are inclined to believe that this discharge is impure because the organ from which it issues is thou ght to be so. The blood of childbirth is no longer the object of so great a horror on account of the painful and touching aspects of maternity. But, in any case, the menstrual flow seems to be a kind of infirmity, even a curse bearing on women. This is not just owing to the inconvenience it causes. Our anxious behavior shows rather clearly that at the very point where humanity removes itself from nature in disgust, there is no profound difference between the successive phases of societies, from the poorest culture to the most complex. To be precise, these reactions differ with individuals, at times even with social classes. But the greatest repugnance has an archaic character nonetheless. THIRD-WORLDISM dejecta menstrual blood seems to have condensed the abhorrence and the fear. The behaviors relative to the other excretions are striking, but there are no prohibitions dealing with them like those aimed at preserving humanity from the least contamination by blood. Of course, when one thinks of the distancing so frequent, or the obligatory confinement, of menstruating women, it is clear that general nature, shared alike by all human beings of all ages and both sexes, and the incessant character of intestinal evacuations, could not permit such awkward measures. What is possible in the case of periodic accidents cannot be applied to the normal state. Moreover, children, with whom our contacts are unavoidable, would destroy a priori the hope of eliminating the contamination entirely. Nothing can be demanded of the young child, whereas a pubescent girl regularly observes the prescriptions. It was necessary to get used to bearing with this infantile waste, which explains the mildness of the disgust it provokes, nothing more extreme than the reaction to animal waste. Besides, what are children if not animals becoming human, but this is not on their own initiative, and their simple clumsiness invites laughter or is considered charming. But the horror that gives rise to prohibition, to religious behavior, is not consistent with the elmary or less. Familiar contact with children's excrement does not accord with an utter horror concerning that of adults, similar to the horror of menstrual blood. A horror so sick does not tolerate any degree. It is based on all or nothing, and one may think that if women were not the only ones to be tainted, men could not have conceived of the taint in the way they did initially. In order to be taken, the distance that is observed in terror demanded the possibility of a complete absence of contact, at least for half of humanity. However, there is no reason to think, on the contrary, that the earliest humanity was more indifferent than ours to the need to dispose of waste matter and to conceal anything having to do with it, defecation and, to a decidedly lesser extent, urination. The operations necessary for cleanliness are more perfect in civilized societies, but nothing can be concluded from this. The young children of primitives have the same sort of training as ours. In this respect, nothing is more unwarranted than to believe we are further from animality, further from natural defilements. What counts is the effort, the concern, the result is secondary. If it is more perfect in the end, there is nothing to marvel at. Insofar as they bear witness to an early culture, we might rather admire these primitives for whom the eagerness to be human and the horror of nature have such force. We look down on them from our sanitary installations, and we give ourselves the impression of an unassailable purity. We are quick to overlook an immense rubbish heap, the grossness and refuse of our slums, our lower parts, quick to forget the disgust with being human, which increased from the contact with a civilization so meticulous that it often seems sick. 2. Cleanliness prohibitions and the self-creation of man. The connection of the degree of civilization, race, and wealth or social standing with the cleanliness prohibitions. In reality, there is no profound difference between the reactions peculiar to rudimentary civilization and those of advanced civilization. The basic distinction is not in the degree of development but in the particular traits of groups, classes, or individuals. What misleads us is simply the established fallacy that first associates the uncivilized peoples with the lower classes, or with fallen individuals. It is certain that refinement of manners and the observance of prohibitions plays a part in the continual rivalry that generally opposes men to one another. Indeed, refinement is one of the most efficient factors operating in social classification. To a certain extent, the observance of prohibitions is a question of material resources. It takes a lot of money to be refined. And it is important, secondarily, that in return the men who have the most resources are also those who have the most means, material or moral, for transgressing the prohibitions. The essential thing is that a punctual observance qualifies social. Why? The person who protects himself the most anxiously from the various forms of defilement is also the person who enjoys the greatest prestige and who has the advantage over others. If a man's anxiousness is commensurate with the means he possesses, let us suppose that he has the means to live anxiously. For example, in regard to dirt, he nonetheless stands more above the man who is careless about safeguarding himself and who lives like an animal, in filth. But if the richest man was not any more concerned about filth than a barefoot tramp, he could not be honored and his standing could not rise. Needless to say, in the society in which we live these aspects of the matter are not clear. Things are positively blurred. Traces remain. As a general rule, a parvenu cannot have a high standing, a poorer man often has a greater prestige, a parvenu will never be initiated into a small number of refinements, contrary to nature, opposing, to voraciousness conventional behaviors, and to plainness of vocabulary agreed upon formulas, obscure but all agreed upon, suitable for expressing a fundamental anxiousness, the anxiety that humanizes. It is always a matter of marking between oneself and brutish nature a strange distance, unthinkable at first and so all the greater, the distance between a man eating in a delicate way, according to the aristocratic code, and one who naively drinks the coffee that has fallen into the saucer. It is significant, as I see it, that coffee intentionally spilled into a saucer is called a footbath. The second way is itself human, but not when compared to a more anxious way. Each way of eating has different meanings according to the circumstances and the character of the eater, but I chose the footbath example because in a particular case at least, it implies a certain indifference, a complete lack of anxiety and little abhorrence of the animal condition of bodies. It will be said that my judgment is arbitrary, but I deliberately put forward the case of a man taking the liberty I speak of in a milieu where he is the only one to do so and for no other reason than indifference. 2 Nothing is more different from the ways of a primitive. A Canuck might seem to us to be much coarser than the footbath drinker. Yet it is not the Canuck who is beastly. Why? He maintains the greatest distance he can between animal behavior and his own, so that actually the Canuck is akin to the aristocrat, not to the boor that I have chosen to depict. From what I have tried to show, it becomes rather clear that the horror of being animalistic operates unevenly among humans, and that primitives are no less subject to it than we are. It is not a question of more civilization or less, but rather of individual choice and social classification. It is certain that a more scrupulous observance of prohibitions tends to distinguish men from one another. And while it is true that wealth makes this observance easier, it is not so much wealth, beyond physical strength, or the power to command, that distinguishes, that qualifies socially, as it is the greatest distance from animality. Our double mistake is to think that differences of race, or differences of wealth, ensure this qualification. But this mistake is so deep-rooted that it tends to modify the real order. As a rule, one strives on all sides to reduce the differences between beings to external difference, separate and apart from an active intention to surpass and destroy animal nature within us. On all sides, one strives to deny human value, because this value is essentially difference, between animals and man, or between men. For this reason, one strives to reduce every difference to the insignificance of a material datum. Racism, being too intent on serving it, has betrayed the cause of difference. The privileges of race and wealth are indefensible, and they are the only ones that find defenders. Needless to say, my intention is not to defend, to argue for the survival of, these differences that humanize. But, lacking knowledge of them and being unable to discern their precise meaning, we could not know anything about eroticism, we could not even know anything about human specificity. Eroticism is a closed book to us so long as we do not see man's beginning in the repugnance he felt for a nature that was filth in his eyes. We generally do not see it for the reason that, in our day, nature attracts men supersaturated with a civilization that is nature's complete opposite. 2. Wasn't the first object of repugnance sexual? The formation of an artificial civilized world, tied to an extreme horror of nature, became the least understandable thing in the world for us, especially why since we began to protest against the alleged filthiness of sexual life. Filthiness, the domain of filth, is no less meaningful for all that. No one would say that excrement, or decaying matter, is a substance like any other. It is such, however, for animals. Those animals that eat neither excrement nor decaying matter do not show any more repugnance toward it than those that feed on fetid substances show for fresh ones. Rationalism cannot alter this fact, and there remains an area of irreducible horror to which we are well adapted. The progressive and very slow lifting of prohibitions concerning things sexual, if not things obscene, changes nothing in this regard. In any case, the continuity of functions leaves sexually regenerative activity with a foulness that does not appear easily surmountable. Even if in the end ordinary sexuality no longer had any shameful associations, which would not reach the point where copulation would no longer be concealed, the shame connected with the excremental orifices or functions would still testify to the divorce between man and nature. Further, it is quite evident that nothing will prevent this indelible shame from rubbing off its mark onto the adjacent domain of the reproductive organs. It should be unnecessary to state such obvious facts. All this went so well without saying, but the naive questioning of what was once beyond question now obliges one to speak and, at the same time, provides an occasion to clarify what was at first accepted in obscurity. The strangest thing is that when presented in this way, a current aspect of the accursed domain emerges in an unexpected light. If we judge by primitives, in times past the weakest reactions were those relating to the dejecta. The prescriptions concerning them did not have the terrible, and sacred, character of the prohibitions that concerned menstrual blood. The Australian Aborigines appear less anxious, less mindful, when it comes to observing the prescribed secrecy in the evacuation of waste. We have long since ceased to believe that the Australians are the living image of the earliest men. Only the archaic character of their material culture is accepted. Nothing can be concluded from this behavior, then, but the primacy of the sexual, in the modest y of primitives, regarding the lower part of the abdomen is probable at the least. In our day, menstrual blood is no longer an object of special horror. In time, the terrified feelings of archaic humanity grew less intense. Moreover, their extravagant character produced, along with extraordinary consequences, a kind of frailty. In a more rational world, such reactions ceased to appear tenable. Something of them persisted, no doubt, but in a diminished state. Gradually attention slackened and, while it remained rare, contact with an impurity ceased to terrify. Finally, the various human phobias reached the same level. There is no longer any one of them that is privileged over the others. All of them continue to exist, but the world has ceased to be absolutely protected from the defilements. It is protected, no doubt, but more or less so, in an approximate way. Further, if we grant the primacy of sexuality in matters of repugnance, we have to think a priori that an inversion of this primacy could not be avoided in the development of individuals. Ontogeny, on this point, could not repeat phylogeny. Indeed, we teach our children to be ashamed of filth, we never tell them to be ashamed of their sexual functions. That would be very hard, and if we chance to say it, we cannot justify the prohibition we declare except in one way. The mother simply says to the child, "It's dirty," and she often even uses the childish word denoting both excrement and the forbidden g of contact. 3. That the transition from animal to man must be grasped in a comprehensive view. I do not intend to dwell on the problem of anteriority. It is not certain that the earlier character of sexual taboos makes much sense. I have only tried to account for the changes occurring between the time when the revulsion was occasioned by really ties of a sexual nature and the present time, when it is justified by the undiscussed foulness of the dejecta. I imagine that our disgust for excrement is secondary, that it appears foul to us because of something other than its objective reality. but my impression is contrary to the one that generally prevails, and I don't feel obliged to be convincing on this point. The result that I aim for is a view of the whole, which embraces not only all of space but the different times in succession. This being so, chronology loses at least some of its importance. That which succession ght about in a certain order may be perceived, erroneously, in a different order. The survey of the whole is what matters, the meaning of the parts is then drawn from the overall view. So what is important is the total change, the transition, in the present case, from animal to man, not the point where things began. Moreover, it is certainly worth noting that the transition seems to have occurred all at once. The sum appears to be given from the start, the principle of the development that unfolded in time I was given at the start in the form of change. Let there be no misunderstanding, the operation may have taken centuries and, however improbable that may be, we will never be able to prove that the contrary is true. In any event, we will never be able to speak of the various phases of the transition unless it be with the desired certainty. Whether the occurrences, the changes, are measured in centuries or years, we can only imagine a time when things happened fast. The only way we have to envisage the event is to do so as if things had taken place within the limits of a very short, virtual indivisible time span. Man is always given whole, in an image of his creation that he cannot situate in times passing. Of necessity, this image is total, man has tools, he works, he imposes sexual restrictions on himself, he has a horror of sexual derived or excremental defilements which is hard to express, just as he has a horror of death and the dead. We shall see, moreover, that his aversions are ambiguous, that they allow for reversals. In theory, we must envisage the transition from animal to man as a drama, which we can take as having lasted and as having had ups and downs, but whose unity we must grant. In the beginning there is necessarily, if not a quick drama, then a set of coherent peripeteia. We will never be able to say what happened, but we know the outcome of this drama had the value of an irrevocable decision. This is true in the sense of a lasting effect, which extends through time to us, and is still the motive of the activity we pursue. For the decisive importance of the first step it is true that, somehow, we go beyond a first step. We no longer have to cross the distance separating animals from man. But this much remains clear, since that time, humanity has never had a more astounding, more glorious moment. We doubt this, for to the extent that we take part in being human, we want to have something to do with a more important and more fascinating moment than any other before it. Sometimes this way of thinking relates to the achievement of an epoch, thought to be particularly enlightened. Sometimes the destiny of a single individual is involved. Believers think of the moment when the words of a Messiah or prophet were heard. Others cannot even conceive of the world except on the understanding that it began anew with them. Their life will be the decisive affair on which the existence of true man, consolidated at last, will have depended. Andrite Breton speaks rather strangely of a heroic need that Sada would have had to create an order of things which was not as it were dependent upon everything that had come before him. 3. Breton formulates in these words the seldom recognized need some men have to respond to the deepest feeling, the need to create authentic humanity, starting from inauthentic humanity, which alone has prevailed heretofore. Thus, for the Christians, the world prior to the coming of Jesus Christ. It must be said that this deceptive feeling cannot easily be dispelled. It involves, for the one experiencing it, what is most important, what matters so much that one would have lived for nothing had one failed to respond to it. Breton apparently attributed to Sada what he himself felt. No one seems to have been more concerned than he with changing life from top to bottom. Following Breton, however, we have to think that life is never changed enough, that after Sada it was necessary to start afresh. Indeed, it is as if life might be nothing more, in sum, than a continual recreation, which more often than not implies a disregard for that which others have created before us. It seems that man lives only from renewed creation, that the result of creation wears out, that without the creators, and even very soon after their death, humanity sags, falls asleep, and it is necessary to emerge once more from darkness. Should the moral creation of man be renewed less often than his physical birth? To the destined why that requires the death of the old generation, which perpetually awakens a fresher one to childhood, there corresponds the destiny that endlessly demands the rebirth of human life from nothing, or at least from profound darkness. But would this be a reason not to see that it is a way of repeating and magnifying the glorious moment when man set himself apart from the animals? And instead of preventing us from seeing, as it sometimes does, might not the feeling that Breton attributes to Sada help us rather to understand the significance of the first man, who must have been the first in response to just such a feeling? Stage by stage, we may have traveled an immeasurable distance since then, without ceasing to take leave of ourselves, to leave the slumber that had overtaken us each time, in ceaseless, repeated movements of creation, once the dance had begun whose first figures were already those of self-consciousness. What makes us incapable of understanding in this way the first advances of human life is the blind contempt in which we hold primitive peoples. True, we may believe that often a certain coarseness preceded refinement, that blind and formal attitudes, more hieratic than human, preceded sentiments that are both autonomous and complex. But such beliefs are tied to the notion that the development of spiritual life occurs in direct proportion to material culture. Yet this would-be law often proved false in the cluster of periods that are known to us. It is confirmed, albeit vaguely, only where it is a question of knowledge. We grant too much importance, I believe, to this complexity that makes all things more difficult, and so demands more efforts, more autonomous initiatives. And above all, we accept a very questionable chronology of the various spiritual forms, which assigns the crudest forms to the earliest periods, whereas the crudeness could as well be due to a somnolence as to a still incomplete awakening. 5. Eroticism is essentially, from the first step, the scandal of reversed alliances. Many people think of the stammerings of humanity as if they had little, or no, meaning in themselves. They imagine the most groping steps at the origin of humanity's development, whereas in fact language and consciousness were linked to them. These steps scarcely resemble those of a child, and supposing that the arbitrary parallels could be established, one would still have to account for a difference between them. In the steps of the child, those of the adult are already given, and the behaviors of childhood, which have no meaning in themselves, are meaningful relative to the future person the baby will become. But the stammerings of the first men would have had a meaning relative to fully developed man, and no meaning in themselves, only if Providence had arranged everything from the start. Thus, as with the actual future, the full development of children of the past would likewise prefigure, as it were, and prearrange the future of today's children. But there is no reason for thinking that it happened this way. Present-day humanity, it appears, could not be heralded, nor its future be prearranged, unless the actions of the first men had in themselves, owing to a leap they made, opened up the possibility of the complete development that extends at least to us, from the start, the differentiation from animals and from nature, labor, and the awareness of death, or of suspended possibility, created that domain which all of history down to us was to explore relentlessly, always going further. Even if my hypothesis cannot be established in detail, I will now give the reason why I wished to use it to introduce an explanation that makes a decisive description clearer, or less obscure. It goes without saying, in any case, that history was the exploration, perhaps unfinished, of all man's possibilities, which the negation of nature establishes. It is the negation of the given, of all the given, whose consequences are explored down to the last one. A revolt, a refusal of the offered condition, is evinced in man's attitude at the very beginning. This is what is signified by the endlessly resumed quest for the totality of the possible, for each man, or at least for every solitary group, beyond what was possible before it. This effort is so bold, it is above all so exhausting that history consists essentially of periods when people tried to hold its first results as immutable, when they earnestly sought to immobilize and preserve movements of profound revolution. It is time to go back to a principle that I have spoken of vaguely thus far. I presented as being decisive the process that established humanity, and I implied that this process heralded, in an elemental way, the totality of the possible. This assumed, as I said, that the horror of nature, which was the first movement of the process, was ambiguous, and that it anticipated a nearly simultaneous return movement. In fact, as soon as nature, which a spirit of revolt had rejected as the given, ceased to appear as such, the very spirit that had rejected it no longer considered it as the given, as what compelled and alienated the spirit's independence. It then regarded nature's antithesis, prohibition, as the given, that prohibition to which at first it submitted, as a way of denying its subordination to nature. At first sight this reversal of alliances is perhaps difficult to follow, but the basic duplicity of eroticism is unintelligible so long as this twofold movement, of negation and return, is not grasped as a whole. We have seen that the first aspect of the movement is rejection. The whole is developed only when that which was denied to the point of nausea, which held an ambiguous value, is remembered as desirable. If it is true that man is first of all that autonomous existence which refuses to be simply subjected to the limits of the past, it can be disconcerting to see him return so quickly to his vomit. It has been said sententiously, chasse le naturel, il revient au galop 5. But it cannot long seem that the return to nature is such a commonplace. A profound difference results from the fact that the nature that is desired after being rejected is not desired in submission to the given, as it may have been in the first instance. In the fleeting movement of animal excitation, it is nature transfigured by the curse, to which the spirit then accedes only through a new movement of refusal, of insubordination, of revolt. Moreover, this second movement has the effect of maintaining the fervor, the delirium if you will, of the first. The temperature falls insofar as the first continues in a unilateral way. If the nausea only results in a prudent life, well protected from everything that might give rise to it. It can be maintained only on the condition that one discover what was alluring in the fact that an object is horrible, or shameful, and, in the face of shameful nakedness, make shame and desire a single, violent convulsion. I will come back to this crucial moment of course, but first I want to stress the fact that this dual movement does not even involve distinct phases. I can, for ease of exposition, speak of it in two stages. But it is an integral ensemble and one cannot really speak of one stage without implying the other. Only the comprehensive view is meaningful, just as, when we look at tides, I cannot separate the ebb from the flow except arbitrarily. But before connecting the return with the total image of the erotic disturbance, I need to try to describe more extensively the forms of sensibility with which the disturbance is associated. THRE. Death. 1. The corpse and decay. The natural domain of the prohibitions is not just that of sexuality and filth, it also includes death. The prohibitions concerning death have two aspects. The first forbids murder and the second limits contact with corpses. Like the prohibitions whose objects are dejecta, incestuous union, menstrual blood and obscenity, those applying to dead bodies and to murder have not ceased being generally observed, but the prohibition against murder is just about the only one to be sanctioned by laws, and, at least within well-defined limits, the demands of anatomy have ultimately opened up a margin of infraction in behavior toward the dead. Since it goes without saying, I will not linger over the possible anteriority of the horror of death. This horror is perhaps at the root of our repugnance. The loathing of nothingness would then be at the origin of the loathing of decay, which is not physical since it is not shared by animals. It is clear, in any event, that the nature of excrement is analogous to that of corpses and that the places of its emission are close to the sexual parts. More often than not, this complex of prohibitions appears inextricable. Death might seem to be the complete opposite of a function whose purpose is birth, but we shall see further on that this opposition. Death is reducible, and that the death of some is correlative with the birth of others, of which it is finally the precondition and the announcement. Moreover, life is a product of putrefaction, and it depends on both death and the dung heap. In any case, the denial of death is given in the original complex, not only as it relates to the horror of annihilation, but insofar as it restores us to the power of nature, of which the universal ferment of life is the repulsive sign. Apparently, this aspect is not compatible with the noble and solemn representation of death. But the latter opposes, through a secondary reaction, the cruder representation which anguish, or rather terror, controls, and which is none the less primordial. Death is that putrefaction, that stench, which is at once the source and the repulsive condition of life. For primitives, the extreme dread of death, above all a dread of the distressing phenomenon for the survivor, more than of personal annihilation, is linked to the phase of decay. For them, whitened bones no longer have the intolerable look of decomposing flesh. In the confusion of their minds they attribute their loathing of putrefaction to the cruel rancor and hatred visited upon them by death, which the mourning rites are meant to appease. But they think that the whitened bones signify an appeasement. These bones are venerable for them, they finally have the look of death's solemn grandeur. It is to their form, still fearsome, dreadful, but without the excess of decay's active virulence, that the worship of ancestors, becoming partians at last, is addressed. Too shamefully, we get life from putrefaction, and death, which reduces us to putrefaction, is no less ignoble than birth. At least those bleached bones no longer have that sticky movement that is the privileged object of our disgust. In that movement, nascent life is not distinct from the putrefaction of life which death is, and we are inclined to see in this unavoidable comparison a basic characteristic, if not of nature, at least of the notion we have been led to conceive of it. For Aristotle himself, these animals that formed spontaneously in the earth or in the water seem to be born of corruption. The procreative power of decay is perhaps a naive idea expressing at the same time the insurmountable repugnance and the attraction it awakens in us. But it is undoubtedly the source of the idea that men are nature's offspring, as if decay finally summed up this world from which we emerge and into which we return, so that the shame, and the repugnance, is linked both to death and to birth. We have no greater aversion than the aversion we feel toward those unstable, fetid, and lukewarm substances where life ferments ignobly. Those substances where the eggs, germs and maggots swarm not only make our hearts sink, but also turn our stomachs. Death does not come down to the bitter annihilation of being, of all that I am, which expects to be once more, the very meaning of which, rather than to be, is to expect to be, as if we never received being authentically, but only the anticipation of being, which will be and is not, as if we were not the presence that we are, but the future that we will be and are not. It is also that shipwreck in the nauseous. I will rejoin abject nature and the purulence of anonymous, infinite life, which stretches forth like the night, which is death. One day this living world will pullulate in my dead mouth. Thus, the inevitable disappointment of the expectation is itself, at the same time, the inevitable horror that I deny, that I should deny at all costs. 3. The knowledge of death. This vision coincides and is associated with our mortifying perceptions of obscenity, of sexual reproduction, of stench. And it has this effect: it holds in the background of every thought the anticipation of the outcome, which is the final disappointment of expectations, silence without appeal, and that ignominious putrefaction whose shameful appearance our next of kin will take care to conceal from the survivors. What marks us so severely is the knowledge of death, which animals fear but do not know. Later I will show that in tandem with this prior knowledge of death there is the knowledge of sexuality, to which contribute, on the one hand, the abhorrence of sexuality or the sense that it is filthy, and on the other, the practice of eroticism, which is the consequence of such sentiments. But the two awarenesses differ profoundly in this respect. Having a positive object, consciousness of the sexual domain cannot be manifested simply in repulsion, which in fact turns us away from sexuality, so it is necessary for eroticism, which is not immediate, to bring us back from repulsion to desire. However, the repulsion of death, having immediately a negative object, is first of all a consciousness of the positive counterpart of that object, that is, a consciousness of life, or more exactly, of self. It is easy to understand that consciousness of death is essentially self-consciousness, but that, reciprocally, consciousness of self required that of death. This should be added at once. In that maze of reactions where humanity originated, it is natural to look for one decisive reaction of which the others would only be consequences. Thus, the consciousness of death, or self-consciousness, might appear primordial. But in my judgment it will always be possible to show that whichever primordial fact gets priority presupposes the existence of another one. Might we not imagine, just as well, that work, and the anticipation of its result, are at the basis of the knowledge of death? The sequence is quite perceptible. It is in work that the expectation takes shape. How, if I had not begun a project, a task unsatisfying in itself, perhaps arduous, but whose result I look forward to, how could I continue, as I do, to anticipate the authentic being which one never am in the present time and which I place in the time to come? But the fact is that death threatens to forestall me, and to steal away the object of my anticipation. In the immediacy of the animal impulse, the object of desire is already given, there is no voluntary patience or waiting, the patience, are always unavoidable, and the possession of the object is not separate from the vehement desire, which cannot be contained. Think of the voracity of animals, as against the composure of a cook. Animals lack an elementary operation of the intellect, which distinguishes between action and result, present and future, and which, subordinating the present to the result, tends to substitute the anticipation of something else for that which is given in the moment, without waiting. But the human intellect represents both the possibility of the operation and the precariousness of the one who reckons on its outcome. One may die too soon, and so one's expectation will remain forever disappointed. 6 Thus, work could well be the activity in which mankind's evolution originated, the source of the disgusts and prohibitions that determined its course. For on the primary meaning of a complex of movements it is possible, and yet it seems useless, to isolate a particular aspect when a radical change involved every element of the system. There wasn't so much a determining element as a coincidence of the various movements which the development of humanity composed. As we shall see, work goes against erotic freedom, hampers it, and, conversely, erotic excess develops to the detriment of work. But the lags on both sides do not prevent a reciprocal acceleration of movements. The consciousness of death is itself opposed to the return of eroticism, which is likely to reign. Trotus avidity, fever and violence that will not wait. But anguish, which lays us open to annihilation and death, is always linked to eroticism. Our sexual activity finally rivets us to the distressing image of death, and the knowledge of death deepens the abyss of eroticism. The curse of decay constantly recoils on sexuality, which it tends to eroticize. In sexual anguish there is a sadness of death, an apprehension of death which is rather vague but which we will never be able to shake off. If need be, it is possible to reduce the complexity of reactions to a constant pursuit of autonomy, or of sovereignty. But this way of looking at things results in an abstract view, where the immediate abhorrence of, and half-physical disgust for nature, that is, nature as putrefaction, are given arbitrarily as the consequence of a calculation, of a presumed politics of autonomy. As a matter of fact, nothing proves that the struggle for autonomy is not, materially, the consequence of the disgust. 5. Death is finally the most luxurious form of life. What is disconcerting about these movements where opposed forms are interdependent is due to the common misappreciation of death. It calls for us to depise the link associating death with eroticism, regarded as a promise of life. It is easy, but, all in all, it is dishonorable, a lack of intellectual virility, to turn away from the luxurious truth of death. There is no doubt that death is the youth of the world. We don't admit this, we don't want to admit it, for a rather sad reason. We are perhaps young at heart, but this doesn't mean we are more alert. Otherwise, how could we not be aware that death, and death alone, constantly ensures the renewal of life. The worst is that, in a sense, we know this very well, but we are just as quick to forget it. The law given in nature is so simple as to defy ignorance. According to this law, life is a fusion, it is contrary to equilibrium, to stability. It is the tumultuous movement that bursts forth and consumes itself. Its perpetual explosion is possible on one condition, that the spent organisms give way to new ones, which enter the dance with new forces. We could really not imagine a more costly process. Life is possible at much less expense, compared to that of an infusorian. The individual organism of a mammal, especially a carnivore, is an abyss where enormous quantities of energy are swallowed up, are destroyed. The growth of plants presupposes the amassing of decayed substances. Plant eaters consume tons of living, plant, substance before a small amount of meat allows a carnivore its great releases, its great nervous expenditures. It even appears that the more costly the life-generating processes are, the more squander the production of organisms has required, the more satisfactory the operation is. The principle of producing at the least expense is not so much a human idea as a narrowly capitalist one, it makes sense only from the viewpoint of the incorporated company. The movement of human life even tends toward anguish, as the sign of expenditures that are finally excessive, that go beyond what we can bear. Everything within us demands that death lay waste to us. We anticipate these multiple trials, these new beginnings, unproductive from the standpoint of reason, this wholesale destruction of effective force accomplished in the transfer of one individual's life to other, younger, individuals. Deep down, we even assent to the condition that results, that is intolerable, in this condition of individuals destined for suffering and inevitable annihilation. Or rather, were it not for this intolerable condition, so harsh that the will constantly wavers, we would not be satisfied. How significant at present that a Book 8 is entitled, ludicrously, Often que nous one ne mourre, today our judgments are formed in disappointing circumstances, those among us who best make themselves heard are unaware, and want at all cost to be unaware, that life is the luxury of which death is the highest degree, that of all the luxuries of life, human life is the most extravagantal expensive, that, finally, an increased apprehension of death, when life's security wears thin, is at the highest level of ruinous refinement. But oblivious of this, they only add to the anguish without which a life devoted entirely to luxury would be less boldly luxurious. For if it is human to be luxurious, what to say of a luxury of which anguish is the product and which anguish does not moderate? Transgression. The festival, or the transgression of prohibitions. 1. The death of the king, the festival, and the transgression of prohibitions. Sometimes, in the face of death, of the failure of human ambition, a boundless despair takes hold. Then it seems that those heavy storms and those rumblings of nature to which man is ordinarily ashamed to yield get the upper hand. In this sense the death of a king is apt to produce the most pronounced affects of horror and frenzy. The nature of the sovereign demands that this sentiment of defeat, of humiliation, always provoked by death, attain such a degree that nothing, it seems, can stand firm against the fury of animality. No sooner is the event announced than men rush in from all quarters, killing everything in front of them, raping and pillaging to beat the devil. Ritual license, says Roger Cale Lewis, then assumes a character corresponding strictly to the catastrophe that has occurred. Popular frenzy is never resisted in the least way. In the Hawaiian Islands, the populace, upon learning of the king's death, commits every act ordinarily regarded as criminal. It burns, pillages and kills, and the women are required to prostitute themselves publicly. The disorder ends only with the complete elimination of the putrescent substance of the royal cadaver, when nothing more is left of the royal remains but a hard, sound, and incorruptible skeleton. 2. The festival. One's not lust or return to one's vomit. Looking at this second movement, we might imagine that, the first having failed, man returns, without the least change, to the animality from which he started. but the explosion that follows death is in no way the abandonment of that world which the prohibitions humanize, it is the festival, it is of course, for a moment, the cessation of work, the unrestrained consumption of its products and the deliberate violation of the most hallowed laws, but the excess consecrates and completes an order of things based on rules, it goes against that order only temporarily. Moreover, we should not be misled by the appearance of a return by man to nature. It is such a return, no doubt, but only in one sense. Since man has uprooted himself from nature, that being who returns to it is still uprooted, he is an uprooted being who suddenly goes back toward that from which he is uprooted, from which he has not ceased to uproot himself. Point 2. The first uprooting is not obliterated, when men, in the course of the festival, give free play to the impulses they refuse in profane times. These impulses have a meaning in the context of the human world, they are meaningful only in that context. In any case, these impulses cannot be mistaken for those of animals. I can't give a better idea of the gulf separating the two kinds of free play than by drawing attention to the connection between laughter and the festival. Laughter is not the festival by itself, yet in its own way it indicates the festival's meaning. Indeed, laughter is always the whole movement of the festival in a nutshell, but there is nothing more contrary to animality than laughter. Point 3. I will go further, not only is the festival not, as one might think, a return by man to his vomit, but it ultimately has the opposite meaning. I said that the initial human negation, which created the human in contrast to the animal, had to do with the being's dependence on the natural given, on the body which it did not choose, but the break constituted by the festival is not at all a way of renouncing independence, it is rather the culmination of a movement toward autonomy, which is, forevermore, the same thing as man himself. 3. The failure of the denial of animality. What then is the essential meaning of our horror of nature? Not wanting to depend on anything, abandoning the place of our carnal birth, revolting intimately against the fact of dying, generally mistrusting the body, that is, having a deep mistrust of what is accidental, natural, perishable. This appears to be for each one of us the sense of the movement that leads us to represent man independently of filth, of the sexual functions and of death. I have no objection, this clear and distinct way of looking at things is that of man in our time, it is assuredly not that of the first men. In fact, it assumes a discriminating consciousness and the articulated language on which that consciousness is founded. But I can start by envisaging the way of feeling and reacting that determined the first prohibitions. Everything suggests that these feelings and these early reactions respond obscurely to the fact that we now have the ability to think discursively. One won't labor this point, I am referring to the entire history of religions that I must only allude to, not wishing to review it in detail. The line of development from taboos on incest or menstrual blood to the religions of purity and of the soul's immortality is quite clear. It is always a matter of denying the human being's dependence on the natural given, of setting our dignity, our spiritual nature, our detachment, against animal avidity. But obviously I cannot limit myself to this first perception. I know that that initial movement failed. If I look for the integral meaning of my will to act and of the earliest fears that I share, I cannot help but note the futility of an effort so wrongly placed. I can deny my dependence, denying sexuality, filth, death, and insisting that the world submit to my action. But this negation is fictitious. I finally have to tell myself that the carnal origin of which I am ashamed is my origin nonetheless. And however great my horror of death may be, how can I escape the fatal appointment? I know that I will die and that I will rot. Work, for its part, finally marks the limits of my means, so limited is the extent to which I can respond to the threats of misfortune. For what the festival liberates is not merely animality but also the divine. Of course, in their own way men recognized long ago the failure of the negation of nature, it could not fail to appear inevitable from the beginning. But from the beginning there must have been two feelings about it. According to the second of these, it was neither possible nor desirable for man to be truly protected, to be so protected that the accursed element would permanently cease to matter. That element was denied, but this denial was the means of giving it a different value. Something unfamiliar and disconcerting came into being, something that was no longer simply nature, but nature transfigured, the sacred. In a basic sense, what is sacred is precisely what is prohibited. But if the sacred, the prohibited, is cast out of the sphere of profane life, inasmuch as it denotes a disruption of that life, it nevertheless has a greater value than this profane that excludes it. It is no longer the despised bestiality, often it has retained an animal form, but the latter has become divine. As such, relative to profane life this sacred animality has the same meaning that the negation of nature, hence profane life, has relative to pure animality. What is denied in profane life, through prohibitions and through work, is a dependent state of the animal, subject to death and to utterly blind needs. What is denied by means of divine life is still dependence, but this time it is the profane world whose lucid and voluntary servility is contested. In a sense, the second contestation appeals to forces that the first had denied, but insofar as they cannot truly be confined within the limits of the first. Drawing on their input, the movement of the festival liberates these animal forces, but now their explosive liberation interrupts the course of an existence subordinated to ordinary ends. There is a breakdown, an interruption, of the rules, the regular course of things ceases. What original Y had the meaning of limit has that of shattering limits. Thus, the sacred announces a new possibility, it is a leap into the unknown, with animality as its impetus. What came to pass can be summed up in a simple statement: the force of a movement, which repression increased tenfold, projected life into a richer world. 5. The negation of the profane world and the divine, or sacred, world I emphasized earlier, for that the nature that is desired after being rejected is not desired in submission to the given. It is nature transfigured by the curse, to which the spirit then accedes only through a new movement of refusal, of insubordination, of revolt. This is the basic difference between ordinary and divine animality. Of course, it would not be possible to say that simple animality is analogous to the profane sphere. I only meant to point out that relative to profane life sacred animality had the same meaning that the horror of nature had relative to the first animality. For there was negation and overcoming each time. But now I will have to describe in detail, and discursively, a system of oppositions that is familiar to us, but unconsciously so, in an obscurity that favors confusion. The negation of nature has two clearly and distinctly opposed aspects, that of horror or repugnance, which implies fever and passion, and that of profane life, which assumes the fever has subsided. I have already spoken of those movements that we strive to make immutable, immobile, of those revolutions that we regard as a state, a lasting entity, that we naively preserve, as if their essence were not change. This is not necessarily the absurdity that one imagines it to be. We can neither preserve nor abolish change, yet we cannot always be changing. But we should not confuse change with the stable state that results from it, that ultimately resumes the course of the previous state, which the change had ended. Profane life is easy to distinguish from mere animal life, it is very different from the latter. Taking it as a whole, animal life is nonetheless the model of life without history. And profane life is an extension of it in the sense that it knows nothing of destructive and violent changes. If such changes befall it, they befall it from the zero outside. B. If I return now to a characteristic thrust and counter-thrust, ebb and flow of a twofold movement, the unity in the violent agitation of prohibition and transgression will be evident. It is the unity of the sacred world, contrasting with the calm regularity of the profane world. 2. The Phaedra complex. 1. The connection of horror and desire. It is obviously the combination of abhorrence and desire that gives the sacred world a paradoxical character. Holden the one who considers it without cheat and in a state of anxious fascination. What is sacred undoubtedly corresponds to the object of horror I have spoken of, a fetid, sticky object without boundaries, which teems with life and yet is the sign of death. It is nature at the point where its effervescence closely joins life and death, where it is death gorging life with decomposed substance. It is hard to imagine that a human individual would not withdraw from such an object in disgust. But would he withdraw if he were not tempted? Would the object nauseate if it offered him nothing desirable? Am I wrong, then, to think the following? It often seems that, by overcoming a resistance, desire becomes more meaningful. Resistance is the test that assures us of desire's authenticity and thus gives it a force that comes of the certainty of its dominion. If our desire had not had so much difficulty overcoming our undeniable repugnance, we would not have thought it so strong, we would not have seen in its object that which was capable of inciting desire to such a degree. So it was that Phaedra's love increased in proportion to the fear that arose from the possibility of a crime. But on the other hand, how would the repugnance maintain itself, or more simply, to what would it respond if its object did not present anything dangerous? Pure and simple danger frightens one away, while only the horror of prohibition keeps one in the anguish of temptation. If I consider from this standpoint any repugnant object, a decomposing corpse for instance, it is true that my argument seems no longer to hold. However, I can bring specific considerations to bear. I will take for granted the assertion that every horror conceals a possibility of enticement. I can then assume the operation of a relatively simple mechanism. An object that is repugnant presents a force of repulsion more or less great. I will add that, following my hypothesis, it should also present a force of attraction. Like the force of repulsion, its opposite, the force of attraction, will be more or less great. But I didn't say that the repulsion and the attraction were always directly proportional to one another. Things are far from being so simple. Indeed, instead of increasing desire, excessive horror paralyzes it, shuts it off. Of course, the excessiveness of the horror brings in the subjective element. Instead of the Hippolytus of the story, I imagine a parricide, who would not have just satisfied an incestuous desire but would have killed Theseus. I am free to picture a Phaedra overcome by the crime she would have unintentionally provoked, refusing to see her lover again. I might also, miles away from the classical theme, imagine her burning with renewed passion for the abominable Hippolytus. Or, finding another instance of the game that Racine delighted in, I can even see her overcome, lacerated, but all the more ardent despite, or because of, her horror of Hippolytus and of herself. If the horror is in fact more or less great, this is not merely because of the object that gives rise to it. The individual who feels it is himself more or less inclined to feel it. This doesn't in any way alter the situation most favorable to desire. It is both the situation of Racine's Phaedra and the one that I proposed last, that I gave prominence to, placing it in the setting it requires, the situation that calls for the cries, the sighs and the silences of tragedy. The more difficult the horror is to bear, the more desirable it is, but one must be able to bear it. But the Phaedra example relates to sexual desire, and to the incest prohibition that makes it criminal, but in a clearly defined case. A rotting carcass, it seems, still has nothing desirable about it. Apparently, the prohibition on contact with decayed matter, dejecta, corpses, couldn't protect these objects from a non-existent desire. To the allurement linked to the corpse's putrefaction apparently and in principle, the prohibition concerning the dead is not designed to protect them from the desire of the living. The horror we have of them does not seem to correspond to any attraction. Freud, it is true, thought that their obvious defenselessness justified the forbidding of contact. But other subsidiary hypotheses of Freud's are groundless. It is not at all the same with corpses as with kinsmen who can't have sexual relations with us. The forbidden, criminal character may add an allurement to the horrible significance they have been given. But the horror of putrefaction, it would seem, will never be coupled with any desire. The value of what I said in reference to Phaedra would thus be limited to the narrow domain of objects of sexual desire. It would be wrong to suppose as I did that horror always conceals a possibility of desire. Here I need to point out that, as concerns death, I spoke of the dead, with whom it is criminal to have contact. I only alluded briefly to the living, whom it is criminal to kill. Now, While it is true that men seldom want to have disrespectful contact with the dead, which is after all only a venial crime, it is certain that sometimes they desire to kill the living. It may be, however, that the two prohibitions are connected. I have delayed speaking thus far of the universal law that forbids, in principle, the killing of human beings. Nevertheless, respect for the dead might be a corollary of respect for the living. Might the prohibition on corpses turn out to be an extension of the prohibition on murder? Isn't a dead person, in the belief of primitives, the presumed victim of a murder? Primitives are inclined to tell themselves, in fact, that death cannot be natural. Face to face with a dead person, one must suppose that a spell or some act of witchcraft is responsible for the death. One must set out in search of the culprit. We may suppose that, in a dead body, an attraction, a hidden response to our desire, doesn't relate to the very object that has filled us with horror, but rather to murder. We shouldn't be surprised, if this is so, at our lack of consciousness of it. We don't much like to think that we might kill, and even less that we might enjoy killing. Undoubtedly, if any desire is mixed with the horror of the dead, the lure of murder contributed to it. And yet this way of looking at things strikes me as being very incomplete. At most it gives us the beginning of an explanation. There is more in the horrible attraction of the dead than the desire to kill can bring into play. Going back to the festival I spoke of, which is rudimentary, shapeless, we can embrace the complex that combines death, eroticism, and murder. Perhaps that is the comprehensive view we must adhere to. Sexual activity is ordinary while limited by rules, and murder is regarded as awful, unthinkable. This regular order of things means that the movement of life is restrained, controlled the way a horse is by a good rider. It is the prolonged life of old people that stabilizes the course of social activity. It is the stagnation, or at least the slowing down, that keeps this course under the sway of work. Conversely, the death of old people, and indeed death in general, accelerate the effusion and exuberance of life, with the best effect resulting from an alternation of arrest and sudden release of motion. In the end, we don't know anything, or scarcely anything, if we isolate it from this movement that death liberates, from the immense seductive power that generally belongs to life and gives a response to the depressing look of corpses bearing no makeup. This passage from authority to impotence, from the uprightness of being to absence, from the negative, word illegible position of the living to the endless denial of limits heralds the return, the triumph even, of neglectful, reckless, capricious life, full of tender abandon and obscure disorder. Violence responds to decay, which calls it forth. The nothingness of decomposition, relative to the enormous abandon of disorderly passions, is analogous to that aura of sacred terror that tragedy radiates. 1. The crux of a convulsion as complete as this comes at the moment when life, assuming in death the look of impotence, appears, at that cost, in its endless breaking loose. A power of annihilation, underlying a power of proliferation, of renewal, of freshness, is announced by a putrefaction inevitably full of life. Would there be a young generation if the cemeteries did not fill up to make room for it? 3. The secret of desire. There is, however, a gulf between the decaying of flesh, given in nature, and the link associating youth with the dismal operations that the landscape of graves covers up. It is characteristic of man to obliterate or hide the traces of so black an alchemy, and, just as they are buried in the ground, so they are buried in the inaccessible parts of memory. Moreover, the most difficult job of recovery has to do with the whole of a vast movement. It may be possible to rediscover the connection between prescriptions of respect for the dead and the desire to kill. But, detached from the rest, this view is superficial. And however complete a picture the Festival of the King may be, linking the decay of the royal corpse to sexual licentiousness and the frenzy of murder, it is still only a schema whose meaning must be constructed. What I have already shown enables us to grasp what links the horror of the dead and the desire that relates to the total movement of life. This is already an improvement over the theoretical connection exhibited in a festival tableau. But I must go further and show finally that, on the other hand, the sexual life of human beings, eroticism, would not be intelligible without this connection. It is possible no doubt to imagine eroticism independently of the horror of the dead. But actually this independence is not given. I can imagine passion independently of Phaedra's circumstances. Nothing is more common than the innocent love a woman has for a man she is entitled to love. In our day, moreover, Phaedra's passion for Hippolyta ceases to appear criminal to us. But leaving aside an extreme case, which is the efficient desire to kill, sexual desire, responsive to the pull of a movement that unceasingly casts a part of humanity into the grave, is stirred, as it were, by the horror we nonetheless have of this movement. Just as the crime, which horrifies her, secretly raises and fuels Phaedra's ardor, sexuality-wise fragrance of death ensures all its power. This is the meaning of anguish, without which sexuality would be only an animal activity, and would not be erotic. If we wish to clearly represent this extraordinary effect, we have to compare it to vertigo, where fear does not paralyze but increases an involuntary desire to fall, and to uncontrollable laughter, where the laughter increases in proportion to our anguish of some dangerous element supervenes, and if we laugh even thou gh at all costs we should stop lauging g. In each of these situations, a feeling g of danger, yet not so pressing as to preclude any delay, places us before a nauseating void. A void in the face of which our being is a plenum, threatened with losing its plenitude, both desiring and fearing to lose it. As if the consciousness of plenitude demanded a state of uncertainty, of suspension. As if being itself were this exploration of all possibility, always going to the extreme and always hazardous. And so, to such a stubborn defiance of impossibility, to such a full desire for emptiness, there is no end but the definitive emptiness of death. THRE. Desire horrified at losing and at losing oneself. Joy demands that we consume our resources of energy. Horror associated with desire and the poverty of a desire not enhanced by any horror cannot, however, prevent us from seeing that desire has the desirable as its object. Anguish, when desire opens onto the void, and, sometimes, onto death, is perhaps a reason for desiring G more strongly and for finding G the desired object more attractive, but in the last instance the object of desire always has the meaning of deli-ght, and this object, whatever one might say of it, is not inaccessible. It would be inexcusable to speak of eroticism without saying essential why that it centers on joy. A joy, moreover, that is excessive. In speaking G of their raptures, mystics wish to give the impression of a pleasure so great that the pleasure of human love does not compare. It is hard to assess the degree of intensity of states that may not be incommunicable, perhaps, but that can never be compared with any exactness, for lack of familiarity with other states than those we personally experience. But it does seem allowable to think that we may experience, in the related domains of eroticism and religious meditation, joys so great that we are led to consider them exceptional, unique, surpassing the bounds of any joy imaginable. Be this as it may, there can be no doubt about the excessive, exorbitant character of the transports of joy that eroticism gives us. I believe that the skepticism shown by a small number of Blask individuals is a response either to the affectedness of statements, or to the awkwardness or bad conditions of an experience. It remains to be seen how the pursuit of such great joys must go via that of horrors and repugnant objects of every sort. What I said earlier tended to show that horror was present and yet a part in erotic attraction. I furnished what might be considered sufficient evidence of this paradoxical fact, but I still have not given a clear enough account of its peculiarities. To this end, I will put forward a hypothesis that is perhaps fundamental. I think that the feeling of horror, I am not talking about fear, does not correspond, as most people believe, to what is bad for us, to what jeopardizes their interests. On the contrary, if they horrify us, objects that otherwise would have no meaning take on the highest present value in our eyes. Erotic activity can be discussed in G, it can also be noble, ethereal, excluding sexual contact, but it illustrates a principle of human behavior in the clearest way. What we want is what uses up our strength and our resources and, if necessary, places our life in danger. Actual why, we don't always have the means to want it, our resources run out and our desire fails us, it is quite simply inhibited, as soon as we are faced with a danger that is all too unavoidable. If, however, we are blessed with enough courage and luck, the object we desire most is in principle the one most likely to endanger or destroy us. Individuals differ in their ability to sustain great losses of energy or money, or serious threats of death. But insofar as they are able, once again it is a question of strength, a quantitative matter, men risk the greatest losses and go to meet the most serious threats. If we generally believe the contrary, this is because they generally have little strength, but within their personal limits they have nonetheless been willing to spend and to expose themselves to danger. In any event, whoever has the strength and of course the means for it, indulges in continual spending and repeatedly exposes himself to danger. Through examples, and through detailed analysis of the operation of contrary factors, which is most clearly apparent in eroticism, I will attempt to show the significance and scope of this law. Further, I will not neglect to come back to the theoretical aspect of the problem. I have presented its general lines in the first part of this work. What I first explained starting from the movement of production, I will now show at work in the individual fever, thus in a more concrete way, contributing to a fuller view by way of a detour. What cannot change in any case is a way of looking at things that is radical y opposed to the correct judgment of thought. Everything that justifies our behavior needs to be re-examined and overturned. How to keep from saying simple y that thought is an enterprise of enslavement, it is the subordination of the heart, of passion, to incomplete economic calculations. Humanity is letting itself be led the way a child submits to a professor, a feeling of poverty paralyzes it. But those general interests that it alleges are valid to the extent that fear prevails, or energy is lacking. They make sense only in the short view that obtains in official discourse, but energy abounds and fear doesn't stop anything. Between an indolent thinking and a violent course of things, discord is sovereign, and our wars are the measure of those impotent and reasonable professors that lead us to literature and anguish, sacrifice and horror for the time being, in order to illustrate the law by which we seek the greatest loss or the greatest danger. I will limit myself to two references, the first being fictional literature. For the charm of a novel is linked to the misfortunes of a hero, to the threats that hang over him. Without troubles, without anguish, his life would have nothing that captivates us, nothing that excites us and compels us to live it with him. Yet the fictional nature of the novel helps us bear what, if it were real, might exceed our strength and depress us. 8 We do well to live vicariously what we don't dare live ourselves. Not that it is a question of bearing misfortune without weakening, on the contrary, enduring it without too much anguish, we should take pleasure in the feeling of loss or endangerment it gives us. But literature only continues the game of religions, of which it is the principal heir. Above all, it has received sacrifice as a legacy. At the start, this longing to lose ourselves and to look death in the face, found in the ritual of sacrifice a satisfaction it still gets from the reading of novels. In a sense, sacrifice was a novel, a fictional tale illustrated in a bloody manner. A sacrifice is no less fictional than a novel. It is not a truly dangerous, or culpable, killing, it is not a crime but rather the enactment of one, it is a game. At its beginning it is the narrative of a crime whose final episode is performed for the spectators by the priest and the victim. Of course, the victim is the unnamed animal, or man, that plays the role of the god, in other cases, of the king, whom the priest is meant to kill. The ritual is connected with a myth of which it is the periodical reenactment. Sacrifice is no less meaningful for that, as a rule, it even seems to have reached, in horror, the limit of anguish which the spectators could bear. Otherwise, how to account for excesses that confound the imagination? And how many times was it required by softened conditions to adapt to a greater sensitivity, 9. That it was of a game's nature reduced its gravity, but it always involved plunging the spectators into anguish tied to a feeling of vertiginous, contagious destruction, which fascinated while it appalled. What matters, in any case, is not the horror itself, nor does the anguish that is maintained in literature count purely as anguish. The fondness for literature is not a vice, where anguish would be morbidly sought after. An object fascinates in sacrifice, or in literature, which is not ordinarily present in horror or anguish. In the most common circumstances, horror may only have a putrescence as its object, or anguish, a kind of void. But the object that fascinates in sacrifice is not only horrible, it is divine, it is the God who agrees to the sacrifice, who exerts an attraction and yet has only one meaning, losing oneself in death. The horror is there only to accentuate an attraction that would seem less great if he did not offer himself up to a painful agony. The novel seldom achieves the rigor of this movement. Yet it's the same with the basic narrative as with classical tragédie. It is most engaging when the character of the hero leads him, of his own accord, to his destruction. The closer the hero gets to divinity, the greater are the losses he incurs, and the greater are the dangers he willingly faces. Only divinity verifies, in an excessive way, the principle according to which desire has loss and danger as its object. But literature is closer to us, and what it loses in the way of excess is gained in the way of verisimilitude. 3. Life, on the level of death, founded the riches of religion and art. The kind of panic followed by a prolonged explosion that might respond to the death of a king shows the strength of a monstrous temptation that draws us to ruination. We are constantly tempted to abandon work, patience, and the slow accumulation of resources for a contrary movement, where suddenly we squander the accumulated riches, where we waste and lose as much as we can. The enormous loss that the death of the sovereign constitutes does not necessarily give the idea of counterbalancing its effect. Better, since the mischief is done, to plunge furiously into mischief. In a sense, the death of a king is like looking into a void from which we are not separated by any guardrail. The view may cause us to step back, but the image of the possible fall, which is connected with it, may also suggest that we jump, in spite or because of the death that we will find there. This depends on the sum of available energy which remains in us, under pressure, but in a certain disequilibrium. What is certain is that the lure of the void and of ruination does not in any way correspond to a diminished vitality, and that this vertigo, instead of bringing about our destruction, ordinarily is a prelude to the happy explosion which is the festival. Actually, trickery and failure are the rule of these movements. In the first instance, the prohibitions prepared for the transgression of the festival, and the measureless character of the festival observes the happy measure nonetheless, holding in store the return of life governed by the prohibitions. But when the prohibitions corresponded to the negation of nature and to the intention men had to do away with their dependence on the natural given, the failure was intentional. Men had to cheat to avoid recognizing the impossibility for them to reduce themselves to pure mind. Their failure was thus unintentional. If they brought measure into a movement that called for measurelessness, then, on the contrary, they intentionally failed. We generally don't consent to the definitive ruin and death where measurelessness would lead us. The festival is perhaps no less fictitious than the negation of nature, but whether it has the form of literature or of ritual this time, the fiction is purposely invented. It is intentional at least, even if it puts consciousness to sleep. The desire is perhaps fooled, but with the half-complicit why of children who are deluded by the playthings we give them. Only the available resources are squandered. In principle, there is no collective festival that cuts into a basic wealth, without which the coming of the next festival, measure less and measured at the same time, like the first, could not be assured. And ultimately why it is not ruination, let alone death, it is joy that the pursuit of ruination attains in the festival. We draw near to the void, but not in order to fall into it. We want to be intoxicated with vertigo, and the image of the fall suffices for this. One might say rather precisely that true joy would require a movement to the point of death, but death would put an end to it. We will never know authentic joy. Moreover, death itself is not necessary. I believe that our strength fails us before life does. The moment death approaches, it creates a void in us that incapacitates us in advance. So not only is trickery necessary in order not to die, we must avoid dying if we wish to attain joy. Thus, only the fictitious approach of death, through literature or sacrifice, points to the joy that would fully gratify us. If its object were real, that would gratify us at least in theory, since if we were dead we would no longer be in a condition to be gratified. Further, why rebel too stubbornly against a definitive difficulty? Not that we should turn away from death, on the contrary, stare at it, look it straight in the face, that is the most we can do. Lasting gentleness, irony, and cunning are worth more than that protest about which we can predict that if it's maintained it will turn, like all literature, to trickery. In fact, protest would soon be out of the question. We not in a sense aim for a joy that involves the totality of being, setting ourselves against the interests of the egoist that, albeit in spite of ourselves, we never cease to be? In this connection, to the extent that they reflected, in the dazzling play of their facets, the changing multiplicity of life, didn't tragedy and comedy, and likewise the authentic novel, respond in the best way possible to the desire to lose ourselves, tragically, comically, in the vast movement where beings endlessly lose themselves? And if it is true that trickery presides over literature, that an excess of reality would break the momentum that carries us toward the point of resolution where literature aims us, it is also true that only a real daring has enabled us to find, in the anguish of figurative death or downfall, that singularly excessive joy that engages being in its destruction. Without this daring we cannot oppose the riches of religion and art to the poverty of animal life. For the object of desire and the totality of the real. The object of desire one's the universe, or the totality of being. Rather strangely, I describe what is hardest to comprehend, but at the same time it is the most familiar thing. Spectators of tragedy and readers of novels get the meaning of it without fully understanding it, and in their own way those who attend mass religiously do nothing but contemplate its essence. But if from the world of passion, where without difficulty tragedy and the novel or the sacrifice of mass form recognizable signs, I pass to the world of thou everything shuts off, in deciding to bring the movement of tragedy, that sacred horror which fascinates, into the intelligible world, I am aware that, disconcerted, the reader will have some trouble in following me. In reality, what fascinates in this way speaks to passion but has nothing to say to the intellect. Thus it appears, in many cases, that the latter is less lucid than a simpler reaction. In point of fact, the intellect cannot justify the power of passion, and yet it naively considers itself obliged to deny that power. But in choosing to hear no other reasons but its own, the intellect errs, for it can go into the reasons of the heart if it so chooses, provided it does not insist on reducing them first to the calculation of Son. Once it has made this concession it can define a domain in which it is no longer the sole rule of conduct. It does so if it speaks of the sacred, of what surpasses it by nature. The most remarkable thing is that it is quite capable of speaking of what surpasses it. Indeed, it cannot conceive that it might finally be able to justify itself without abandoning its own calculations. The intellect fails, in fact, in that with its first impulse it abstracts, separating the objects of reflection from the concrete totality of the real. It constructs, under the name of science, a world of abstract things, copied from the things of the profane world, a partial world dominated by utility. Nothing is stranger, once we have surpassed it, than this world of the intellect where each thing must answer the question, what is the use of that? We then realize that the mental process of abstraction never gets out of a cycle in which one thing is related to another, for which the first is useful, the other thing in turn must be useful. For something else. The scythe is there for the harvest for food, the food for labor, the labor for the factory where scythes are made. If, beyond the labor necessary for the manufacture of as many new scythes as are needed to replace the old ones, there is a surplus. Its utility is defined in advance, it will serve to improve the standal art of living. Nowhere do we find a totality that is an end in itself, that is meaningful as such, that doesn't need to justify itself by I plead in G its usefulness for some other thing. We escape this empty and sterile movement, this sum of objects and abstract functions that is the world of the intellect, only by entering a very different world where objects are on the same plane as the subject. Where they form, together with the subject, a sovereign totality which is not divided by any abstraction and is commensurate with the entire universe. To make this radical difference between two worlds perceptible, there is no finer example than the domain of erotic life, where the object is rarely situated on another plane than the subject. The object of sensual desire is by nature another desire. The desire of the senses is the desire, if not to destroy oneself, at least to be consumed and to lose oneself without reservation. Now, the object of my desire does not truly respond to it except on one condition, that I awaken in it a desire equal to mine. Love in its essence is so clearly the coincidence of two desires that there is nothing more meaningful in love, even in the purest love. But the other's desire is desirable insofar as it is not known as a profane object is, from the outside, as an analyzed substance is known in a laboratory. The two desires fully respond to one another only when perceived in the transparence of an intimate comprehension. Of course, a deep repulsion underlies this comprehension. Without repulsion the desire would not be boundless, as it is when it does not give way to repulsion. If it were not so great, would it have that convincing force of the lover answering her lover in darkness and silence, that nothing, absolutely nothing separates them now. But it doesn't matter, now the object is no longer anything but that immense and anguished desire for the other desire. Of course, the object is first known by the subject as other, as different from it, but at the moment it reduces itself to desire, the object, in a tremor that is no less anguished, is not distinct from it, the two desires meet, intermingle, and merge into one. Without doubt, the intellect remains behind and, looking at things from the outside, distinguishes two solitary desires that are basically ignorant of one another. We only know our own sensations, not those of the other. Let us say that the distinction of the intellect is so clearly contrary to the operation that it would paralyze the latter's movement if it were compelled to fade from awareness. But the intellect is not wrong merely because the illusion denounced is efficacious, because it works and no purpose would be served by depriving the deluded part of their contentment. It is wrong in that this is not an illusion. To be sure, illusion is always possible in any domain whatever. We thus fool ourselves if some incomplete perception is interpreted by us as being that of a bottle. It is not a bottle, a simple reflection gave me the impression it was, and I thought I was going to touch it. But the example proves nothing. For an error of this kind is verifiable and other times it is indeed a bottle that my hand grasps. It is true that a bottle in the hand, a correct proof, is something certain, solid. Whereas, in the most favorable case, the possibility of attaining the desire or the existence of the other and not just its external signs is generally disputed. Yet an infant is not able, the first time at least, to deduce the presence of another, internally similar to it, from external signs. On the contrary, it can finally infer a presence on the basis of external signs only after having learned to associate the signs with that presence, which it must first have recognized in a total contact, without any prior analysis. It is not easy to isolate this contact, an internal thing on both sides. When we are talking about the embrace of adults, it occurs under conditions in which the differentiated sensations and the complex associations can never be set aside, as they are for the very young child. We are always entitled to adopt the reasoning of science. This complex of definable sensations is associated by the subject with a belief in the desire of his partner. Possibly so. But it would be futile, in my opinion, to advance further on the path of isolation. This goes without saying, we will never find in this way an isolable moment in which it will be certain that these conventionally isolated elements are not sufficient. Better to take the opposite approach, focusing on the total appearance manifested in the embrace. This is because in the embrace everything is revealed anew, everything appears in a new way, and we have every reason from the start for denying the interest, and even the possibility, of abstract mental operations that would follow this unfolding. Besides, no one has attempted these operations. Who would presume to delineate from ponderous analyses what appeared to him at that moment? This appearance might even be defined by showing that it cannot be grasped through treatises like those published in the journals of psychology. What strikes one from the first is a recession of discernible elements, a kind of drowning in which there is nothing drowned nor any depth of water that would drown. It would be easy to say to the contrary, not at all. And to cite distinct impressions. These impressions do in fact remain, despite the feeling of being drowned to which I refer. This feeling is so strange that, as a rule, one gives up the idea of describing it. Actually, we have only one way to do so. When we describe a state we ordinarily do this by singling out aspects that distinguish it, whereas here we merely have to say. It seems to me that the totality of what is, the universe, swallows me, physically, and if it swallows me, or since it swallows me, I can't distinguish myself from it, nothing remains, except this or that, which are less meaningful than this nothing. In a sense it is unbearable and I seem to be dying. It is at this cost, no doubt, that I am no longer myself, but an infinity in which I am lost. No doubt this is not entirely true, in fact, on the contrary, never have I been closer to the one who. But it's like an aspiration followed by an expiration, suddenly the intensity of her desire, which destroys her, terrifies me, she succumbs to it, and then, as if she were returning from the underworld, one find her again, I embrace her. This too is quite strange, she is no longer the one who prepared meals, washed herself, or bought small articles. She is vast, she is distant like that darkness in which she has trouble breathing, and she is so truly the vastness of the universe in her cries, her silences are so truly the emptiness of death, that I embrace her inasmuch as anguish and fever throw me into a place of death, which is the absence of bounds to the universe. But between her and me there is a kind of appeasement which, denoting rebellion and apathy at the same time, eliminates the distance that separated us from each other, and the one that separated us both from the universe. It is painful to dwell on the innate quackwhy of a discretion, necessarily awkward and literary, whose final meaning refers to the denial of any distinct meaning. We can keep this much in mind, that in the embrace the object of desire is always the totality of being, just as it is the object of religion or art, the totality in which we lose ourselves insofar as we take ourselves for a strictly separate entity, for the pure abstraction that the isolated individual is, or thinks he is. In a word, the object of desire is the universe, in the form of she who in the embrace is its mirror, where we ourselves are reflected. At the most intense moment of fusion, the pure blaze of light, like a sudden flash, illuminates the immense field of possibility, on which these lovers are subtilized, annihilated, submissive in their excitement to a rarefaction which they desired. To the analytical representation of nature and the vague totality, which is both horrible and desirable in speaking of a totality, the problem is that we usually speak of it lightly, without being able to fix our attention on that total object we speak of, when in fact it would need to be considered with the exasperated attention of the lover. The totality is truly alien to ordinary reflection in that it includes at the same time objective reality and the subject who perceives the objective reality. Neither the object nor the subject can form by themselves a totality that involves the whole. In particular, what the totality, called nature, is for the scientific mind is a simple caricature, it is the complete opposite of a conception according to which, in the case of an unlimited sexual desire, a desire not hindered by any reservation, not contradicted by any plan, not curbed by any work, its object is precisely the concrete totality of the real, and this implies that fusion with the subject which I clumsily attempted to describe. I am obliged to linger over the analytical representation of nature, as opposed to an accurate representation of the totality, since I myself have spoken of nature, in a very different sense of the word. Here I must look for a terminological exactness without which I will have spoken to no purpose. Theistic philosophy contrasts nature with the totality. For it, there is God on the one hand, and nature on the other. In this there is even an embryo of dualism, which theology prefers not to develop. I don't mean to defend the theistic conception of the world, on the contrary, I would like to distance myself from a representation of nature that makes it, like the scientific spirit, a substitute for God. My intention is at all costs to protect the totality from the colorations that taint it. It is neither God nor nature, it is not anything that answers to the multiple meanings of these words, nor even to any one meaning among them. Insofar as such meanings do not deceive us, what they denote is in fact only an abstract part of it. And likewise, the nature of which I speak in this book, a part of the totality, cannot be envisaged in a concrete way except insofar as it is included in the totality. As I said, it is foul and repugnant. The object that I designate in this manner does not refer to anything abstract that one might isolate and stabilize, the way I isolate and stabilize in my thou ght some useful object, a piece of bread, for example. This detached piece of bread is an abstraction. But the moment I eat it, it re-enters the unstable totality with which I connect it by eating, insofar as I connect myself with the concrete totality of the real. This becomes clearer if I come back to foul nature. It is the animality that I can grasp in the totality which the embrace constitutes. The moment comes when my attention in the embrace has as its object the animality of the being I embrace. I am then gripped with horror. If the being that I embrace has taken on the meaning of the totality, in that fusion which takes the place of the subject and the object, of the lover and the beloved, I experience the horror without whose possibility I cannot experience the movement of the totality. There is horror in being, this horror is repugnant animality, whose presence I discover at the very point where the totality of being takes form. But the horror one experiences does not repel me, the disgust I feel does not nauseate me. Were I more naive I might even imagine, and moreover I might even claim, that I did not experience this horror and this disgust. But I may, on the contrary, thirst for it. Far from escaping, I may resolutely quench my thirst with this horror that makes me press closer, with this disgust that has become my delight. For this I have filthy words at my disposal, words that sharpen the feeling I have of touching on the intolerable secret of being. I may say these words in order to cry out the uncovered secret, wanting to be sure I am not the only one to know it. At this moment I no longer doubt that I am embracing the totality without which I was only outside. I reach orgasm. Such moments require the growing intensity of sensations that inform us of the totality and braid together its objective and subjective elements inextricably. This is the complex of sensations that proclaims at the same time the other and oneself, that is not in any way reducible to an analysis where nothing ever appears but abstract elements, colors, sounds and so on, whose ground is always the totality. If the sensations do not have their greatest intensity, it is possible for us to isolate specific objects on the field of the totality, whereupon we no longer know anything but those objects. We know them clearly and distinctly, but the presence of the totality escapes us. The sense of the totality demands an extreme intensity of the vaguest sensations, which reveal to us nothing clear or distinct. These are essentially animal sensations, which are not merely rudimentary, which bring back our animality, affecting the reversal without which we could not reach the totality. Their high-pitched intensity overruns us, and they suffocate us at the very moment they overthrow us morally. The negation of nature, of animality, is what separates us from the concrete totality. It inserts us in the abstractions of a human order, where, like so many artful fairies, work, science, and bureaucracy change us into abstract entities. But the embrace restores us, not to nature, which is itself, if it is not reintegrated, only a detached part, but rather to the totality in which man has his share by losing himself. For an embrace is not just a fall into the animal muck, but the anticipation of death, and of the putrefaction that follows it. Here eroticism is analogous to a tragedy, where the hecatomb at the end brings together all the characters. The point is that the totality reached, yet indefinitely out of reach, is reached only at the price of a sacrifice. Eroticism reaches it precisely inasmuch as love is a kind of immolation. 0. The history of eroticism. ONE. Marriage. 1. Eroticism developed out of illicit sexuality. The subject of this book is the history of eroticism, and thus far I have only talked about the elements that constitute eroticism. But it is really a matter of the first, historic steps that led to the different forms of man's sexuality, as they evolved in time. It will easily be granted that these first steps had a decisive importance. A history of eroticism that did not consider them first and foremost would make little sense. This is all the more important seeing that while eroticism subsequently developed varied forms, these always take up its basic themes, the reversal of alliances, the Phaedra complex and the desire to consume oneself do not cease to exert their force in a movement whose end is always the totality. The repetition of these themes is carried out whenever all at once a human being behaves in an astounding way, in violent contrast with his ordinary behaviors and judgments, revealing an unavowable reverse side matching the pleasant, correct side, the only one we show. It is always a question of revenge feelings, parts of the body and ways of being that we are ashamed of at any other time. It is a matter of showing what at any other time it is impossible to show, and what we show precisely because it is impossible to show it. Further, I need to make this normal aspect of eroticism clearer in one regard. The status of man's sexual activity is surprising. It is not at all forbidden in principle. It is subject to restrictions, of course, but these restrictions leave open an extensive field of possibilities. Whereas the history of eroticism is by no means that of sexual activity allowed within the limits defined by the rules, indeed, eroticism only includes a domain marked off by the violation of rules. It is always a matter of going beyond the limits allowed. There is nothing erotic in a sexual game like that of animals. And perhaps eroticism is relatively rare. It is hard to say anything definite on this point due to the paucity of reliable data. It consists in the fact that accepted forms of sexual agitation occur in such a way that they are no longer allowable. So it is a matter of passing from the licit to the forbidden. Man's sexual life developed out of the accursed, prohibited domain, not the licit domain. To the dubious character of marriage, this brings me to reconsider the initial form of properly human sexuality, in which the prohibition is clearly limited and the transgression of the prohibition takes place according to rules. Among the diverse forms of human sexuality, marriage occupies an ambiguous position which is quite unsettling. I asserted that in the beginning it was the transgression of a prohibition. Actually, this is a very difficult thing to prove. It even conflicts with a conspicuous aspect of the institution, which is essentially licit. But there are other examples of transgressions that comply with the transgressed law. If one bears in mind the fact that sacrifice is a crime, one recognizes the paradox of a lawful crime, an infraction of the rule allowed by the rule itself. This poses a problem. If one follows me, just as the act of killing as performed in sacrifice is forbidden from the very first, the sex act performed in marriage would have been, at its origin, the object of a prohibition. The prohibition would be the rule, and marriage the violation. This is more tenable than it appears. I cannot offer any convincing proof, but it isn't necessary for such a prohibition to have actually had a value as effective as the prohibition of murder. It is enough that a prohibition in principle, derived from the one bearing on close kin, may have corresponded in the beginning to the general feeling. The Judaic commandment, which goes far beyond the prohibition on incest, is perhaps the trace of this feeling. In the original situation, close kinsmen had an exclusive claim on their daughters and sisters, their nieces and female cousins. But the prohibition laid on them induced them to transfer their claim to other men. Those who had a claim on women could agree on a transgression of the prohibition in favor of those who had no claim, as we have seen, on condition that the gift be reciprocated. This way of looking at the problem has something arbitrary about it, no doubt, yet it has the merit of indicating the coherence of a whole tableau. I believe it alone can do so. This amounts to saying that the power of transgression implies in theory an existence outside the rule connected with right. This could have been the only solution to a problem that resulted from the general prohibition on the sexual act. This sort of trickery would be consistent with the inordinate decisions and halting practices that are normal in the human species. The idea of entrusting the deflowering of new brides to men who generally possess a power of transgression, such as priests, seems to have been common. Apparently, the droit de cuis sage II, which was still operative in France in the Middle Ages, had no other origin. The main thing was not to hand girls over to men who, owing precisely to their right, were particularly linked to the prohibition. It is natural, moreover, that the right to avail oneself of women would have been given, transferred, to men tied to a clan by a practice of reciprocity of ritual gifts. We know that the meaning of these gifts is similar to that of sacrifice. And we must not forget that they mainly involve sacred or sumptuary goods and not products that are simply useful, the reason being that there is generally an element of transgression connected with them, as there is with sacrifice. The destruction, breaking or burning of the offered objects is the most striking form of it, but their luxurious use always confers on them the value that loss has in the sphere of productive wealth. There is always a transgression with regard to profane life, to an order of utilitarian things, where the rule of utility dominates. In a sense, marriage in which the father or brother gives a woman with a view to transgression associates the father or brother with this transgression. But by giving his daughter or sister, he averts the danger, the curse, hanjinji over the immediate author of the transgression. The incest prohibition would thus indicate rather clearly the general meaning of the malaise related to sexuality. Sexuality appeared to contain something so foul and so dangerous, so equivocal, that one could not approach it without taking multiple precautions and detours. This is what the rules of marriage were designed for. But an attention of this kind cannot be ascribed to indifference, and we have to conclude that scandal had, in this privileged case, the entirely opposite effect, which morality fears. Nothing could have given more meaning to the curse that was laid on it. In a profound way, eroticism is the meaning of the horror man had of sexuality. These reactions resemble those of a girl who flees a man because of love and flees him only to love him in spite of herself, moved by a passion stronger than the will. 3. Marriage and habit. Usually we are at a loss to understand the erotic character of marriage, owing to the fact that, in the end, we only see the state, we forget the transition. We have every reason for this. The transition is not lasting, and in the sequel the licit aspect overshadows the regular irregularity of the transition. We direct our attention to sexual activities outside marriage, reserving the word eroticism for them, and we neglect the first forms in which the giving of a woman by her close kin to relative strangers represented a kind of break. In actual fact, more often than not the economic value of the transferred woman tends to minimize the erotic aspect of the transition, and, from this viewpoint, marriage has taken on the meaning of habit, dulling desire and reducing pleasure to nothing. Habit is not necessarily inimical to the intensity of sexual activity. It is favorable to the harmony, to the secret understanding of one by the other, without which the embrace would be superficial. It is even possible to think that only habit sometimes has the value of a deep exploration, in opposition to the misunderstandings that turn continual change into a life of renewed frustration. I am even inclined to think that the anxiety that makes us desire change is often only impatience, a tendency to shift the responsibility for failure onto another, onto a partner's lack of charm, an incapacity for the intuition without which we cannot discover a path that is often hidden. What nonetheless justifies our suspicion of marriage is the very structure of eroticism, which would not have been able, in the framework of habit, to compose the figures and signs that come into play in its outbursts. Aren't these figures, These signs, from nudity to orgy, from prostitution to violence, supported by habit. Recall that eroticism developed out of illicit sexuality, outside marriage. It cannot help but shatter the framework within which the strict rule was intended to maintain a fundamental irregularity. Sexual life would have been poor, it would have stayed within the bounds of habit very near the animal level, if it had not developed freely in response to those uncontrollable explosions that impel it forward. Indeed, if it is true that habit spreads it forth, can we ever say to what extent a given habit, which we know was favorable, did not depend on those capricious forms that the movements of irregularity gave rise to? 2. Unlimited fusion, the orgy. The ritual orgy. We don't know anything about the exact conditions under which eroticism, beyond the forms of marriage, accentuated the transgressiveness that is its foundation. But it is certain that the regular framework of marriage could not give an outlet to all the feverish energies that kept individuals under pressure, expressed first by a suffocating sexual anguish, then by violent and uncontrolled explosions. It should be understood that these explosions retained the transgressive character of marriage, they were, like marriage, irregularities provided for by rule. Even the festival of the king's death, in spite of the formless aspect it assumes, is still in a sense lawful, the rule authorizes it by the regular suspension of its effects, during the time when the king's corpse is rotting. Ritual orgies, which often constitute one of the episodes of a festival, are even more regularly structured. Moreover, they give themselves a pretext, they are not intentionally the violent reversals I have spoken of, but rites of contagious magic aimed at fertilizing the ground. The orgy nonetheless has a characteristic meaning, it is the transgression of a prohibition. Indeed, in this respect it is a pinnacle of transgression and a kind of general, resolute, and unreserved, removal of limits. Chance did not decree that at the orgies of the Saturnalia the masters should serve the slaves, the rules and structures sank under a tidal wave of crude forces, which were normally powerless. It was a matter of producing in everything the opposite of what the rules prescribed. The rules were dissolved in a vast movement of animal fury, the prohibitions that one ordinarily respected in terror were suddenly ineffectual. Monstrous couplings were formed, and there was no longer anything that wasn't an occasion for offensive behavior. These hyper-agitated men panted after the very things that usually terrified them. They revelled in a fear whose object was their dreadful license, a license that fear made exhilarating. The effectiveness of the orgy as a practice of contagious magic cannot be accepted as an essential explanation of the orgy. An avowable motive does not prove there were not unavowable ones. But the fecundity associated with the orgy nonetheless has a deeper meaning, beyond the vulgar one. I argued that the disgust with nature has as its privileged object that decomposing matter in which we see the fundamental coincidence of life and death, whose strike and contradiction is final only the result of a superficial view. In theory, the sexual organs have nothing to do with the disintegration of the flesh, indeed, their function places them at the opposite pole. Yet, the look of the exposed inner mucosae makes one think of wounds about to suppurate, which manifest the connection between the life of the body and the decomposition of the corpse. Moreover, the filthiness of dejecta do not cease to link these organs to death. For its part, the vegetation of the fields never looks repugnant. But it signifies nature to us. Could we not say that the orgy reduces us to that nature with which it invites us to merge, whose womb it suggests that we re-enter? But here it is necessary to recall that the nature in question, into which man is invited to sink, is not the one from which he emerged, it is deified nature. And similarly, the orgy is not at all the return to a natural, indefinite sexuality. It is incongruous sexual behavior, tied to that feeling of topsy-turvydom which is produced by an almost general lifting of prohibitions. Efficacy never gives another meaning to the orgy. We are entitled to think that its magical value depended on transgression, which is unknown to profane nature. But it doesn't matter, if the orgy opened up the possibility for sexual life to be obdurate, to take a resolute approach, in the pursuit of situations where the vertiginous impressions of eroticism are heightened. To the witches' Sabbath, in my view, it is absurd to think that the primitive orgy had the opposite meaning of a relative indifference to indecency. Thus, obscenity would not have had the horrifying value that it has for us. More specifically, the ritual orgy is easy for men whose sense of shame is much less developed than ours. Actually, this judgment goes together with an opinion we have of ourselves, according to which our civilization, by nature, absolutely rules out the indecency of a ritual orgy. But this is a delusion, and even a rather gross one. It took innumerable burning hours at the stake to put an end to the custom. Of course, we don't know and will never know anything for certain about the nocturnal revelries of the Middle Ages and the beginning of modern times. The blame for this falls, moreover, on the merciless repression of which they were the object. The confessions that callous judges extracted from wretched individuals put to the rack cannot be given as sources of information that leave our minds in peace. These judges made their victims say whatever they themselves believed they knew or perhaps imagined. We may nevertheless think that the Christian repression was not able to prevent the pagan festivals from continuing, at least in areas of deserted heathland. But the worship of Satan replaced that of the old deities. That is why it is not absurd to recognize a Dionysus redivivus in the devil. At all events, the Sabbaths that were dedicated in the remoteness of the night to the worship of this god who was only the reverse of God could not help but deepen the traits of a ritual that itself carried the festival's sense of reversal to extremes. No doubt, the judges in witchcraft trials prompted their victims to accuse themselves of a parody of Christian rites that worsened their case. But, supposing the judges themselves suggested these aspects, they could have done so only to the extent that the same aspects might have occurred to the witches. So we have no way of knowing whether an isolated trait relates to the judge's imagination or to the practices of those they accused, and yet we cannot believe that sacrilege, or the inversion of the sense of the rituals, was the principle guiding this research on the heath. In any case, there is little reason to suppose that the name Black Mass, at the end of the Middle Ages, did not correspond to anything real. In all probability, the Black Mass presented itself so seldom in the guise of a phantasm or a suggestion of torturers that it could well have been authentically celebrated in our time. The Mass that Huysmans attended, which he described in El Debas, bore no resemblance to those profane simulations that are still organized, I'm told, to indulge the fancy of rich hobbyists. 3. The link between eroticism and evil. What makes the satanic orgy especially significant is the fact that it does not merely reverse the profane and regular order of things, as does the classical or primitive orgy, but reverses the course of the sacred world, of its majestic form at least. This is possible because Christianity brings into the religious sphere a division unlike the one that existed before it. Within the limits of paganism, the sacred world always had one side that was pure and another that was impure, the first being majestic and the second accursed. Both parts of this world were equally sacred, were equally removed from the profane world. The gulf separating these two worlds left the impure things side by side with the pure ones. Only neutral things were outside the ambiguous domain of religion. 3. Actual why, Christianity retained the divine character of the devil, but avoided recognizing the fact. And there was, in its eyes, on one side the divine world of light, on the other the darkness in which the profane and the diabolical worlds join their miserable destinies. Moreover, this confusion is tota in every mind whose training either is Christian or partakes in a religious moralism of the same order. Thus, a disciple of Durkheim, Robert Hertz, seeing the opposition of the pure and the impure, was able, in a valuable and erudite study to link together the pure, the right and the sacred, the impure, the left and the profane. What gives importance to this paradoxical division, contrary to that of primitive forms, is the fact that it implies a change in the moral sense of eroticism. This change puts an end to the ambiguity maintained until then in the matter of reprobation. As I said, this general lifting of prohibitions was, under primitive conditions, both illicit and licit. There was a lifting of the prohibition, but on condition that it be temporary. There was nothing in the prohibition that opposed this lifting. There were then no partitions dividing humanity into fundamental separate worlds. into so many sealed compartments. If forms were opposed to each other, there was no need for going to the limit of the opposition. The awareness of a totality of opposed forms was maintained, and it seemed easy to modulate the discordances. But since it set up a radical opposition between the attractive world of the good, of majestic forms, and the world of repulsion, of corruption and evil, Christianity associated eroticism unambiguously with evil. What in paganism was only the momentary reversal of the course of things became the lot of the damned, the share that came under God's eternal curse. Not only was eroticism the object of a definitive reprobation, because of the appeal to horror that precipitated its movements, but it became the inexpiable wrong, and something like an essence of evil. Moreover, we are obliged to recognize the degree to which this way of looking at things was justified. The denial of animal sexuality and the repulsion that averted people from it never prevented desire from reclaiming its rights. In fact, these elements were an inducement, and we have seen that eroticism owes its value to the distaste we have for the animality of sex. Under such conditions, sexuality exerted an excess of agonizing attraction. Considered within the limits of the sinner's self-interest, evil has an excuse all the same. It is not sovereign evil having its reason for being in itself. Only eroticism is evil for evil's sake, where the sinner takes pleasure for the reason that, in this trespass, he attains sovereign existence. For eroticism, or the demon of evil versus the God of good, the devil's sovereignty has two contrary aspects. For believers it is a matter of rivalry. The devil is jealous of God, he can't accept God's precedence. But the non-servium, the refusal to have only a useful value, to be a tool in the world, does not always have the odious meaning that relates to a confusion. The desire to accede to authentic being, to the sovereignty without which an individual or an action have no value in themselves, but are merely useful. 5 The hammer is useful to the one who drives the nail. And I can likewise be useful if I shine the shoes of passers-by, but between the bootblack that I am and the passer-by, relations are established, at least for a while, which are those of a sovereign, or a master, to a servant. Now let us suppose that my servitude is not temporary, and that the passer-by, whose boots I polish, never renders me the service that I render him, that doubtless I earn my daily bread, but I never get to enjoy, as does the passer-by, any useless luster. This luster does not serve, has no meaning outside itself, but it bespeaks the sovereignty of the passer-by as well as my degradation. I am not saying that the only way not to be reduced to what my shoe-shine box and my brush are is to refuse those services I render. But what if one accept without saying anything or thinking anything? But above all, what if the whole of humanity observed the same silence and the same lack of thought? Why, it is not often that a man sinks so low, but degradation burdens the whole of humanity. The most serious thing would be if degradation were to win out in the long run, and spread to the point where it would burden the very meaning that man generally has for himself. So it is important not to lose sight of man's limits or of his possibilities. No one can envisage the elimination of useful work, but man could not be reduced to it without being eliminated himself. Now, an ambiguity is introduced if one speaks of the God of good, which is to say, the God of works, of useful action. Within the framework of the Church, an age-old struggle enacted the refusal to accept the value of works. But the sovereignty of the faithful, Jansenists included, is indirect. They participate in the sovereignty of God, provided they are on their knees. I don't mean to say that submission, even to the God of works, rules out autonomy, but in simple terms this is an autonomy of the afterworld. It is not given, it is only promised. In its establishment, Christianity took up in a renewed form the movement that set the first men against nature. Christians repudiated the pagan world in which transgression counterbalances the prohibition to form the totality. In this way, they revived within themselves the original drama that was the transition from animal to man. They did this with an efficacy all the greater because of the ignominious death on the cross, before which they took their stand, maintaining transgression's moment of horror within themselves. But under these conditions the totality continued to exist only insofar as Christianity did not destroy what it had in view, that pagan world which it regarded, not without some justification, with the horror that the first men had of nature. This gives meaning to the blackness that the condemned eroticism of the Christian ages was to assume. The Sabbath was the blackest form, wherein the play of nocturnal terrors and the play of licentiousness were combined, wherein, above all, desire comes full circle and the consciousness of doing wrong, of three, the object of desire. Of frenzy in the distinctly erotic sense of an object. Two contrary figures make up the tableau of eroticism. In the first, pure negation is given free rein, it occurs directly and all bounds are passed at once, the humanized order of things is generally abolished. There remains an immense disorder in which the animal explosion is released blindly. This is no longer pure sexuality, and eroticism is involved, certainly, but in a completely negative way, for an orgy is a transgression of the rule, or of all the customary rules, and does not at all present itself in an alluring form. The positive, alluring aspect of eroticism is very different, there the object of desire is distinct, its nature opposes it to all others, and if it is erotic it is positive. So first of all, a naked woman, young and pretty, is doubtless the exemplary form of this object. But I speak of this now only in order to give a material image of it right away. In actual fact, a naked woman does not always have the erotic meaning that I ascribe to her. Moreover, the nakedness of the earliest times could not have had any particular meaning. The crucial element in the distinct constitution of erotic objects is a little disconcerting. It takes for granted that a human being can be regarded as a thing. In theory, he is just the opposite of a thing. He is not a person either, but always a subject. I am not a thing, vis-a-vis things, objects, I am the subject that sees them, names them, and handles them. But if one consider my fellow being, I cannot place him on the side of things, which I see and handle, but rather on that of the subject that I am. I can say it is of a thing, but it could not say I am of itself. I can say he is of my fellow being, but he can say I am of himself, in the same way that I do. So I cannot take him for a thing, and instead I should call him, a bit childishly, and I am, to distinguish him in this way from those things that are subordinate to me and that in fact I regard as nothing. The animal might in a sense but cannot actually say I am. The same is true, moreover, of the sleeping man. The animal is perhaps a man asleep, man an animal that rouses itself from the sleep of nature. More often than not, we don't know what to make of an animality to which, for very deep reasons, the earliest men attributed a divine life. But we easily treat animals as things. From the beginning they were at once things and beings similar to us, at times even undefinable aspects of the divine. When men reduced other men to slavery, they finally were in the presence of men who had lost human dignity and who no longer counted except as things. This extreme degradation had its limits. The life of slaves, which never became animal life, was not reduced to the absence of the thing either. Slavery was necessarily a fiction and slaves never really stopped being men. But the fiction through which our ancestors looked on their fellow men as things is full of meaning. The fiction is conveyed essentially in the fact that human beings can be useful goods, objects of ownership and transaction. But inasmuch as they also alienated part of their rights to the sovereign totality, these same beings acquired the possibility of being a function of that totality, the erotic function, for example. Slavery aside, men generally tended to see women as things. Before marriage, women were the father's or brother's things. If the father or the brother transferred his right of ownership by means of a marriage, the husband in turn became the master of that sexual field which she would need to lend him and of the labor power which she would be able to place at his service. The sexual rights of the husband are an object of jealous possession. Of course, since the satisfaction of sexual desire requires the possession of a precious object, eroticism does not escape a tendency that is radically contrary to the one I spoke of first. If it corresponds to the desire to lose or to risk, it nonetheless has the effect of starting us down the path of acquisition and conservation. This second desire is so conscious, so active, so strong, it appears so inconsistent with the first that it is usually the only one noticed. More often than not, we neglect to look at it a little more closely. Thus, we don't see that acquisition is the only means of losing more, and if we weren't able to conserve anything we wouldn't have anything at our disposal. Moreover, what did I say but that we want to lose as much as we can? At the same time I made clear the extent to which poverty and cowardice limited us. Jealousy is perhaps the most impoverishing of virtues, and there is no doubt that it stands in the way of happiness. But eroticism's enrichment demanded this reducing of women to an object of possession. I say this in a narrow sense, but that is the only one which can count here. If women had not become objects to be possessed, they could not have become, as they did, the objects of erotic desire. These objects have forms, particular aspects, which the Monades doubtless did not have. The Monades would flee in disarray, whereas the object of desire adorns herself with the greatest care and offers a motionless figure to the temptation of a possessor. The opposition is simplified, but it can furnish the symbols of the two contrary worlds that make up the totality of eroticism. It is necessary to contrast the courtesan's carefully arranged beauty with the disheveled animality of the Monades. Fully determined form of human life warrants. This lack of attention is due to the frivolousness of the intellect, which immediately turns away from its object if it is not insignificant. There will never be a lack of compassionate souls to protest the miseries of prostitution, but their cries conceal a general hypocrisy. It may be painful, humanly, to admit that the detour of prostitution played a part in the formation of our sensibility. But this is not so serious if we stop to think that in matters of erotic reaction there is nothing humanity has not persisted in denying. Since we all yield to the desire, since we all succumb to the desire, even saints at the moment of their temptation, there is nothing that answers better to our ineluctable demand, nothing that expresses more faithful why our heart of hearts. We need the shame that is linked to prostitution and that enters into the alchemy of eroticism from every slant. But we could have met with shame in another way. The very figure of desire could not have been traced had not the venality of women liberated the movement that did the tracing. This figure had to be independent, it needed to freely compose the response to desire's Bernanke inquiry. Let us come back to the principle according to which desire demands the greatest possible loss. In a sense, the orgy offered the fullest satisfaction to this need, but the loss then had the shortcoming of not being clearly limited, of being shapeless and of never offering desire anything to grasp. The same is not true if the prostitute forms a definite figure whose meaning is that of loss. In fact, she is not just eroticism but also loss, having taken the form of an object. That sparkling finery and that makeup, those jewels and those perfumes, those faces and those bodies dripping with wealth, become the objects, the focal points of luxury and lust, though they present themselves as goods and as values, dissipate a part of human labor in a useless splendor. The object of desire and the prostitute actually, the possession of women in the life of regular couples had only an indirect effect in this sense. It wasn't the wife who became the erotic object thus offered to the desire of all men. As a thing, both because and in spite of male jealousy, a wife is mainly the woman who bears children and works at home. This is the form in which she is objectified in the manner of a brick or a piece of furniture. The prostitute is, just as much as the married woman, an object whose value is accessible. But this object is erotic, from one end to the other and in every sense. This condensation of all the signs of eroticism into one object obviously had a decisive importance. It is at the origin of those figures that command the reactions of man's sexual life, replacing the motive. Signs of animal sexuality. It would be naive, no doubt, to limit the determination of all erotic values to an overly schematic view. Experience has shown us, unambiguously, that when they mean to seduce, respectable women tend to resort to the embellishments of the harlot. but many factors entered into the formation of the signs that are apt to provoke desire. Nothing proves that nudity, which has no sexual one meaning in itself, owes its general erotic value to prostitution. It gets that value more from the use of clothes. But, unless nudity is pure, which not only is not unusual but is, after all, in the order of things, it always has a savor of animality, which accords with the fallen state of prostitutes. The allure of nudity is not the one exclusive property of prostitutes, but it is the allure of a thing, of a seizable object, and venal love has the privilege of reducing a woman to that object which erotic nudity is. We are far from paying prostitutes the attention that such a essence of loss is this intense consumption that exerts a dangerous fascination, that prefigures death and finally attracts more and more. But in principle the loss disappears, and were it not for these visible hotbeds whose fires condense and settle in, the attraction of destructive consumption would not have this contagious power. But let us restate things more simply, starting from the dual principle of loss and risk. Prostitutes receive as a gift large amounts of money, they use this money for the sumptuary expenditures that make them more desirable and increase their power to attract gifts, a power they had from the start. The principle of this circulation of wealth is not commercial from the start. The money is given, and likewise the prostitute makes a voluntary gift. What is involved is not necessarily a sale subject only to the rule of self-interest. What circulates on both sides is surplus, that which generally does not represent, for either party, the possibility of a productive use. Of course, the desire for a prostitute is liable to cause ruination, but if it is true that beyond a given limit necessities enter into circulation, this is because a dangerous fascination leads to a senseless use and the principle remains, according to which only the excess should have been spent. In other words, the vertiginous desire defines its victim and consecrates him in that henceforth he does not just dissipate his excess wealth, but burning himself up to the point of dying, he behaves as if he were a complete superfluity, a being for whom, in his account, duration has no meaning. 3. The object of desire signifies instantaneous gratification. I cite this last, extreme case in order to bring out the traits of the desirable prostitute, a figure in which death is readable in the aspects of excessive life. Besides, the prostitute is generally the figure of death under the mask of life in that she signifies eroticism, which is itself the locus where life and death become fused with one another. But this is true at the extreme limit. At the apex, if prostitution makes an offered woman into a dead object, or more exactly, the dead point of the passionate outburst. It is necessary in fact that an individual be regarded as a thing if desire is to compose the figure that corresponds to it. This is an essential element of eroticism, and not only must the figure have been passive in order to have received this or that form and to have been associated with particular objects, but passivity is in itself a response to desire's insistence. The object of desire must in fact restrict itself to being nothing more than this response, that is, it must no longer exist for itself but for the other's desire. In a real, always eventful, life, in which the waiting is rushed, it is clear that capricious beings, existing for themselves first of all, have at least as much allure as those static figures, those beings destroyed as ends for themselves, which prostitutes are. We usually prefer, instead of that passivity, the movements of beings more real, existing for themselves and wanting to respond first to their own desire. But if we are in the presence of such beings, even those completely intent on responding to that desire which is not ours, we cannot prevent ourselves from struggling toward a destruction. We must also bring this object equal to ourselves, to the subject, inside the purview of the dead object, of the infinitely available object, which possession assigns 7 precisely to the prostitute. Let us say that desire always seeks two objects, one that is mobile and alive, another that is fixed and dead. And what characterizes eroticism is not the mobile living but the fixed dead, which alone is detached from the normal world. This is the end to which we want to lead the mobile living. It is a matter of breaking the ordinary and conscious sequences in order to find the detached. What is detached exists only as an object or a fusion. This opposition between the solid and the fluid, between the nullified, stationary thing and the elusive motion has a paradoxical meaning at first. For, in fact, the object at rest generally signifies duration, and motion signifies life in the moment. Such an opposition is found in many forms. It is the opposition between the beauty of Apollo and the orgy of Dionysus. Yet, the dialectic of opposite terms often has variable relations between them. The rate of the monades has the primary meaning of life limited. I to the moment, but the play of consciousness fascinated by the object that disturbs it has the same value in a secondary sense. The fugitive outburst of the passions has, in relation to that object, the meaning of infinite duration. The basic theme is given in the opposition of the monad devastating the world of useful objects and these objects kept safe from destruction. In the secondary theme the monad is not changed in herself, but she has a neutral meaning in the mind of the one fascinated by the object of desire, and she is merged, for him, into the aggregate of an indifferent and immutable world. All at once the response to desire denies the opacity, the very fabric, of this world. It is the sudden rent in that fabric, given to the trembling consciousness in a flash of lightning. So that what justifies the reaction in which the Dionysian world is indistinct in the general opacity of the opaque world is the intoxication or the dimming of consciousness without which the incursion of the disheveled girls is unthinkable. The positing of desire's object is the intrusion, into the world of clear and distinct objects, of the lightning stroke that left the dazzled monades in darkness. It is the lightning stroke given to consciousness. For prostitution and idleness but things can't happen directly. Why? What has a fulgurating character is not directly alluring. It's the same with the contents that desire posits as with the lightning flash whose light is blinding. The oblique way is necessary if a final response to desire's persistence is to be given us. The form in which the response comes in the first instance is beauty. To begin with, the object of desire is feminine beauty. Why? If we say of a woman that she is desirable, as a rule this is because she is beautiful. Many factors, some of which are variable and conventional, others relatively stable, enter into the determination of beauty. Why? Moreover, it is the feminine aspect, the Venus-like grace, which is to say, a partial aspect of beauty, that is essential. Idleness, which made prostitution possible, is not the same thing as beauty. Often beauty coexists with work, ugliness with idleness. But work is never favorable to beauty, the very meaning of which is to be free of oppressive constraints. A beautiful body, a beautiful face convey beauty only if the utility they represent has not altered them in any way, only if they cannot suggest the idea of an existence reduced to serving and, for that reason, made ungainly. There are beautiful draft horses and admirable oxen, but their beauty is bound up inescapably with the idea of a movement of energy triumphing over the hardest physical tasks, and Venus-like grace is antipodal to it. Only figures that are slender and even a little wild correspond to what desire is seeking. The desirable form is always that which servile necessity has not subjected to its laws. By nature, the object of desire has nothing to do in this world except to respond to desire. So much so that the salient muscles of a ballerina, even though the dance is, contrary to work, a sovereign activity having no other meaning than beauty, are likely to detract from the greatest charm. The least reminder of a material servitude is always liable to thwart desire, insofar as beauty offers it a response. It must be added that feminine beauty is far from being reduced to any simple element. While it is true that ugliness is often the sign of fatigue, heaviness, and decline, desirable beauty always suggests a world away, youth, flowers, springtime, and an upwelling of fresh energy. I distorted things a little by stressing the baneful aspects of a renewal that is the principle if not of being then of its multiform appearance. If beauty is indeed the sign of sovereignty, of what is never prostrate, never reduced to the servile state, renewal, youth, like idleness is Niphy's beauty. It also speaks of abundance, ease and the inexhaustible effusion of energy. Assuming that one is attentive to my argument, it will be clear that the adverse aspects of death, if they predominate, are to be seen first as the condition of a resurgence, and second as the greatest luxury, the greatest energy. Is it not that which, beyond the immediate charms of flowers or of springtime, causes us to seek the wrenching experience of tragedy? But tragedy and in general all the splendors that anguish and death command don't mean anything different than the most beautiful flowers and the strongest upwellings of spring vigor. They don't sunder death from a youth often rich in anguish, but rich through an excess of blood. But that surface beauty which inflames desire in the first place is not just a positive sign of the overflowing power of life, in a form where discretion has little place, it is always an accentuation of the traits of the other sex. Under the conditions of wealth, leisure, and choice that prostitution reserves for women, it is a matter of using paints, jewels and finery to make them more feminine. In this perfection of femininity, idleness has a part, the most significant part perhaps, for the intensity of work reduces the contrast of the sexes. The prostitute is the only human being who logically should be idle, being what she is. A man who does nothing does not seem manly, the characteristics that distinguish him are thereby degraded. If he is not a soldier or a member of the underworld, our first thought is to suspect him of effeminacy. I don't think we can speak of the poet's idleness because, first of all, if he doesn't have a laborious life, a poet at least has a creative life. Moreover, it may be pointless to speak in a general way of the living conditions of poets. But by living in idleness, the prostitute preserves the completely feminine qualities that work diminishes, that soft and fluid form of the voice, of the smile, of the whole body, or the childish tokens of affection demanded obsessively in the desire of a woman. In contradistinction, women subjected to a factor Y job have a rogueness that disappoints desire, and it's often the same with the crispness of business women, or even with all those women whose dryness and sharpness of traits conflict with the profound indolence without which a beauty is not entirely feminine. Femininity's attraction for men, and masculinity's for women, represent in eroticism an essential form of animal sexuality, but they modify the latter in a radical way. What directly excites the body of animals, in a way analogous to the motor action of light, reaches men through symbolic figures. It is no longer a secretion, whose odor gives rise to another odor, but a constructed image, signifying in some the essence of femininity. Moreover, femininity participates in that reduction of the erotic object to softened forms, which captivate without breaking what they touch. For nudity. One obscenity and nudity, about which there is agreement that it arouses to the extent that it is lovely, is also one of the softened forms that announce but do not reveal the sticky contents that horrify and seduce us. But nudity is unlike the beauty of faces and decently clothed bodies in that it draws one near the repulsive source of eroticism. Nudity is not always obscene and can appear without recalling the indecorousness of the sexual act. Possibly so, but as a general rule a woman stripping naked in front of a man exposes herself to his most unseemly desires. Nudity thus has the rnianing, if not of outright obscenity, of a slipping toward it. Outright obscenity is not disturbing. A naked woman, if she's old and ugly, leaves most men unmoved, but if such a woman is obscene without disturbing anyone, the obscenity which the nude body of a pretty woman lets one glimpse arouses to the extent that it is obscene, that it causes anguish but does not suffocate, that its animality is repugnant yet doesn't exceed the limits of a horror which beauty makes bearable and fascinating at once. To the general unfolding of the history of eroticism moreover, obscenity itself is nothing but that natural animality, the horror of which establishes our humanity. Let us recall that humanity stands opposed in us to the dependence of which animality is the sign, but that the calculations and labors of profane life, in which man hoped to find independence with respect to nature, soon became revolting in that they ensured man's subordination to means. In every case, it was the desire for autonomy, without which there is no humanity, that determined the human attitude, but that never led us anywhere but from one dependence to another, the second dependence never having anything but the power to escape from the first. The sacred in a vague and impersonal form became the new principle of pure autonomy, but missing from this principle was consciousness. The sacred was no longer animality, its truth had, negatively, the meaning of a breach of the rational laws of work, or of effective forbearance, positively, that of an explosive release which no longer lasted. In the sphere of sexuality, marriage and the orgy corresponded to the operations of the sacred in the domain of symbolic figures. We can now be more explicit by saying that nudity and genre y the positing of an object of desire contrast with the orgy's consciousless confusion, just as the positing of a sacred object in sacrifice contrasts with vaguely articulated forms of religious thought and figuration. 3. A backward reference and a new reflection on marriage. This reference back allows us to perceive final y, in a less imprecise way, the proper meaning of marriage. With nudity being posited as such, it is legitimate to think that marriage is an earlier and still confused form of sexuality. The isolated union of spouses is actually close to the diffuse union of the orgy. At an unarticulated stage of sexual activity, marriage is a form of reduced transgression. It is the least possible transgression. The orgy, on the contrary, is a generalized transgression and a kind of exacerbated state of transgression. But in marriage as in the orgy, there is no positing of the object. The arousal is immediate, it is that by the contact of bodies as sleep approaches. The principle of marriage is copulation in darkness. It is quite evident, moreover, that the union of spouses does not allow for the possibility of making the wife the consecrated object of desire. For that she would need to be withdrawn from the general movement of life, as is the prostitute. The look of a wife cannot have the meaning of eroticism, it speaks of the couple's shared life as a whole. So it is inconceivable that the nudity of the married woman had the value for the husband that I am trying to situate. This doesn't at all mean that marriage could not have attained, in the second place, a complex form in which wives borrowed from prostitution the meaning of an object of desire. Moreover, marriage, or the couple united by a shared life, is finally the only form of sexual activity capable of linking all the possibilities of eroticism, going from purity to impurity, from the disorder of the senses to the making of a home, from individual desire to all that is. For I will go back to the nudity that I characterized as a slipping toward obscenity. This slipping is often difficult to grasp in that nudity is the least defined thing in the world. Actually, the slipping is what constitutes it, and the slipping is the reason why the object of desire, whose reality is provocative, constantly escapes distinct representation. Indeed, what disturbs one man leaves another indifferent and, what is more, the same individual that such an object lacerates one day is indifferent the next. If we reflect on nudity, the appearance if not of obscenity then of license, and hence of provocation, is always deceptive. In fact it conceals the sheer obscenity which itself has an equivocal meaning, as we have seen. But these reflections can't prevent us from perceiving in erotic nudity the relatively stable element that is sanctioned by a general prohibition. This prohibition is not categorical. Christianity itself, which has pushed it furthest, has so loosely formulated it that it no longer forbids girls the sight of their own nudity. 8 But in our cultures, in one form or another, the prohibition of nudity has given a clear meaning to the fact of undressing. In the first place, only the sexual organs have been the object, but the custom of wearing clothes has given the same meaning to the adjacent parts which may, unlike the organs in question, have a true beauty, as for example the buttocks, the legs, or the breasts. Today these elements combine to give a nude woman that joining of feminine beauty with animal obscenity that distinguishes the object of desire. 5. The conscious sexual act. By convention, nudity can be stripped of the character it has conventionally acquired. Paintings and sculpture are proof of this. And similarly, the disturbing element that nudity gives us may shift to other objects, in the fetishism of corsets, boots, black stock and gs. Moreover, a situation whose sometimes prohibited nature accords with the disarray or absence of clothing may be linked to the bodily state. Places or surrounding objects, whether by contrast or by intended purpose, can heighten the sensual emotion that the sight of nudity communicates. In any case, a multiple agreement composes into pth the unity of an erotic moment. The sensations of the sexual act themselves have a provocative agreement with the figures. The sensation exhibits the true object of desire, but the object of desire is itself an exhibit of the sensation. The tepidness of rain in the brambles, rosebushes, 9, the dull fulguration of the storm, evoke both the figure and the inner sensation of eroticism. The smoothness, the tumescence, the milky flow of feminine nudity anticipate a sensation of liquid outpour, which itself opens onto death like a window onto a courtyard. 6. But it is human to search, from lure to lure, for a life that is at last autonomous and authentic. The composite forms of eroticism. O.N.E. Individual love. I. The ahistorical nature of individual love. In all that I've said until now, which concerns love, I have not spoken of those strong and obsessive feelings that attach an individual being to another whom he has chosen. I wanted to describe a historical succession in which a few distinct forms appeared, which could not have appeared all at once. But individual love is an entirely separate matter. It has variable aspects, and there is no doubt that they vary with the different forms of sexuality I speak of. They also vary with the different forms of culture. In actual fact, individual love, precisely in that it doesn't involve society but only the individual, is the least historical thing in the world. It is not an aspect of history, and if it depends on historical conditions, this is to a small extent, in a quantitative way. Harshness of life is not favorable to it, and neither are social forms in which the warring element is preponderant. In short, it presupposes resources commensurate with developed needs, resources in excess. A deficiency or a use of resources for other purposes are enough to deprive it of the possibility of existing, but the same is not true of the obstacles of custom, laws, or morals. Clandestinity is not at all necessary to individual love, but it often increases the intensity of feelings. What seems most clear to me is that one can't make love depend, as I believed and as is usually thought, on a particular given, on a stage in the development of historical man. If I say of individual love that it is outside history, this is insofar as what is individual is never manifest in history. Those men whose names fill our memories have nothing individual about them except an appearance that we lend to them. Their existence is given to us only to the extent that their destiny corresponds with the general movement of history. They indeed rise up in isolation before our eyes, but it is the isolation of statues at the crossroads of history. They were not independent, they served that history which they imagined they were leading. Only their private life escaped, at least in part, the function that ensured their overt role. But the wall of private life, precisely if it protects individual love, marks off a space outside history. The possibility of individual love was given from the moment when man became separate from animals. The least developed civilizations are familiar with it. It requires neither developed technical culture nor intellectual refinement. The precondition for its appearance was given in the relative abundance of resources. Now, we must assume this abundance was at the origin of a transition from animal to man. It may have resulted from labor, and a temporary scarcity may have been the primary factor in its production, but only an animal that was not bound by the constant necessity of subsistence, that generally had a surplus at its disposal, could have transcended useful procedures, creating that will to autonomy which established a vital point in nature that depended on itself alone. Such a being could not have lacked the conditions of individual attachment. At most we can imagine that the first men were so concerned about the autonomy I speak of as to be insensitive to the individual charm of their sexual partner. But an objection of this kind has the most limited meaning. Individual love. It is necessary to assume an immense diversity and a profusion of possibilities from the first. Only scarcity or war are capable of shrinking human life, of reducing it to that animal poverty that excludes the desire of a being distinguished from all the others. 2. The fundamental opposition of individual love and the state. The only element without which choice would make no sense is the prior existence of eroticism. I have adduced the reasons why the transition from animal to man can't be considered sensibly unless we imagine eroticism given, virtually, at one go. Consequently, I can picture man as being open from the start to the possibility of individual love, much as we are today. Think of the persistent rarity of love worthy of the name when one considers numerically limited groups. Could refinement of sentiments be so banal these days? What prevails is coarseness of the worst kind. But whatever form it may have had, in marriage or outside it, this love necessarily had a sense of transgression opposing it to animal sexuality. Individual love is quite different from eroticism, but it is fundamentally tied to erotic transgression. Individual love is not in itself opposed to society, yet, for lovers, what they are has no meaning unless it is transfigured in the love that joins them. Otherwise, it is unavoidable meaninglessness, an unreality truer, alas, than the only reality. Lovers, in any case, tend to negate a social order that contests more often than it grants their right to live, that never yields to such a trifling thing as personal preference. Under difficult conditions, the elements of transgression essential to the sexual act, its brutally erotic character, the overturning of the given order and the silent horror that are connected with it, even if the lovers cannot bear them, take on the value in their eyes of hideous emblems of their love. Like sorcery, which is so often linked to it, in the use of potions, magic spells. Love is in itself an opposition to the established sacred order. It is opposed to that order in the same way that the individual's being is at odds with social reality. Society is not universal truth, but it has that meaning for each particular being. Actually, if we love a woman, nothing is further from the image of our beloved than the image of society or, a fortiori, of the state. But this doesn't have the meaning one might think, in that the concrete totality of the real, contrary to society or the state, is quite close to the loved individual. In other words, in both individual love and impersonal eroticism, a man is immediately in the universe. I am not saying exactly that his object is the universe, which would imply an opposition between subject and object. Individual love is analogous to carnal eroticism in this also, that the fusion of the object and the subject is its meaning. Of course, we may object to a way of looking at things wherein it is not the global union, fusion, of individuals in the state that represents the universal in us, but rather the couple, in which the object is reduced to what is most heavily particular in the world, the individual, where the fusion of this object with the subject always has a transitory character, whereas in the state the individuals, not their union, are transitory. But the state never means the totality to us. The state cannot in any way use up that part of ourselves that comes into play in eroticism or in individual love, for it cannot rise above interest, the generality of interest, and a share of ourselves, precisely the accursed share, cannot in any way be given within the limits of interest. We may be able, in the service of the state, to transcend the concern we have with increasing individual resources, and individual fortune, but we then escape the enclosure of individual interest only to be confined within the general interest. The state, at least the modern, full-wide developed state, cannot give free rein to a movement of destructive consumption without which an indefinite accumulation of resources situates us in the universe in exactly the same way as cancer is inscribed in the body, as a negation. Contrariwise, the object of individual love is, from the start, the image of the universe that is presented for the measureless consumption of the subject standing before it. This object is itself consumption exerting its pull, and what the object offers to the subject who loves it is to open itself to the universe and to no longer differentiate itself from the universe. In the fixation of love there is no longer any distance between an indistinct but purely concrete totality of what is universally real and the object of this love. The beloved in love is always the universe itself. I admit that this may appear to be nonsense, but we cannot understand without an impression of the love object's uniqueness and exclusivity. This impression doesn't depend at all on a valorization of the individual. Far from it, in love the individual necessarily has the value of the universal. The choice of the object occurs in such a way that the subject is unable thenceforth to conceive of itself without the object and, reciprocally, the object separate from the subject becomes itself inconceivable for the latter. So the object doesn't sum up the universe by itself, but it does so for the subject, which it completes and which completes it. Needless to say, these views are not characterized by objectivity. The universe beheld in love is commensurate with the beholder, the limits of the subject are reflected in the choice of its object. But the two together must so clearly form the totality of the possible that we may speak of an error. The error consists in a choice such that the union of the subject with the chosen object gives us the impression of a mockery of the universal. But this detracts nothing from the accuracy of the feelings that are at stake. Whatever error there may be in it, the beloved object is for the lover the substitute for the universe. This means that in desire nothing else counts any more, and the object gives the subject what it lacks in order to feel replete with the totality of being, so that at last it no longer lacks anything. Obviously why, this implies a reciprocated love, for the object doesn't truly complete the subject except by loving it. Unless a sense of dissatisfaction might sometimes have a deeper meaning than its opposite, at times what gets away from us reveals itself with an increased intensity compared with the moment when we possessed it. If I have been understood, we are not dealing with a characteristic of the object that is universal in itself. Otherwise, for women no object would meet expectations better than the mind of a philosopher. And for men mates would be quite rare. The obscure feeling of coincidence, which determines the choice, assumes qualities such that the moral requirements of the subject will be satisfied, and often in their least acknowledged form. Further, it is necessary that a relative opposition of those brought together by affinity tend to make a complete world out of their pairing. But, above all, it is consumption that joins individuals most closely. The object is chosen insofar as it means consumption to the subject. This conditions the choice at any rate. But the meaning of consumption must always be considered relative to the subject. I am referring to happy consumption. Intense consumption, even when it is tied to an abundance of resources, can just as easily give rise to horror and fear. As a rule, for the subject the loved individual symbolizes an optimum consumption, one consistent with happiness in life but not so great as to cause anguish. Needless to say, very often the object of one's love means a consumption that is too great, as when a woman breaks the one who loves her by buying finery and giving parties. In this case, as it sometimes happens, anguish alone has the meaning of consumption to the lover. More generally, the lover's consumption is measured strictly, by mutual agreement, in terms of possibility. But love joins the lovers only in order to spend, to go from pleasure to please. From delight to delight, theirs is a society of consumption, as against the state, which is a society of acquisition. 3. From the lover's society of consumption to the married couple's society of acquisition. What misleads us concerning the union of lovers is its basic instability. If we fail to recognize the instability, we naively consider forms in which the union I've spoken of, that fusion of a subject with an object filling up the whole universe, yields to compromise. Lovers have a social life and they also join together for show. If they form the universe in joining together, they put forward that totality in which their union accedes to the recognition of others. They cannot content themselves with being the only ones to know that happiness whose limit is the universe. But they can themselves offer it for recognition only provided they do not appreciate it for what it is. They know this, their happiness, or rather their sovereign totality, will be recognized insofar as it is reduced to exteriority, and to failure. The others are right. Moreover, if recognition of this happiness is proposed to them, they would be wrong to situate it beyond the usual limits. The lovers accredit these limits for their own part by entering the show. They submit themselves, and along with them, the universe they are, to those sets of judgments that subordinate being to useful ends, in terms of which only the state has any coherence. And they already judged other lovers as they agree to be judged themselves. The very incoherence, habitual in these perspectives, that upholds the principles of value tied to consumption, like fine clothes, wealth, or social rank, finishes relegating the lover's universe to the status of an indefensible vanity. In a different sense, let us suppose that the union is stabilized, at least in appearance. The sexual play of the lovers has reproduction and the growth of a family as its effect, if not as its purpose. Reproduction does ensure stability, but the union that endures in this way is not necessarily the same as the initial one. It may be a pure and simple society of acquisition. It is this in the sense that the famille grows according to the number of children, and often it is this through the accumulation of wealth. It would be foolish to judge these changes unfavorably. Besides, the birth of children is not reducible to acquisition. I don't intend, within the limits of a book on eroticism, to describe the often contradictory aspects of the world of children, a world of consumption par excellence, but which leaves parents with the responsibility for growth, for acquisition. But it would be absurd in any case to consider the union of lovers and that of parents as identical. The union is never stabilized except in appearance. On the contrary, everything indicates that the love union is never given in duration. It genuinely endures, and even this is deceptive, only provided it arises again from a desire itself rising again from its ashes. What we condemn in love does not then reveal, as we too often believe, a lack of breadth. Individual love is even a way of being that is supremely unbounded, but it succumbs to the impossibility of maintaining itself in its purity, or to the awkwardness of its transcriptions, whenever it moves, or gets bogged down, in a world not its own, in a world where the senses are limited. What we condemn in love is thus our own powerlessness, and never the possibility that it opens up. For individual love and literature, the incompatibility of individual love and duration is so general, even if duration is its principle, that love's privileged domain is fiction. Love does without literature, which may even be responsible for the prevailing mistrust toward it, but literature cannot avoid joining its own wealth of possibilities to that which love has in abundance but cannot realize. Few things are more meaningful to us, moreover, than the loves of legend to those that we live. In this way, we come to awareness of an equivalence between love and the universe. In this way, too, love comes to trace its limitless circuits in us and to reveal the precise meaning of that universe, detached from the world of narrow actuality, which we become if it transfigures us. But at the same time that it shows consciousness the most distant meanings of love, literature does what it can to insert love in history, making of that a historical part of ourselves, an element enmeshed in the great mechanism of constructions unmaking themselves that history is. No doubt this is in an incidental way, and history itself is affected thereby only insofar as it takes account of our will to escape its ruthless determinations. Actually, the influence, historically situated, of literature on the ways of individual love is of limited interest. Of the literary works that refer to the code of love, the most famous one holds all the others up to ridicule. But doubtless there are few examples of a ridicule more residential pectful final of its object, boundless love, than the work by Cervantes. In fact, the romances it makes fun of are those that conveyed a sense of profanation. If one surveys those chivalrous works of imagination, they do seem to refer to the prescriptions of initiatory societies, according to which the initiates, in this case the knights, had to choose a lady to whom they would offer their feats of arms as a tribute. In the real world this would involve war exploits or those dangerous demonstrations of valor that tournaments represented. Tournaments were held during sumptuous festivals of which they were the main event. Each knight would ritually fight under the eyes of his chosen lady, to whom his justs were dedicated, just as nowadays a matador sometimes dedicates the bull he faces to a woman spectator. Wearing provocatively opulent garments, the fair lady would watch the combat as if it were an exhibition, so that we can legitimately say of these rites that they had the meaning of a festival of individual love. These fictional feats of arms took place in a mythological world where enchanters, dragons, and rescues gave the word adventure, expressing the initiate's destiny, its semi-divine value. We cannot fail to take note of the final lesson of these captivating displays, whose purpose seems to have been betray yet as much as it was served. From this episodic entry of individual love into history there clearly emerges the incompatibility of meanings of a historical event on the one hand, and on the other, of the lovers' absorption in the universe engendered by their embrace. On the side of the event there is the manifest need of discourse, of formulas that convey values in keeping with limited ends. On the side of the universe, secrecy and silence are essential, where nothing takes place that doesn't signify the totality of being affirmed at one go, compared with which all the rest, whose meaning is definite, has no meaning ultimately but that of the void. 2. Divine love. The two directions of extreme eroticism, sadism, or limitless eroticism, and divine love. Individual love is an aspect of eroticism, and we could not imagine it without the carnal embrace that is its consummation, and in the heat of which the choice of the beloved becomes full meaningful. Only the agitation of eroticism, its ambiguous character, is capable of lowering the barriers between individuals. Conversely, the partner of an enjoyment that is all too intimate, all too cunning, offers herself from the start to the possibility of love. Yet it is certain that the inhibition of love heightens the intensity of erotic pleasure, or similarly, that love diminishes one's interest in pleasure. Two fundamental directions appear in this manner. One extends eroticism further, closing itself to that which eroticism isn't. It is basically opposed to the concern for the partner, which limits the consumption to tolerable excesses that the object and the subject alike will have the strength to bear. It demands a boundless energy which, stopping at nothing, never limits the destruction. In its ordinary form, it is the vice to which physicians gave the name sadism. In its reasoned, doctrinaire form, elaborated by the Marquis de Sade himself in the interminable solitude of the Bastille, it is the pinnacle, the fulfillment of limitless eroticism, the meaning of which I will explain in the final chapter of this description of eroticism. Point 2. We shall then see the extent to which eroticism responds to man's determination to merge into the universe. Starting from individual love, and leading in the opposite direction, divine love carries on the search and finally gives it the deep meaning I have spoken of. But in order to go through with this search for the other, it rids itself of the accidental elements that always attach the real being to the world of sordid actuality. Too often the beloved is reduced under our eyes to that which she imagines herself to be, an existence subordinated to the conditions of a servile world. Hence the idea of replacing her with the imaginary object that mythology proposed to us and theology elaborated. 2. From the Song of Songs to the formless and modeless God of the great mystics, already within the limits of human love, the presence of the other was given, exceptionally, apart from sexual relations. This separation corresponded to the possibility of a secondary opposition between the different pursuits of the erotic object and the beloved. But these two objects may be one and the same, and if the beloved emerges from the abyss of death where eroticism revealed her, or projected her, she immediately loses the virtue of opening up the totality of being to the subject. Only eroticism is capable, in silence and transgression, of admitting the lovers into that void where even the mumbling is stopped, where no speech is conceivable, where it is no longer just the other but rather the bottomlessness and boundlessness of the universe that is designated by the embrace. Pure love, on the contrary, is inseparable from chatter. But it sometimes happens in any case that the ponderous element of eroticism makes us want to extricate the other's purity from a natural embeddedness. Rarely do we consent to depend, at the extreme moment, on a contingency so wretched that it binds us precisely to the mire. This is the secret of alchemy nevertheless, but more often than not we are afraid. But by freeing the beloved from the contingency of disgust, we only mire her in that of vulgar reality. So that the passage from individual love to purity has only two possible meanings: either we allow this love to be reduced to vulgarity, kept nonetheless in a halo of consumption by the birth of children or the constant threat of death, or, holding resolutely to purity, but at the same time to the desire for the other, for that which is missing and which alone might yield us the totality of being, we are in search of God. What we attain in the embrace where the truth of the other is revealed we can of course find without resorting to these middle terms. If one understands what I've been saying, it is only a question of overthrowing the established order that subordinates us to some objective reality, independent of us. It is a question of living in a sovereign manner, of refusing to submit to that which remains alien to us, the natural order in the first instance, then the profane order. Ultimately it may be everything that has the appearance of contingency, in which case the whole of reality is denied on behalf of the single absolute, the logically formulated Supreme Being. But we meet with a difficult why in this search. If we arrive at a logical formulation of God, we do not have his sensible presence. Nothing burning consumes us. And once eroticism is abandoned we have nothing within us except the poverty of language. But we are still not reduced to impotence. We only have to go back to the byways we encountered in the darkness of eroticism, we have to re-encounter horror, anguish, death. The experience of God is kept alive in the throes of sacrifice and it corresponds poorly with the affirmations of positive theology, to which it opposes the silences of a negative theology. What the mystic glimpses in the laceration of his knees is a God dying on the cross, the horror of death and suffering, a vision granted him to the very degree that his strength gives way. We shouldn't wonder, then, if the language he uses, in the hope of a more complete outpouring of silence, is not the discourse of theology but of human love. One knows, says a believer, of the part played by the Song of Songs in the language of the mystics. And if one considers the literal meaning of the song, one can't help but observe that it is full of amorous expressions. Yet, the mystics saw in the song the most adequate grammar of the effects of divine love and they never tired of annotating it, as if those pages had contained a prior description of their experiences. 1. I don't intend to reduce mystical states in this way to a transposition of sexual states, for the whole thrust of my book is contrary to these simplifications. It seems to me no more legitimate to reduce mysticism to sexual eroticism than to reduce the latter, as people do, even without saying it, to animal sexuality. Yet we cannot seriously deny the connections that turn two distinct forms of love equally into modes of consumption of all the individual being's resources. I know that mystics only spend apparently small amounts of energy in their devotional demonstrations. But we would be mistaken not to take them at their word, their life is aflame and they consume it. It is certain that the mystics exhaust in their effusions all the energy that sustains them, and that is brought to them through the labor of others. Their ascesis cannot be considered a modality of growth, it is a special form of consumption, in which an acquisition reduced to nothing gives the resulting preponderance of consumption a sense of extremity. Whatever one makes of the erotic language of the mystics, it must be said that their experience, having no limitation, transcends its beginnings and that, pursued with the greatest energy, it finally retains only eroticism's transgression in a pure state, or the complete destruction of the world of common reality, the passage from the perfect being of positive theology to that formless and modeless God of a theopathy akin to the apathy of Sada. 3. Limitless eroticism. 1. The utility of God, limit of the experience of the mystics. I think that by giving a restrictive interpretation to the experience of divine love, we lose sight of that resolve to explore all that is possible without which all mankind abdicates. But divine love cannot by itself assign a limit to what is possible, and in any case if it is understood in its own terms it is poorly defined to say the least. The object that the mystic offers up for love's measureless consumption is itself involved in the opposite world of acquisition, so little is it the pure negation constituted by an absence of form and mode that it receives the major definition of a god of the state. He is the creator, the guarantor of the real world and the real order, he is the preeminent utility. Whether he transcends it or not, he is still the very reality of this world, which is not of itself the betrayal of God but rather the expression of God. Whatever the manner in which he subjects us, we are at the same time subjected to the world that constrains us to serve history, engaged as we are in our subordinate attitudes. The final truth in this regard is that the perfect being is just as contrary to the truths of mysticism as he is to those of an experience of eroticism. There cannot be, in the domain under God's rule, anything that goes beyond history or action, anything that in the very moment transcends a series of acts subordinated to their results. 2. On the need to go to the limit of seduction, at least in thought. I don't mean to say that by extending an experience of all that is possible in the direction of individual love, such a limitation can be avoided. These possibilities and their present limits do tempt one to begin the search anew. How can one keep from dreaming of an experience for whom nothing would constitute the object defined ahead of time? But then we would have to refer once more to an experience sought, starting from eroticism, in the opposite direction. There is no doubt that the way of individual love obliges us to limit ourselves not only to those possibilities that make allowance for the partner's interest, but also those that the partner herself can bear. From this opposition it emerges that the negation of partners opens up a last domain to eroticism. This domain was difficult of access at first, when the partner's accord seemed on the contrary to be a means of achieving an added intensity. It is assuredly inhumane, turning one's back on that accord, to search in indifference for new forms of ruination, forms that redouble the transgression, beyond complicity, through a boldness that increases in cruelty and crime. In a single exercise, the works if not the life of the Marquis de Sade gave this negation its logically consistent form, so much so that one cannot dream of surpassing it. Maurice Blanquat stresses this fact. The basic trait of Sade's thought is the most indifferent denial of the partner's interests and of their very life. Blanquat's study on Sade's thoughts rescues its object from a night so deep that it may have been darkness for Sade himself. If Sade had a philosophe, it would be useless to look for it elsewhere than in Blanquat's book, and conversely, Blanquat's thought is consummated perhaps by matching itself against that of Sade, the consummation of both having demanded what thought generally refuses, the undeclared community, the collusion of minds, and yet this accord is contrary to the unicism of Sade. The repudiation of partners is in fact the key component of the system. For eroticism falls short of its potential if it turns the death impulse, which it is in principle, into a communion. Analogous to the rest of life in this respect, sexual union is at bottom a compromise. It is a half measure, and the only measure to take between the charm of life and the extreme rigor of death. Only by being separated from the communion that limits it does sexuality freely manifest the exigency that is its basis. If no one had had the strength, at least while writing, to absolutely deny the link that attached him to his fellow men, we would not have the work of Sade. Sade's life reveals an element of braggadocio, but this very braggadocio was necessary to the elaboration of a thought that expediency does not reduce to servile principles, to principles such that utility, mutual aid, or kindness have more force than seduction has. We easily understand the impossibility of going to the limit of that which seduces, if we consider the difficulties for others that could result from a complete accord with our desires. But when others are no longer taken into account, these desires, even if their affirmation is literary, are manifested without any alteration. The ethical system of Sade, says Blanquat, is based on the primary fact of utter solitude. He said it and repeated it in every form: nature brought us into the world alone, there is not any sort of relationship between one man and another. The only rule of conduct, therefore, is that I prefer everything that affects me in a good way, and that I regard as inconsequential everything that owing to my preference may be bad for another. The greatest suffering of others always counts for less than my pleasure. No matter if one must purchase the smallest pleasure with an unprecedented combination of heinous acts, because pleasure satisfies me, it is inside me, but the effect of crime does not touch me, it is outside me. 3. Sensual pleasure and crime. Insofar as it considers the connection between destruction and voluptuous pleasures, Maurice Blanquat's analysis adds nothing to Sade's basic assertion. Sade is sometimes inconsistent, but not about this. He states and restates, as an established truth, the paradox of crimes being a condition of sensual pleasure. This aspect of Sade's work is presented in such a way that nothing could be added to it. Sade's thought on this point is quite explicit, his consciousness quite clear. We may even say that he was sure of having made a fundamental discovery about human beings. But we see then how narrowly cohesive the system is. If the isolation of the individual is not laid down as a principle, the close connection between criminal destruction and sensual pleasure is dissolved, or at any rate it can play only a small role. Nothing is more evident in Reed and G. Sada than the absurdity of a continual denial of the value of men for one another. This denial militates against the truth value of Sada's thought, involving it in the most banal contradictions, and Sada's life does not bear him out, or does so only in part. Not that isolation was never a factor in his own life, it may even have been the greatest factor, but it was not the only one. It is difficult to reduce to a pretense what we know about Sada's character, which places him far above the odious heroes he depicts. He loved his sister-in-law, he had a humanitarian political career, he was overcome with horror at seeing the guillotine working from his prison window, and he cared so much about his writing that he shed tears of blood over the loss of a manuscript. But the fallic why of isolation is the truth condition of a relationship between love and crime, and one cannot even imagine the work of Sada without the insistence with which he denied the value of men for one another. In other words, the true nature of the erotic stimulant can only be revealed by literary means, by bringing into play characters and scenes from the realm of the impossible. Otherwise it would still be unknown, the pure erotic reaction could not have been recognized under the veil of tenderness, for love is usually communicated, its very name has tied it to the existence of others, consequential why it is ordinarily diluted. The very vehemence with which Sada affirms his truth is not calculated to convince us. But it forces us to think. Maurice Blancot meant to bring Sada's thought to light, but I can now add a further detail. Given Sada's representations, it is possible to observe that tenderness cannot change a fundamental operation. In using the destruction that is brought about through this operation, tenderness cannot make it the opposite of what it is. In the most general way, eroticism is contrary to customary behavior as expenditure is contrary to acquisition. If we behave according to reason, we strive to increase our resources, our knowledge or, generally, our power. We are inclined, using various means, to possess more. Our self-assertion in the social sphere is always tied to behavior aimed at growth. But in the fever of sexual passion we behave in a contrary fashion, we expend our forces without counting, and we lose substantial amounts of energy without restraint and without gain. Sensual pleasure is so closely connected with ruination that we have named the moment of its paroxysm la petite mort. Consequently, the objects that evoke sexual activity for us are always linked to some sort of disorder. Thus, nudity itself signifies a downfall, and even a kind of betrayal of the appearance that we give ourselves in our clothing. But in this sense we are never satisfied with little. In general, only passion. 8. Destruction and reckless betrayal are capable of showing us into the world of eroticism. To nudity we add the peculiarity of half-dressed bodies, which may be cunningly nuder than nude. Sadistic inflicted suffering and death are situated further along on this vector that slides toward ruination. In like manner, prostitution, the erotic vocabulary and the unavoidable link between sexuality and filth contribute to making the world of love a world of downfall and death. The truth is that we have no real happiness except by spending to no purpose, and we always want to be sure of the uselessness of our expenditure, to feel as far away as possible from a serious world, where the increase of resources is the rule. But it is not enough to say far away, we want to be opposed to that world. In eroticism there is ordinarily an impulse of aggressive hatred, an urge to betray. That is why a feeling of anguish is connected with it, and also why, on the other hand, when the hatred is a powerlessness and the betrayal an abortive act, the erotic element is ludicrous. For apathy, the negation of others and of oneself, and sovereignty Sada's system in this regard is only the most consistent, and most costly, form of erotic activity. Moral isolation signifies the removal of constraints and, moreover, it alone manifests the deep meaning of expenditure. Anyone who believes in the worth of others is necessarily limited, he is restricted by this respect for others, which prevents him from knowing the meaning of the only aspiration that is not subordinated within him to the desire to increase his material or moral resources. There is nothing more common than a momentary incursion into the world of sexual truths, followed, all the rest of the time, by a fundamental denial of those truths. The fact is that solidarity keeps man from occupying the place that is indicated by the word sovereignty, human beings. Respect for one another draws them into a cycle of servitude where subordinate moments are all that remains, and where in the end we betray that respect, since we deprive man in general of his sovereign moments, of his most valuable asset. In opposition to this, the center of the sadistic world is, according to Blanchot, the demand for sovereignty affirming itself through an immense negation. At this point, the essential bond that subjugates man in a general way is revealed, the bond that robs him of the strength to reach that place where sovereignty would be achieved. For, in fact, the essence of the erotic world is not just the expenditure of energy, but also negation pushed to the extreme, or, if one prefers, the expenditure of energy is itself necessarily this negation. Sada applies the term apathy to this supreme moment. Apathy, says Blanchot, is the spirit of negation attributed to the man who has chosen to be sovereign. It is in a sense the cause and the source of energy. Sada seems to reason more or less as follows: the individual of Tota Y represents a certain quantity of force, in most cases he dissipates his strength by giving it over to those simulacra that are called others, God, ideals. He is wrong to exhaust his possibilities by squandering them in this way, but even more so to base his conduct on weakness, for if he expends himself for others this is because he thinks he relies on their support. Fatal weakness: he weakens himself by spending his strength in vain, and he spends his strength because he thinks he is weak. But the true man knows he is alone and he accepts being so. Everything within him relating to others, the legacy of 17 centuries of cowardice, he rejects. For example, pity, gratitude, and love are sentiments that he destroys. In destroying them he reclaims all the strength he would have needed to devote to these debilitating impulses, and more important, from this work of destruction he derives the beginning of a true energy. It must be understood in fact that apathy doesn't consist merely in doing away with parasitic affections, but also in resisting the spontaneity of any passion. The degenerate who surrenders immediately to his vice is nothing more than a weakling who will ruin himself. If they merely follow their inclinations, even brilliant profligates, with everything it takes to become monsters, are doomed to catastrophe. Sada insists on this: in order for passion to become energy it must be held in check, it must be mediated by going through a moment of coldness, only then will it be as great as possible. In the first stage of her career, Juliet hears herself reproached constantly by Claire Will about this. She commits crime only when inflamed by the passions, she places lust, the effervescence of pleasure above all else. Dangerous indulgence. Crime is more important than lust, cold-blooded crime is greater than crime carried out in the fervor of emotion, but crime committed in the callousness of the sensitive part, sinister and secret crime, matters more than anything, because it is the act of a spirit that, having destroyed everything within it, has accumulated an enormous force which will identify itself completely with the total destruction that it is working toward. All those great libertines, who live only for pleasure, are great only because they have annihilated any capacity for pleasure in themselves. This is why they engage in dreadful aberrations, otherwise the mediocrity of normal pleasures would be enough for them. But they have made themselves callous, they claim to delight in their callousness, in that denied, annihilated sensitivity, and they become ferocious. Cruelty is only the negation of oneself, carried so far that it is transformed into a destructive explosion. Callousness becomes a throbbing of one's whole being, says Sada. The soul passes to a kind of apathy that is soon transmuted into pleasures 1,000 times more divine than those which their weaknesses got them before. 5. The perfect moment, or the identity of theopathy and apathy. This passage should have been cited in full, because it clarifies the central point. The negation cannot be separated from those ways in which voluptuousness is not manifested sensually but in which its mental mechanism is disassembled. And likewise, voluptuousness apart from this negation remains furtive, contemptible, powerless to hold its place, the supreme place, in the light of consciousness. I would like, says Clairville, Juliet's companion in debauchery, to find a crime whose perpetual effect would be exerted even when I no longer acted, so that there would never be a single moment of my life, even when asleep, that one was not the cause of some disorder, and that this disorder might spread to a degree where it would induce a general corruption or a derangement so absolute that even beyond my lifetime the effect of it would still continue. Who would dare remain ignorant of the fact that within him there is a tendency toward voluptuousness that would reach its outer limit only at this point? Who would refuse to admit finally that voluptuousness, in its abasements, has a value incomparable to the interests of reason? Who would refuse to see in voluptuousness, from the angle of an eternal instant, the rapture without which the agonizing and cruel and maddening divine could not even have been imagined? This enormous negation has two aspects. First of all, it divinely denies the separate being, the precarious individual, faced with the vastness of the universe. It denies him perhaps on behalf of another who is no less precarious, but who, because of his universal negation, even though he affirms himself to the extreme degree of affirmation, does so only in order to den y. So that being logical y, from the start, the spirit of annihilation, there is nothing within him that does not lay itself open, beforehand, to blows like those he delivers on all sides. This affinity with cruel destruction is not ordinary y manifested by Sada's heroes, but one of his most perfect characters, Amkli, expresses it as full y as one could wish. She lives in Sweden. One day she goes and sees Beauchamps. Hoping for a huge execution, the latter has just handed over to the sovereign all the members of a plot, which he himself has hatched, and the betrayal has fired the young woman with enthusiasm. "I love your ferocity, y," she tells him. "Swear to me that one day I too will be your victim. Ever since I was 15 years old, my head has been inflamed by one idea, to perish a victim of the cruel passions of libertinage. I don't want to die tomorrow, mind you, my extravagance does not go that far, but I want to die only in that manner. To become the occasion of a crime by expiring is the idea that makes my head spin." A strange head, well deserving of this reply, "I love your head madly, and I believe that we'll do some outrageous things together. It is rotten, putrefied, I admit. Thus for the complete man, who is mankind's all in all, no evil is possible. If he injures others, what a pleasure! If others injure him, what a delight! Virtue pleases him, because it is weak, and he crushes it, and vice because he draws satisfaction from the disorder that results therefrom, be it at his expense. If he lives, there is no event in his existence that he can't experience as a happy one. If he dies, he finds an even greater happiness in his death, and in the consciousness of his destruction, the consummation of a life that only the need to destroy justifies. Thus the denier is in the universe as an extreme denial of all the rest, and this denial cannot leave him safe from harm himself. Doubtless the force of denial bestows a privilege as long as it lasts, but the negative action it exerts with a superhuman energy is the only protection against the intensity of an immense negation. At this point it should be clear that the effects envisaged go beyond the human sphere in any case. This kind of completion has never been conceived except in the mythical form that places it if not outside the world then at least in the domain of dreams. The same holds true in Sada's work, but, this is the second aspect of the negation, what is denied here is not denied for the benefit of some transcendent affirmation. Sada speaks with an extraordinary vehemence against the idea of God. Actual y, the only profound difference between his system and that of the theologians is that the negation of isolated beings, which no theology accomplishes less cruelly, save in appearance, leaves nothing existing above it, nothing that consoles, not even an immanence of the world. There is this negation at the top, and that is all. It is quite suspended, quite disconcerting, and it is no less so for one who sees this single possibility out of reach. Sada's representations are so perfect in fact that in their way they leave the ground, and whoever grasps them insofar as they can be grasped places them beyond his personal possibilities with the first step he takes. In the end, this ultimate and inaccessible movement, the mere idea of which leaves one breathless, replaces the image of God with an impossible human authority, the need for which is none the less compelling, more logical compelling than the need for God once was. For the idea of God was a pause, a moment of stasis in the vertiginous movement that we follow, whereas Sada's negation signifies the strength a man would have not to stop but to speed up this movement. It is more than a little strange that such a passage to the apathetic sovereignty of the universe differs from the limited negation of the mystics only in being a limitless negation. Like theopathy, the apathy of Sada required a contempt for raptures and sensory joys, experiences that leave the supreme profligate and the supreme mystic equally unaffected. In the region where the autonomy of the subject breaks away from all restraints, where the categories of good and evil, of pleasure and pain, are infinitely surpassed, where nothing is connected with anything anymore, where there is no longer any form or mode that means a new thing but the instantaneous annihilation of whatever might claim to be a form or mode, so great a spiritual energy is needed that it is all but inconceivable. On this scale, the chain releases of atomic energy are nothing g. Of course this domain cannot have definite boundaries, and the least consumption situates us on the scale of the universe, but we want to control it, we harbor the anguish which says that soon it will overpower us. This doesn't matter if we have realized, once, that the universe is the only limit of our revolt, that an unlimited energy engages one in a limitless revolt, in that autonomy without which we do not agree to live, but that in our weakness we want to know without dying, at least from the death that apathy yn reserves for us. Epilogue. In the universe as a whole, energy is available without limit, but on the human scale which is ours, we are led to take account of the quantity of energy we have at our disposal. We do this spontaneously, but in return we should recognize the need to consider another fact: we have quantities of energy that we are obligated to spend in any case. We can always dry up its source, we would only have to work less and be idle, at least in part. But then leisure is one way among others of squandering, of destroying, the surplus energy, or, to simplify, the surplus available resources. 24 hours of leisure activities cost, in positive terms, the energy necessary for the production of a day's supply of necessary provisions, or negatively, if one prefers, a non-production of everything a worker would have in this lapse of time. Pure leisure, and of course labor strikes, is merely added to the outlets that the available energy has beyond what is required for basic necessities. These outlets are essentially eroticism, luxury products, whose energy value is calculable in labor time, and amusements, which are the small change of the holiday. Then there is work, which in some way increases the amount of production we will have at our disposal, and lastly, wars. Of course, what we spend in one category is in principle lost for the others. There are many possibilities of slippage. Alcohol, war, and holidays involve us in eroticism, but this means simply that the possible expenditures in one category are ultimately reduced by those we make in the others, so that only the profits found in war truly alter this principle. Even so, in most cases these profits correspond to the losses of the vanquished. We need to make a principle of the fact that sooner or later the sum of excess energy that is managed for us by a labor so great that it limits the share available for erotic purposes will be spent in a catastrophic war. Of course, it would be childish to conclude right away that if we relaxed more and gave the erotic game a larger share of energy the danger of war would decrease. It would decrease only if the easing off occurred in such a way that the world did lose an already precarious equilibrium. Indeed, this picture is so clear that we can immediately draw a different conclusion: we will not be able to decrease the risk of war before we have reduced, or begun to reduce, the general disparity of standards of living, that is, the general disequilibrium. This way of looking at things leads to a judgment that is clearly only theoretical at present: it is necessary to produce with a view to raising the global standard of living. So here I am reduced to repeating what every rational man already knows. To the common opinion one only need to add one particular: If nothing along such lines were to take place, war would soon be unavoidable. Yet I don't wish to dwell on such a gloomy prospect. If the standard of living is prevented from rising, this is insofar as there exists in the world what is called a state of Cold War, accentuated at one point by actual war. We can say, consequently, that there exists for the time being a third solution, which is the present solution or Cold War. It is not very reassuring, but it affords us the time to think that barring war or extreme military tension a general raising of the standard of living might occur. So there remains in the world a chance for peace connected with this resolve, to affirm, against all opposition, the unconditional value of a politics that would level individual resources, adding that such a politics can be pursued, exactly insofar as possible, without ceasing to respond to the immediate necessities imposed by the Cold War. Once again, I cannot contribute anything here but these banalities, which will appear quite empty to most. It was not necessary to formulate a theory of eroticism for the purpose. Indeed, their relation with a theory of this kind ends up reducing the significance of these political considerations. In appearance at least, for the theory in question is essentially a historical exposition of the forms of eroticism, but an element is missing from the exposition. Eroticism is in any case, even to the small extent that it has a history itself, on the fringe of history properly speaking, that is, military or political history. As it happens, this aspect of the matter carries a meaning that allows me to broach the conclusion of the historical account this book constitutes. For there remains, under the conditions I have laid out, the possibility of an episode of eroticism's history. We have known eroticism on the fringe of history, but if history finally came to a close, even if it drew near its close, eroticism would no longer be on the fringe of history. It would thus cease to be a minor truth, whose importance is overshadowed now, as it has been for a long time, by the factors that make up history. It might receive the full light of day and appear clearly to consciousness. True, the idea that history may end is shocking, but I can put it forward as a hypothesis. To my way of thinking, history would be ended if the disparity of rights and of living standards was reduced. This would be the precondition of an ahistorical mode of existence of which erotic activity is the expressive form. From this necessarily hypothetical point of view, consciousness of erotic truth anticipates the end of history. This consciousness brings profound indifference into the present time, the apathy of an ahistorical judgment, of a judgment tied to perspectives that are very different from those of men totally engaged in struggle. This does not in any way mean that the perspectives of those who join battle are senseless from my point of view. But neither do they have the sense that the opposed parties ascribe to them. We know beforehand that the resolution of the combat lies beyond its internal perspectives. The two camps are both wrong in the sense that the defenders are protecting indefensible positions, and the attackers are attacking unassailable positions. We can't do anything, on the contrary, that goes against the leveling of living standards. Neither can we reduce the meaning of productive activity to its usefulness. The meaning of any activity is situated beyond its useful value, but we cannot grasp it so long as we insist on remaining confined to the perspective of the battle. The circumstances we are experiencing open up precise possibilities in this regard. The battle cannot truly be decisive except on one condition, that it fail, that it not go to the limit. If the end of history is to emerge from these current convulsions, this is conditional on it, for nothing else is capable of bringing it about. A victory inevitably won on a heap of rubble would sanction the insensibility on which a victorious party would have based itself. If the vicissitudes of men come to an end, if the gross stupidity of a definitive victory is spared them, history might have the only end it can reach. In a fizzling out NQ we cannot by struggling find a truth on which to base anything. In struggling we never see more than a part of things, even if the movement opposing the will to remain where we are has its privileged value. On the contrary, it is by distancing ourselves from every reason for fighting, by achieving perfect moments, which we know our can't surpass, that we have the power to assign to the movement of history that end which can only be insofar as it escapes us. This much that is clear might finally emerge from my book, and from the epilogue that follows it. Men committed to political struggle will never be able to yield to the truth of eroticism. Erotic activity always takes place at the expense of the forces committed to their combat. But what is one to think of men so blinded as to be ignorant of the motives for the cruelty they unleash? At least we can be certain they are lying. But by no means can we try to replace their directives with our own. We don't expect a new thing from a direction. We cannot base our hopes on anything but a dictant, in which a wisdom coming from the outside might make itself heard. Of course this kind of wisdom is a challenge. But how could we not challenge the world by offering it the appeasement it needs? This can only be done rashly, in defiance of violent language, and far from prophetic agitation. It can only be done in defiance of politics. Moreover, it is time in any case to oppose this mendacious world with the resources of an irony, a shrewdness, a serenity without illusions. For, supposing we were to lose, we would be able to lose cheerfully, without condemning, without prophesying. We are not looking for arrest. If the world insists on blowing up, we may be the only ones to grant it the right to do so, while giving ourselves the right to have spoken in vain. Volumetre. Sovereignty. What I understand by sovereignty. Theoretical introduction. ONE. Knowledge of sovereignty. 1. The general and immediate aspect of sovereignty. The sovereignty I speak of has little to do with the sovereignty of states, as international law defines it. I speak in general of an aspect that is opposed to the servile and the subordinate. In the past, sovereignty belonged to those who, bearing the names of chieftain, pharaoh, king, king of kings, played a leading role in the formation of that being with which we identify ourselves, the human being of today. But it also belonged to various divinities, of which the supreme God was one of the forms, as well as to the priests who served and incarnated them, and who were sometimes indistinguishable from the kings. It belonged, finally, to a whole feudal and priestly hierarchy that was different only in degree from those who occupied its pinnacle. But further, it belongs essentially to all men who possess and have never entirely lost the value that is attributed to gods and dignitaries. I will speak at length about the latter because they display that value with an ostentation that sometimes goes with a profound baseness. I will also show that they cheapen it by displaying it. For I shall always be concerned, however it may seem, with the apparently lost sovereignty to which the beggar can sometimes be as close as the great nobleman, and from which, as a rule, the bourgeois is voluntarily the most far removed. Sometimes the bourgeois has resources at his disposal that would allow him to enjoy the possibilities of this world in a sovereign manner, but then it is in his nature to enjoy them in a furtive manner, to which he strives to give the appearance of servile utility. 2. The basic elements, consumption beyond utility, the divine, the miraculous, the sacred. What distinguishes sovereignty is the consumption of wealth, as against labor and servitude, which wealth without consuming it. The sovereign individual consumes and doesn't labor, whereas at the antipodes of sovereignty the slave and the man without means labor and reduce their consumption to the necessities, to the products without which they could neither subsist nor labor. In theory, a man compelled to work consumes the products without which production would not be possible, while the sovereign consumes rather the surplus of production. The sovereign, if he is not imaginary, truly enjoys the products of this world, beyond his needs. His sovereignty resides in this. Let us say that the sovereign, or the sovereign life, begins when, with the necessities ensured, the possibility of life opens up without limit. Conversely, we may call sovereign the enjoyment of possibilities that utility doesn't justify, utility being that whose end is productive activity. Life beyond utility is the domain of sovereign Y. We may say, in other words, that it is servile to consider duration first, to employ the present time for the sake of the future, which is what we do when we work. The worker produces the machine bolt with a view to the moment when this bolt will itself be used to assemble the automobile, which another will enjoy in a sovereign fashion, in contemplative drives. The worker does not personal y have in view the sovereign pleasure of the future car owner, but this pleasure will justify the payment that the factory owner anticipates, which authorizes him to give a wage to the worker without waiting. The worker turns the bolt in order to obtain this wage. In principle, the wage will enable him to meet his needs. Thus, in no way does he escape the circle of constraint. He works in order to eat, and he eats in order to work. We don't see the sovereign moment arrive, when nothing counts but the moment itself. What is sovereign in fact is to enjoy the present time without having anything else in view but this present time. I know, these statements are theoretical, they account for the facts only vaguely. If I consider the real world, the worker's wage enables him to drink a glass of wine. He may do so, as he says, to give him strength, but he really drinks in the hope of escaping the necessity that is the principle of labor. As I see it, if the worker treats himself to the drink, this is essentially because into the wine he swallows there enters a miraculous element of savor, which is precisely the essence of sovereignty. It's not much, but at least the glass of wine gives him, for a brief moment, the miraculous sensation of having the world at his disposal. The wine is downed mechanically, no sooner swallowed than the worker forgets it, and yet it is the source of intoxication, whose miraculous value no one can dispute. On the one hand, to freely take advantage of the world, of the world's resources, as does the worker drinking the wine, partakes in some degree of the miraculous. On the other, it is the substance of our aspirations. We must satisfy our needs, and we suffer if we fail, but where the necessities are at stake we are only obeying the animal injunction within us. Beyond need, the object of desire is, humanly, the miracle, it is sovereign life, beyond the necessary that suffering defines. This miraculous element which delights us may be simply the brilliance of the sun, which on a spring morning transfigures a desolate street. Something that the poorest individual, hardened by necessity, sometimes feels. It may be wine, from the first glass to the intoxication that drowns. More generally, this miracle to which the whole of humanity aspires is manifested among us in the form of beauty, of wealth, in the form, moreover, of violence, of funereal and sacred sadness, in the form of glory. What is the meaning of art, architecture, music, painting, or poetry if not the anticipation of a suspended, wonder-struck moment, a miraculous moment? The Gospel says that man does not live by bread alone, that he lives by what is divine. This expression has such clear evidence in its favor that it must be seen as a first principle. Man does not live by bread alone is a truth that sticks in the mind. If there is a truth that counts before the others, it has to be this one. The divine is doubtless but one aspect of the miraculous. There is nothing miraculous that is not in a sense divine. The question is difficult, moreover. The category of the miraculous, though not so narrow as that of the divine, is awkward nonetheless. I may say that the object of laughter is divine, but at first this is just my feeling. Nowadays it is not that of everyone. If I am right, if my feeling is justified, I will still have to prove it. I may also say of this impure and repugnant thing that it is divine, but granting this assertion implies that one has understood the principle of the ambiguity of the divine, which is no different in principle from the ambiguity of the sacred. Point to the extreme aspects of eroticism. The obsessive desire in eroticism for a miraculous element, are doubtless more familiar, easier to grasp. The difference, however, is not such that we would not also find in this domain the ludicrous and the repugnant in their murkiest form. It is more than a little strange, certainly, that death and birth communicate to us the clearest sensation of the miracle of the sacred. 3 considerations on method. The domain that we shall survey fully, but only in its general lines, is so complex that one feels the need for a coherent description. If the sovereign partakes at once of the divine, of the sacred, of the ludicrous or the erotic, of the repugnant or the funereal, shouldn't I consider the general morphology of these aspects? It seems useless to go any further in our exploration of sovereignty without accounting for the underlying unity of aspects whose appearance is so varied. Nevertheless, it would seem to me untimely, at the outset, to pursue that course. 3 A morphology describing G complex domains could only come after a posing of fundamental problems. It might be a final result, which would come at the end. I prefer to examine what is essential, without lingering over the question of method. I shall save for another volume the coherent exposition of the method I followed. For the present I shall only make a few quick remarks about it. My labors, if I may speak in that way, only tend to continue the effort of researchers who pursued various disciplines. I have not been overly concerned about the legitimacy of the results that I borrowed, as judiciously as I could, from the history of religions, from sociology, from political economy or from psychoanalysis. Moreover, my inquiries were made with shameful casualness, that of too long a patience, a bit wearily, but neither am I a stranger to the demands of phenomenology. On one point I contribute a new element. I grant, in a fundamental way, that we know nothing beyond what is taught by action with a view to satisfying our needs. What action teaches undoubtedly goes beyond the purposes of the action, we may even say of science, acquired in practice, by means of practice, that it is, or at least can be, deontist. But science is always subject to the prima, sant. To do science is to disregard the to subsequent results. And the most surprising thing, no doubt, is that the situation doesn't change when, once the results are obtained, we have access to the knowledge itself. When, the science done, the knowledge is given us gly in the present time. Hegel saw very well that, were it acquired in a thorough and definitive way, knowledge is never given to us except by unfolding in time. It is not given in a sudden illumination of the mind but in a discourse, which is necessarily diplo yet in duration. Knowledge, and the most profound knowledge, never appears to us in full except, finally, as the result of a calculated effort, an operation useful to some end. Knowledge can't in any way be confused with the last moment or the end of the operation, it is the entire operation. The end of a useful operation may be an object devoid of utility, for example an automobile employed, as I said, for contemplative drives. By becoming useless, that automobile detaches itself rather clearly in thought, if not in mechanical reality, from the operation that produced it. This detachment is not in any way possible if one considers the operation of knowledge in its homogeneity. Knowledge is always comparable to what the enjoyment of an automobile would be if driving it were just that and nothing more, without any other essential and new aspect, a homogeneous extension of the work of the shop that made it. To know is always to strive, to work, it is always a servile operation, indefinitely resumed, indefinitely repeated. Knowledge is never sovereign, to be sovereign it would have to occur in a moment. But the moment remains outside, short of, or beyond, all knowledge. We know regular sequences in time, constants, we know nothing, absolutely, of what is not in the image of an operation, a servile modality of being, subordinate to the future, to its concatenation in time. We know nothing absolutely, of the moment. In short, we know nothing about what ultimately concerns us, what one supremely souverainement important to us. The operation leaves off as soon as sovereignty is its object. Yet we are in fact conscious of the moment. Indeed, we are conscious of nothing but the moment. But this consciousness is at the same time a slipping away of the moment, insofar as it might be clear and distinct, insofar as it is not a vague knowledge of oneself but knowledge of an object. Knowledge of an object needs to apprehend that object caught up in duration, beyond the present moment. Consciousness of the moment is not truly such, is not sovereign, except in unknowing. Only by cancelling, or at least neutralizing, every operation of knowledge within ourselves are we in the moment, without fleeing it. This is possible in the grip of strong emotions that shut off, interrupt or override the flow of thought. This is the case if we weep, if we sob, if we laugh till we gasp. It's not so much that the burst of laughter or tears stops thought. It's really the object of the laughter, or the object of the tears, that suppresses thought, that takes all knowledge away from us. The laughter or the tears break out in the vacuum of thou-ght created by their object in the mind. But these moments, like the deeply rhythmed movements of poetry, of music, of love, of dance, have their power to capture and endlessly recapture the moment that counts, the moment of rupture, of fissure. As if we were trying to arrest the moment and freex it in the constantal renewed gasps of our laughter or our sobs. The miraculous moment when anticipation dissolves into nothing, detaching us from the ground on which we were groveling, in the concatenation cf useful activity. So there are, at rare, privileged moments, objects of thought whose conditions can be known in the same way as the other objects of knowledge, thus the object of laughter, the object of tears. But what is peculiar to these objects is, at least hypothetically, that the thought that conceives them dissociates them, and thereby dissolves itself as thought. The content prior to this dissolution, even the conditions under which it dissolves, can be known. These conditions can be known, for example, if the object in question provokes a laughter that won't stop. Consequental why, we shall stop speaking of the not into which the object dissolves, we shall speak rather of what the dissolved object was, and of what determined the dissolution. In this way it will be possible for us, perhaps, to speak of what is sovereign. The thought that comes to a halt in the face of what is sovereign rightfully pursues its operation to the point where its object dissolves into nothing, because, ceasing to be useful, or subordinate, it becomes sovereign in ceasing to be. For the paradox of happy tears, further consideration on method, in principle there is no need, in an essay that considers the movement of sovereignty only in a general way, for us to linger over the specific aspect of laughter or tears to which the preceding suggestion refers in particular. I will merely remark that as concerns laughter this conception is classic. But I shall dwell longer on tears, for the reason that I derive from reflection on tears the general notion of miraculous that dominates this book. It seems best to set out my thought here as it takes shape. Its final cohesion, I believe, would be less interesting, although achieving that cohesion would demand nothing more in sum than an enormous amount of time. For many years, I was struck by the ambiguous aspect of tears, which a happy event provokes as readily as misfortune. But happy tears have not been the subject of innumerable and meticulous investigations as laughter has. This surprising lacuna, by itself, showed me the disappointing nature of the agglomeration that our psychological knowledge forms as a whole. I had observed that, on occasion, these tears would well up in my eyes in circumstances that left me disconcerted. I am not inclined to record these kinds of facts in succession, but one of them has stuck in my memory. One of my cousins by marriage is an officer in the British Navy. He served during the war on board the Hood. Just a few hours before the Hood was to sink, and the whole crew with it, my cousin was assigned a separate mission and sent on board a smaller boat. The Admiralty officially reported his death to his mother. This was logical, since he was part of the crew of the Hood, which had perished almost to the last man. But some days after, my mother received a letter from him relating the circumstances in which he had, by a miracle, escaped death. I didn't become acquainted with my cousin until much later, so these were events that had not affected me personally at first. But, without dwelling on it otherwise, I had the opportunity to tell the story to friends, and every time I did so, to my great surprise tears came to my eyes. I didn't see the reason for this, but I am in the habit of wondering, for this thing and that, what is known about it, even if I only have to tell myself, rather vaguely, that it must be found in some book. Finally, I began to suspect that no one knew anything about this. Apparental why, no one had even advanced an absurd hypothesis, having at least the merit of initiating an inquiry, probably why no one had even perceived the interest of these paradoxical tears, yet, in the case of laughter the most secondary questions have been the subject of numerous studies. I am no longer sure of this lack, I should look further, I know. But I spoke of the matter in a lecture attended by some eminent philosophers and no one seemed to know any more about it than I did. This point is unimportant in itself, but I had to try to solve by myself a problem that astonished me. I reflected at first on the relationship between such tears and good fortune. Everyone knows that one weeps for joy. But I didn't feel any joy. The fortunate outcome appeared to me to correspond possibly to a set of circumstances about which I had, in spite of everything, a more general and more detailed picture than I now have. Then it dawned on me, while I was considering the problems of this work, that a miracle, that only a miracle, caused those happy tears to arise. A miracle or, if not, something that seemed that, since in such circumstances we cannot expect a repetition of the same fact. In any case, we cannot expect it from our efforts. This miraculous quality is conveyed rather exactly by the expression, impossible, and yet there it is, which had once appeared to me to take on the meaning of the sacred. I imagined at the same time that art has no other meaning, that art is always a response to the supreme hope for the unanticipated, for a miracle. This is why the measure of art is genius, while talent relates to the rational, explicable means, whose result never has anything unanticipated about it. I wanted to present the development of my thought, disclosing in the course of time, little by little, unexpected relations, rather than offer a theoretical statement of those relations or of the method I followed. From the beginning, this content, the miraculous, that I ultimately recognized where one would least expect it, in the object of tears, seemed to me to be in basic agreement with humanity's expectation. So I was able to say to myself with a feeling of certainty that man needed more than bread, that he was just as hungry for a miracle. Above all, I understood this essential point, what I had found in happy tears was also found in unhappy ones. This miraculous element that, each time tears rose to my eyes, I recognized in amazement, was not lacking in unhappiness. The death that deprived me of my fellow man, of the very one in whom I had recognized being, what was it if not, in a negative form, the unanticipated, the miracle that takes one's breath away? Impossible, yet there it is, what better way to cry out the feeling that death inspires in men? May we not say of death that in it, in a sense, we discover the negative analogue of a miracle, something we find all the harder to believe as death strikes down the one we love, the one who is close to us, something we could not believe, ij death were not there. 5. The equivalence of the negative miracle, death, and the positive miracle, final considerations on method. The most remarkable thing is that this negative miraculous, manifested in death, corresponds quite clearly to the principle stated above, according to which the miraculous moment is the moment when anticipation dissolves into nothing. It is the moment when we are relieved of anticipation, man's customary misery, of the anticipation that enslaves, that subordinates the present moment to some anticipated result. Precisely in the miracle, we are thrust from our anticipation of the future into the presence of the moment illuminated by a miraculous light, the light oft sovereignty of life delivered from its servitude. But, as I said, the anticipation dissolves into nothing. So we must raise the two-part question, if this nothing is that of death, it is hard for us to see how the moment can be the sovereign illumination of life, if, on the other hand, what is involved is a miraculous appearance that captivates, like the extreme beauty of an authentic work of art. It is hard for us to see why the beauty would be nothing, why it would have no other meaning than nothing. I spoke of a negative miraculous, but in this negative the miraculous element is contrary to desire, and this manner of speaking implies the existence of a positive miraculous, which alone seems to justify the value that is ordinarily connected with the word miracle, and whose positive form corresponds with the anticipation of a blessing. It is precisely on this point, in order to address this difficult why, that I bring out how the method I followed led me away from the usual paths of knowledge. I resolved long ago not to seek knowledge, as others do, but to seek its contrary, which is unknowing. I no longer anticipated the moment when I would be rewarded for my effort, when I would know at last, but rather the moment when one would no longer know, when my initial anticipation would dissolve into nothing. This is perhaps a mysticism in the sense that my craving not to know one day ceased to be distinguishable from the experience that monks called mystical, but I had neither a presupposition nor a God. 5 In any case, this way of going in the wrong direction on the paths of knowledge, to get off them, not to derive a result that others anticipate, leads to the principle of the sovereign nine of being and of thou ght, which from the standpoint where I am placed at the moment has this meaning, that thought, subordinated to some anticipated result, completely enslaved, ceases to be in being sovereign, that only unknowing is sovereign. But the bias that I affirm, and, supreme result, the negation of future results, cannot by themselves give this thought that which engages one's attention. As I said, I will confine myself to the general lines, but at this point I must explain my basic position. I reflected on unknowing, and I saw that human life was full of moments, which I assign to knowledge, when the ceaseless operation of cognition is dissolved. I referred to those moments in speaking of sobs, of laughter that makes one gasp. Saying that in them the train of thought was broken off. One fastened on this aspect, if not of nature, of human life, seeking in the experience a way out of my servitude. The object of tears or of laughter, and of other effects such as ecstasy, eroticism, or poetry, seemed to me to correspond to the very point at which the object of thought vanishes. Up to that point, that object might be an object of knowledge, but only up to that point, so that the effect of knowledge would regularly fail. Every philosopher knows how exhausting is the impossibility of working out the problem of laughter, but poetry, ecstasy, eroticism doubtless pose problems that are no less exhausting. It was bound to fail insofar as unknowing, that is, insofar as nothing, taken as the supreme object of thought, which takes leave of itself, which quits itself and becomes the dissolution of every object 6 was not involved in the solution of the problem. So it is easy to see, if I have been understood, how the paradox of tears, which would hinder me did I not have this position, could appear to me, quite on the contrary, at the apex of a thought whose end jumps the rails on which it is traveling. What appeared to me was not the paradoxical aspect of the equivalences. In my eyes the fact that a happy event might have the same effect as death, usually thought of as the most unhappy event, was not a revelation. I had long been aware of the banal character of these relationships, but it made a light that dazzled me a blinding one. A little phrase of Goethe's on death 7 an impossibility that suddenly changes into a reality, had the merit of opening my eyes, unintentionally, to the miraculous character of the most dreaded event. But what was most striking was the sameness of uncalculated reactions which, from a definite point of view, did away with the difference between the positive and the negative, extreme happiness and extreme unhappiness, situating both, indiscriminately at the point of resolution of our processes. The clearest thing was that essentially an unreasoned impulse gave a sovereign value to the miraculous, even if the miracle were an unhappy one. What mattered, what the tears maintained, convulsively, in front of us and for us, was the awful yet, in spite of ourselves, marvelous moment when the impossibility suddenly changed into a reality. While determining our unhappiness, no doubt, this moment nevertheless had the sense of a miracle, the power to dissolve in us that which up to then had been necessary. Highly subjugated, bound up. Moreover, there is no reason at all for thinking that tears of happiness signify gratified expectations, because the object of these tears is itself unanticipated. Like death, it is only, all of a sudden, the impossible coming true, becoming that which is. In this case the object of anticipation is not that of desire. We anticipate, perhaps in anguish, what it is reasonable to anticipate, the duration of a tiresome state of things, but we don't anticipate, we dare not, cannot anticipate the outcome that desire suggests. Or, if we anticipate it, this is without believing in it, and more truly, we don't anticipate it if we anticipate it against all reason. Thus, desire gives rise to unjustified hope, to hope that reason condemns, which is different from the anticipation of the desired object or of its duration. What I call anticipation, which dissolves into nothing, is always the unavoidable calculation of reason. I insist on the fact that, from a point of view that is doubtless limited, but which we can adopt, it is only of secondary importance whether, in the anticipation that not follows, the surprise is sad or joyful. What matters most from this point of view is that an unanticipated, unhoped-for aspect, considered impossible, reveals itself. This is the place to recall a remarkable fact: in certain islands of Oceania, the death of the king would provoke an outburst of passion on the part of a whole people, where the rules ordinarily determining what was possible were overthrown, where all of a sudden the youngest men would try to outdo one another in killing and violating. When it struck the king, death would strike the whole population at its sore point, and then the latent pressure would be directed toward a reckless dissipation, an enormous festival whose presiding theme was sorrow. Whenever it dissolves into nothing, disappointed anticipation suggests a sudden reversal of the course of life. Sometimes, a fit of laughter or of tears exhausts the possibility of effervescence sense that opens up at this moment. But often the incipient transgression develops into an unbounded transgression. The disappointed anticipation heralds the reign of the moment, clearing the way for sexual disorder and violence, for revelry and frantic squander. In this way, sovereignty celebrates its marriage with death. A king is the creature par excellence of the miracle. In his person he concentrates the virtues of a miraculous presence. In keeping with a dynamic equilibrium, these virtues may help to maintain order and preserve the possible, but this is to the extent that the integrity of his power, so sacred that no one would dare imagine anything that might affect it, ensures the return of transgression and violence. The miracle of death is understandable in terms of this sovereign exigency, which calls for the impossible coming true, in the reign of the moment. That which counts is there each time that anticipation, that which binds one in activity, the meaning of which is manifested in the reasonable anticipation of the result, dissolves, in a staggering, unanticipated way, into nothing. 1-2. The schema of sovereignty. 1. The sacred, the profane, the natural given and death. I must now go back over everything I've said concerning death and the link connecting it, in a fundamental way, to man's sovereign being. I must take it up again from the beginnings, when the object became detached from an initial inner experience, which at first did not differ from the experience that animals apparently have. The tool, the crude flint tool used by primitive man, was undoubtedly the first positing of the object as such. The objective world is given in the practice introduced by the tool. But in this practice man, who makes use of the tool, becomes a tool himself. He becomes himself an object just as the tool is an object. The world of practice is a world where man is himself a thing, which animals are not for themselves, which, moreover, in the beginning, animals were not for man. But man is not really a thing. A thing is identical in time, but man dies and decomposes, and this man who is dead and decomposes is not the same thing as that man who lived. Death is not the only contradiction that enters into the edifice formed by man's activity, but it has a kind of preeminence. Now, what appeared in the light of contradiction, in the world of practice, appeared by that very fact as something sacred, or in other terms, as something forbidden. Within the world of practice the sacred is essentially that which, although impossible, is nonetheless there, which is at the same time removed from the world of practice, insofar as it might destroy it, and Valerie 7 ed as something that frees itself from the subordination characterizing the world. Its value is not, as it seems, essentially negative. The action that produces things is what negates that which is, the natural given, and the thing is the negation. The world of things or of practice is the world in which man is subjugated, or simply in which he serves some purpose, whether or not he is the servant of another. Man is alienated therein, he is himself a thing, at least temporarily, to the extent that he serves. If his condition is that of a slave, he is entirely alienated, otherwise a relatively substantial part of himself is alienated, compared with the freedom of the wild animal. This relative alienation, and not slavery, defines from the first the sovereign man who, insofar as his sovereignty is genuine, alone enjoys a non-alienated condition. He alone has a condition comparable to that of the wild animal, and he is sacred, being above things, which he possesses and makes use of. But what is within him has, relative to things, a destructive violence, for example the violence of death. It was the great preoccupation, if not of the first men, at least of archaic mankind, to define alongside the world of practice, that is, the profane world, a sacred world, alongside the man more or less constrained to serve, a sovereign man, alongside profane time, a sacred time. The divisions were always laid down with a morbid anxiety, but they were far from being sharply delineated. To I say nothing of a degree of arbitrariness that inevitably enters into the constitution of the sacred domain, what was felt as a contradiction with respect to the world of things formed a bloodless domain, impossible by definition. What is sacred, not being based on a logical accord with itself, is not only contradictory with respect to things but, in an undefined way, is in contradiction with itself. This contradiction is not negative. Inside the sacred domain there is, as in dreams, an endless contradiction that multiplies without destroying anything. What is not a thing, or, formed in the image of a thing, an object of science, is real but at the same time is not real, is impossible and yet is there. It is for example myself, or something that, presenting itself from the outside, partakes of me, something that, being me, is nevertheless not me. It is not me in the sense in which I take myself for an individual, a thing. It may be a god or a dead person, because, where it is concerned, to be or not to be is a question that can never be seriously, logically, raised. For that matter, it is not even impossible for me to represent it to myself as a thing. If it were a thing in the coherence of my thought, as is, in a fundamental way, the individual I take myself for, if I took this element for a thing at the moment when my thought organizes itself according to the laws of the world of practice, the negation peculiar to things would reduce this element to a thing, and that is all. But it is a thing that at the same time is not a thing. It is this paradox, a sacred thing, a basically defective and also, from a sovereign viewpoint, very badly made thing, for in spite of everything, the sacred thing ends up having a utility. From the foregoing, it is evident that the sacred differs profoundly from the natural given, which the action that created things at first denied. The sacred is, in a sense, the natural given. But it is an aspect of the natural given that reveals itself after the fact, in the world of practice, where it is denied, through effects that have escaped the negating action of work, or that actively destroy the coherence established in work. Furthermore, it is an aspect perceived by minds that the order of things has same nature as toads, as filth, as the most dreadful spiders. It is nature, not only the nature that we have not been able to conquer, but also the one we have not even managed to face, and against which we don't even have the chance to struggle. Something awful and bloodless attaches itself to the body that decomposes, in the absence of the one who spoke to us and whose silence revolts us. Shaped to meet the exacting demands of this world's coherence, even a person who rejects all those demands is well aware of them, only animals are oblivious of them. Thus, death in the midst of things that are well ordered in their coherence is an effect that disturbs that order, and which by a kind of miracle escapes that coherence. Death destroys, it reduces to nothing the individual who took himself, and whom others took, for a thing identical to itself. Not only was this individual integrated into the order of things but the order of things too. The fear of death, the prohibition of murder, and the sovereign transgression of that prohibition, this return of the natural given in the guise of the definitive collapse, goes against the plenitude of the world of efficacy. This collapse has not ceased to defeat us, it delivers us over to the event from which we remain sick in our inner being. We try to escape from this elementary horror, but, in the darkness and the dead silence, it maintains the unpredictable and elusive movement of had entered into him and, within him, had arranged everything according to its principles. Like other things he had a past, a present and a future, and an identity through that past, present, and future. Death destroys what was to be, what has become a present in ceasing to be. The obliteration of what was supposed to continue being leads to the error that consists in believing that what no longer exists nonetheless is, in some other form, that of a ghost, a double, a soul. No one believes in the pure and simple disappearance of the one who was there. But this error does not carry the conviction that prevails in the world of consistent things. The error is in fact always accompanied by the everything we have not been able to reduce to the reassuring order, a movement to which we know we shall later succumb. We tremble, we grow pale when it suddenly appears. From the very beginning as a result of an immense confusion in which the consciousness of death takes hold, men have placed the beyond at a safe and distant remove from this undefinable menace, but their effort is futile. What they have perceived in the form of elghoti or double belengs to this world of trembling, which they cannot control. All the images of paradise, of glorious souls and bodies, or the commonplace representations of the dead reincarnated by metempsychosis, have never kept the true, immutable domain of death from remaining that of a chilling fear. All things considered, death only opposes the happy fecundity of practice with the pullulation of error, beyond a silence that gives us over to the worst. How can one withhold value from effica? Consciousness of death. It never completely obliterates the consciousness of death. But what is certain is that the consciousness of death has moved far away from the natural given. Not only do animals not have this consciousness, they can't even recognize the difference between the fellow creature that is dead and the one that is alive. Death, in the disorder which, owing to its eruption, succeeds the idea of an individual regard as part of the coherence of things, is the appearance that the whole natural given assumes insofar as it cannot be assimilated, cannot be incorporated into the coherent and clear world. Before our eyes, death embodied by a dead person partakes of a whole sticky horror, it is of the sious activity, receiving it for that which overwhelms us, for that which makes our powerlessness manifest. The agreement seems unanimous, but the opposition is perhaps poorly situated. In efficacious activity man becomes the equivalent of a tool, which produces, he is like the thing the tool is, being itself a product. The implication of these facts is quite clear, the tool's meaning is given by the future, in what the tool will produce, in the future utilization of the product, like the tool, he who serves, who works, has the value of that which will be later, not of that which is. What relates to death may be uniformly detestable, and may be only a pole of repulsion for us, situating all value on the opposite pole. But this cannot be all there is to the experience of death. The basic loss of value resides in the fact that man becomes a thing. Not entirely perhaps, but always. Without death, could we cease being a thing, destroying in us that which destroys us, and reducing that which was reducing us to less than nothing? The fear of death appears linked from the start to the projection of oneself into a future time, which, being an effect of the positing of oneself as a thing, is at the same time the precondition for conscious individualization. The being that work made consciously individual is the anguished being. Man is always more or less in a state of anguish, because he is always in a state of anticipation, an anticipation that must be called anticipation of oneself. For he must apprehend himself in the future, through the anticipated results of his action. That is why he fully dies, for, in the perspective in which he constantly strives to attain himself, possible death is always there, and death prevents man from attaining himself. Death is what it is for us insofar as it may prevent us from attaining ourselves, insofar as it separates what we were, which is no longer from the individual being that we cease to be. A being that would exist only in the moment would not be separated in this way from itself in a kind of traumatism. 9. But subjectively this would not be an individual. It is insofar as we are subordinate beings, accepting the subordination of the thing, that we die humanly. For to die humanly, in anguish, is to have the representation of death that enables the dividing of oneself into a present and a future. To die humanly is to have of the future being, of the one who matters most in our eyes, the senseless idea that he is not. If we live sovereignly, the representation of death is impossible, for the present is not subject to the demands of the future. That is why, in a fundamental sense, to live sovereignly is to escape, if not death, at least the anguish of death. Not that dying is hateful, but living servilely is hateful. The sovereign man escapes death in this sense, he cannot die human v. He cannot live in an anguish likely to enslave him, to determine the flight from death that is the beginning of servitude. He cannot die fleeing. He cannot let the threat of death deliver him over to the horror of a desperate yet impossible flight. Thus, in a sense, he escapes death, in that he lives in the moment. The sovereign man lives and dies like an animal. But he is a man nevertheless. Morin agrees with Hegel's conception, according to which the sovereign, the master, sets the risk of death against the horror of death. 10 But Morin thinks that the risk of death, which we take upon ourselves, is the affirmation of the individual. With the risk of death, on the contrary, the human being in us slips away in the face of individual consciousness. The sovereign being is not an animal, but this is because familiar with death, he resists individual consciousness, whose principle exists within him. To consciousness, and to the seriousness of death, which is its initial content, he opposes a playful impulse that proves stronger in him than the considerations that govern work. The individual affirmation is ponderous, it is the basis for reflection and the unhappy gravity of human life, it is essentially the negation of play. Sovereign affirmation is based only on the play of unconsidered sentiments, as are the impulses of rivalry, of prestige, the rebelliousness and intolerance toward the prohibition that has death and killing as its object. What the sovereign takes seriously is not the death of the individual, it is others. To the fact of surviving personally he prefers the prestige that will no longer add to his stature if he dies, and will continue to count only so long as others count. On the other hand, in a fundamental way the impetus of the sovereign man makes a killer of him. Death is a negation brought into operation in the world of practice, the principle of that world is submerged in death like a city in a tidal wave. It is the world of the thing, of the tool, the world of identity in time and of the operation that disposes of future time. It is the world of limits, of laws, and of the prohibition. It is basically a general subordination of human beings to works that satisfy the demands of a group. But not only does this world run up against unavoidable contradictions, not only is death its unavoidable stumbling block, but the man who has fully satisfied these demands, no sooner has he satisfied them than he calls actively for the negation of a servitude that he accepted, but accepted only insofar as it was imposed on him. The imperatives of the world of practice set many limits on the ravages of death, in addition to customs giving a precise and limited form to the moral disorder that results from its coming. Civilization responds to it with the interdiction of killing. We find it hard to admit that it's the same with this prohibition as with the others, which are easily transgressed. We need to realize nonetheless that the limits set by civilization can dictate the conditions without which it could not exist. But it is enough for it to dictate them rather often. If the situation appears clear, it is as if the limits were there to be transgressed. The limits give passion the contracted movement that it did not have in animality. This properly human movement has forms regulated, relatively, by conventions that are often strange. It has a greater, perhaps less lasting, explosive intensity, but above all it leads to the refinements of pleasure and cruelty that civilization and prohibition alone made possible by contravention. The truth is that although man compels himself, or if he can, compels other men, to become a thing, this cannot go very far. To begin with, that temptation comes up against the fact that, passively, in spite of himself, if only because of death that decomposes him and suddenly makes it all look ghastly, it would be impossible for him to submit unreservedly to necessity, death received passively, and revealing him to be other than he is, by itself proclaims that man is not a thing. But beyond this passive negation, active rebellion is easy and is bound to occur in the end. He whom the world of utility tended to reduce to the state of a thing not subject to death, hence not subject to killing, ultimately demands the violation of the prohibition that he had accepted. Then, by killing, he escapes the subordination that he refuses, and he violently rids himself of the aspect of a tool or a thing, which he had assumed only for a time. At this price, sovereign existence is restored to him, the sovereign moment that alone finally justifies a conditional and temporary submission to necessity. Sovereignty has many forms, it is only rarely condensed into a person, and even then it is diffuse. The environment of the sovereign partakes of sovereignty, but sovereignty is essentially the refusal to accept the limits that the fear of death would have us respect in order to ensure, in a general way, the laboriously peaceful life of individuals. Killing is not the only way to regain sovereign life, but sovereignty is always linked to a denial of the sentiments that death controls. Sovereignty requires the strength to violate the prohibition against killing, although it's true this will be under the conditions that customs define. It also calls for the risk of death. Sovereignty always demands the liquidation, through stringency of character, of all the failings that are connected with death, and the control of one's deep tremors. If the sovereign, or sacred, world that stands against the world of practice is indeed the domain of death, it is not that of faint-heartedness. From the viewpoint of the sovereign man, faint-heartedness and the fearful representation of death belong to the world of practice, that is, of subordination. In fact, subordination is always rooted in necessity, subordination is always grounded in the alleged need to avoid death. The sovereign world does have an odor of death, but this is for the subordinate man. For the sovereign man, it is the world of practice that smells bad. If it does not smell of death, it smells of anguish, its crowds sweat from the anguish provoked by shadows, death exists in it in a contained state, but fills it up. 3. The passage from the negative miracle of death to the positive miracle of the divine. The sovereign world is the world in which the limit of death is done away with. Death is present in it, its presence defines that world of violence, but while death is present it is always there only to be negated, never for a new thing but that. The sovereign is he who is, as if death were not. Indeed, he is the one who doesn't die, for he dies only to be reborn. He is not a man in the individual sense of the word, but rather a god. He is essential why the embodiment of the one he is but is not. He is the same as the one he replaces, the one who replaces him is the same as he. He has no more regard for the limits of identity than he does for limits of death, or rather these limits are the same, he is the transgression of all such limits. In the midst of all the others, he is not work that is performed but rather play. He is the perfect image of adult play, whereas we ordinarily only have an image of juvenile play, suited to children. As personified in the sovereign, play is what it would be as personified in God, if we had not imagined his omnipotence within the limits of the subordinate world. The killing of the king is the greatest affirmation of sovereignty. The king cannot die, death is nothing to him, it is that which his presence denies, that which his presence annihilates even in death, that which his death itself annihilates. The pyramids were only a game giving its most costly form to the imperishable identity of man, but they were the works of subordinate beings, which a limitless sovereignty did not cease to make into a game. In the eyes of the Egyptians, the pyramid was an image of solar radiation. In the person of the dead king, death was changed into a radiance, changed into an indefinite being. The pyramid is not only the most lasting monument, it is also the equivalency of the monument and the absence of a monument, of passage and obliterated traces, of being and the absence of being. Their death is no longer anything but death's inability to maintain an icy little horror, which is the projected shadow of individual anguish. Horror is the limit of the individual. What it proclaims is man's reduction to thinghood. It announces the world of practice. The intent of the world of practice is always to banish, once and for all, the horror that cannot be separated from it by any means. But at the foot of the pyramid, the world of practice has disappeared, its limit is no longer perceptible. THRE. The historical development of the knowledge of sovereignty. The misunderstanding of sovereignty and the incomplete character of the world that results from it without question, the indifference to happiness and unhappiness, to absolute power and ultimate powerlessness, which is connected with sovereignty, has something archaic about it. But, above all, this qualification bespeaks the fundamental change in the importance sovereignty has in the mind of man. There exists a recent privilege accorded to rational behavior. The primacy of the miraculous, of that which, even at the price of terror, filled one with wonder, of that which stopped and reversed the course of things, seems to belong to the past. But this is doubtless insofar as consciousness deceives us, leaving our most deeply rooted desires in the penumbra of the unconscious. Confining ourselves to knowledge structured and guaranteed by the practice of reason, we might believe in the possibility of an ordering of all things, which would exclude risk and caprice and would ground authenticity on nothing more than prudence and the pursuit of usefulness. But what if at least the first impulse of knowledge, were servile? What if the servility, the immediate servility, of knowledge had resulted in our current inability to see beyond the useful, to envisage, as, in spite of everything, we might expect, the sovereign, beyond the means, an end that would not be subordinate to any other, a sovereign end? Then this would have to come to pass, which is simple really, which is rationally conceivable. The remarkable results of scientific knowledge have not affected archaic humanity, nor even, if you will, that more recent humanity which in part survives in our midst, and which could be called archaistic. But in general modern man has given first importance to a domain that the advancement of learning extended, organized, and made ever more coherent, this being the domain of consciousness, clear and distinct, of course. Archaic man was mainly taken up with what is sovereign, marvelous, with what goes beyond the useful, but that is precisely what a consciousness enlightened by the advancement of learning relegated to a dubious and condemnable semi-darkness, which psychoanalysis named the unconscious. Modern man disregards or undervalues, he tends to disparage or deny, that which archaic man regarded as sovereign. Archaic man endlessly posed the question of sovereignty, for him it was the primary question, the one that counted as sovereign in his eyes. It was not posed in his mind in a rational form, he did not conceive of solving it as one solves a problem of mechanics. For, in a way, he knew that sovereignty cannot be the anticipated result of a calculated effort. What is sovereign can only come from the arbitrary, from chance. There ought not exist any means by which man might become sovereign. It is better for him to be sovereign, in which case sovereignty cannot be taken away from him, but if he does not possess it, he cannot acquire it. How could a new thing have been more important, for everyone, than the certainty, at one point, of attaining a useless splendor, of surpassing at that point the poverty of utility? Nothing sovereign thing, that roeteti which never lets itself be reduced to the measure of humiliating labor. Indeed, it appeared, in this reign of the miracle, that the results of labor depended on a virtue without which labor would be fruitless. The concern for the happy or unhappy outcome remained present in this archaic way of thinking. In fact, it was always a serious concern, but it never nominally occupied the first place. The fruitlessness of works itself required the preeminence of the sovereign element, be it felicitous or infelicitous, auspicious or baneful. The circumstances varied and the king could just as easily be put to death as adulated. Were it not for the testimony of history, or that of ethnography, we could not easily make out that initial inversion of what seems so evident to us. We should commonly ask ourselves, however, if the world we have conceived in accordance with reason is itself a viable and complete world. It is a world of the operation subordinated to the anticipated result, a world of sequential duration, it is not a world of the moment. In it, the moment is expressly nullified, the moment is nothing more than a kind of zero with which we no longer see that it is possible to count. It is the point, and the core, where the movement of knowledge, which always has elements distinguishable in duration as its object, runs aground and breaks apart. We have to realize finally that irrespective of any particular form, in any case, needless to say, far beyond its archaic form, the problem of the civre and moment, this moment whose mean.g ing in no way depends on its consequences, is posed for us, not as a secondary form, but as a and fill the void of the world of useful works. I must ever submit to the useful works, all works, had as their final and inaccessible end that me acu tenus elut that illuminates being, transfigures it and grants it, beyond the poverty of the too crudeness of the traditional forms of sovereignty that subsist, what apparently justifies a basic disdain for the world of sovereignty, now a thing of the past, is the crudeness of its foundations. In times past, sovereignty asserted itself in the sphere of knowledge, since from the beginning man intended to know. But the exigency given in knowledge from the beginning demanded the observance of those rules that archaic man himself observed in order to put up the roof of his house. To know is, as it's been said, to know how. We don't truly know, we don't know a new thing as well as that object we know how to produce, as that phenomenon we know how to reproduce and whose repetition we can plan. It was impossible to abide by those rules if one posited some sovereign thing. But this thing had to be situated nonetheless in the domain of things known. Consequently, childish arbitrariness was the custom. Today we can tell ourselves that without anything sovereign a world of useful works doesn't differ, or rather wouldn't differ, any less from full and complete existence than a brick differs from the universe. I say wouldn't differ because while we tend not to recognize a new thing sovereign, many sovereign elements survive in our midst, as we shall see, in the most diverse forms. Be this as it may, the foundations of that religious, or military, sovereignty on which the past lived appear definitively why childish to us. The truth is that we may suffer from what we don't have, but even though we paradoxically long for it, it would be an aberration for us to regret the religious and royal edifice of the PASIFH and fort to which that edifice corresponded was only an enormous failure, and while it's true that the essential is missing in the world where it has calla psed, we can only go further, without imagining for a moment the possibility of a going back. In particular in the sphere of knowledge where, to begin, we can't help placing ourselves, we must not even examine, unless it's for their historical interest, the beliefs on which classical sovereignty was based. If we wish in turn to have an acquaintance with sovereignty, we must have other methods. In the first chapter of this part, I have already shown their general lines. I would like now to explain the meaning of these new methods, the significance they have in the historical perspective. I must begin by defining the modern understanding of sovereignty relative to the forms of sovereignty that subsist, or more exactly, that subsist and whose foundations are not worm-eaten, as is true of the monarchic forms. Today this set of forms composes a diffuse domain, which I will have to describe, briefly, as a whole. 3. Comprehensive view of the experiences at the intersection of which traditional sovereignty was situated. As I said, to begin with the morphology of the domain in question would mean an endless task, and the exposition would make sense only given a view of the ensemble with which one must in fact begin. In the absence of a true morphology showing the relations between the different behaviors, thus, the point at which laughter stops and erotic agitation silently takes its place, the specific character of each reaction and the particular conditions of possibility of one reaction or another, the limit on the generality determined by personal inclination, the difference between the ritual forms and the others, the question of the ensembles that unite dance, music, and poetry. Here I will merely give a rather complete list of those effusions in which a keen sensitivity to the and moment appears at the expense of the subordination of every being to some subsequent possibility. If questions raised by the relations I speak of are treated in this book, it will be haphazardly why, without trying to present the overall coherence. But, following the obligatory enumeration, I will indicate what is necessary in this general view, the connections that the sovereign moments generally present, given separately in the effusions, with the existence of a sovereign domain recognized by all, distinct from the poetic or erotic domains, and generally, from all the particular domains that correspond to each particular effusion. Obviously, I cannot avoid establishing this relationship, since the understanding of sovereignty, which for archaic man could be given, but never rigorously, in a global way beyond the particular domains that subsist, would not be given to us today did we not attempt to reconstitute it on the basis of diffuse, isolated forms whose unity is never clear. Laughter, tears, poetry, tragedy and comedy, and more generally, every art form involving tragic, comic, or poetic aspects, play, anger, intoxication, ecstasy, dance, music, combat, the funereal horror, the magic of childhood, the sacred, of which sacrifice is the most intense aspect, the divine and the diabolical, eroticism, individual or not, spiritual or sensual, corrupt, cerebral, or violent, or delicate, beauty, most often linked to all the forms previously enumerated and whose opposite possesses an equally intense power, crime, cruelty, fear, disgust, together represent the forms of effusion which classical sovereignty, recognized sovereignty, undoubtedly does not conjoin in a complete unity, but which virtual sovereignty would, if we were to secretly attain at point 12. I have not exhausted, I know, those sudden openings beyond the world of useful works, which, even if the supreme value of these openings is denied, as it is in our time, when the political game takes the place of sovereign displays, continue to be given to us. Whatever the term, moreover, it would refer to an ensemble so vast that one hesitates to choose one, yet the word festival, in a sense, names the modality that comes closest to sovereignty, but perhaps in fact the festival exists, like traditional sovereignty, only insofar as it is generally recognized, and so it has lost some of its power. Other terms, finally, would have little meaning in the absence of extensive commentary. Terms such as joy, sorrow, pain, hunger, and the consumption of food, extreme destitution and extreme wealth, more exactly the sudden abundance of wealth, the gift. I3 In the world of the primacy of useful values, the overall meaning of these different forms never appears. But it was, on the contrary, the constant concern of archaic man to make that meaning clear, salient, and to give it a material aspect that would dominate all the miraculous sensations, happy or unhappy, that are connected with the effusions I have spoken of were destined at a single point to flow freely, abundantly. Of course, this unity remained precarious. On the one hand, it constantly tended toward bipartition, essentially opposing the military and the religious, the temporal and the spiritual, on the other hand, toward feudal dispersion. But the first impulse concentrated in the hands of the one designated by a sign of election the virtues of combat and play, of sensuality and wealth, of sacred horror, of intoxication, of ecstasy, and of all the arts. At times it became difficult to reconcile the irreconcilable, and substitute kings needed to take upon themselves what was precluded by royal dignity. As it was then understood, the carnival kings had, no doubt successively, the double privilege of drawing upon themselves death or the most joyful ridicule. The greatest confusion in this area resulted from the belatedly affirmed idea of a fundamental difference between military sovereignty and religion. I will come back to an aberration full of significance perhaps, but based on an obvious error. For the moment, I will merely emphasize the religious character of all royalty and the sovereign character of all religious forms. As a matter of fact, given the failure to perceive this basic unity, the meaning of sovereignty slipped away. More precisely what slipped away was the meaning of a millennial effort by man to find a place where all the myra, Iolus chais of this world converge. Becoming flagrant, so much so that, with respect to language and consciousness, nothing is more foreign to us than the meaning of that fundamental quest. The failure at least has the merit of having left an image of ancient humanity that is essentially enigmatic. All in all, man has become a riddle for himself. The elements of this riddle are scattered in history, and in the present only those sovereign moments in a diffuse state, whose constant reality and deep significance we cannot deny, contribute to a possible solution. The contribution comes from within ourselves, but its objective existence is firmly established. We cannot grant the data of history a meaning similar to that which the men of former times panted them. While we require rigor, while we rule out the facile ways of mystical thinking, which relies on inspiration and bases itself on the action of personal choice, while in our pursuit of knowledge we follow rules analogous to those that ensured the exactness, or at least the de facto solidity, of science, we must start from the sovereign moments, which I believe we know from within, but which we also know from without, in order to recover their una, the experience of which we have, only in the past, when it was given from without, but the subjective knowledge of which we no longer genuinely have. That unity exists, in some manner, in the present time, but no tangible datum has made its existence recognizable for us. What is in question for us is to recover that comprehensive view, while meeting our thou GHT's requirements of cohesion, by means of the particular views we may form of isolated sovereign moments, such as poetry, ecstasy, laughter. For the unity of sovereign moments and deep subjectivity, not only will this comprehensive view differ generally from that which archaic man projected in his royal and religious institutions, but its knowledge will itself necessarily have a different form. The sovereign institutions of the past existed objectively. On the whole, they were the objective affirmation of the unity of sovereign moments, which, in a diffuse way, occurred throughout human society. Insofar as possible, that is, at least final with considerable blanks, the king surrounded by his priests, who anoint him, was a reflection of the global sovereignty implied in the impulses of the throng. The consciousness of these inner aspects was diffuse, these aspects eluded those who could only perceive their external image, their crude embodiment. Only the king crowned under a cathedral's majestic and sacred vaults, resounding with the millennial and tragic tones of the liturgy, satisfied the desire to gaze upon the miraculous image of an unlimited existence. It seemed out of the question to look for this miracle within. But we can no longer find it on the outside. 14. Knowledge of the unity of sovereign moments is now given to us on the basis of subjective experience, which may be, if we choose, distinctly conscious. We effect this reversal. Formerly, sovereign moments could only appear from within, we didn't have any objective knowledge of them. But now it is possible to go from a subjective knowledge to an objective knowledge of those moments. We speak of laughter, of tears, of love, beyond the experience we have of them, as objective conditioned impulses. I am thinking not so much of their physiological aspect, whose meaning escapes us, as of the objective data considered by psychology, the object of laughter, for example. If we go instead from an isolated consideration of those moments to the notion of their unity, we are referred back, provided we attain it, to deep subjectivity. The meaning of royalty, in which, after a fashion, the unity of sovereign aspects was objectively manifested for others, was not given with a view to the needs of the king himself, it was a matter of responding to the yearnings of a people indifferent to the personal problems that the king set himself. But as we depart in this way from both the domain of positive and practical knowledge of objects and that of subjective and gratuitous beliefs, we meet with the subjective experience of an objectlessness. What we experience henceforth is nothing. This disappearance corresponds to the objects of those effusions that acquaint us with sovereign moments. They are always objects that dissolve into nothing, that provoke the moment of effusion when the anticipation that posited them as objects is disappointed. The moment when anticipation dissolves into nothing is given in the subjective experience that we have of it, but the object itself appears, in the field of positive and practical knowledge, at least as a possible object, but as a possibility that escapes us, and is snatched away from us. Of course the nothing does not itself appear, the nothing is only the object that disappears, but knowledge can contemplate it as such. Thus, to conclude, this nothing is encountered at the very point where knowledge and unknowing are both actual, nol ge bane ge implied in the objectivity of experience, unknowing being given subjectively. But the objectivity in question vanishes to the extent that it is thus posited. By this means, a clear and distinct notion first takes the place of the childish tales of archaic times, then utterly dissolves into unknown g. This notion is not immediately connected to the unity of the sovereign domain, to sovereignty properly speaking, given beyond isolated moments. It is necessary, before one perceives their deep unity in the nothing where their different objects dissolve, to view these objects, and their disintegration, separately. However, beyond this unavoidable detour the unity can be perceived immediately. It can be perceived in a global experience whose composite object is made of the fusion, into a single object, of the different objects of the different effusions at the moment of their dissolution. I can perceive the erotic, laughable, terrifying, repugnant or tragic value of a single object at the same time, that is, of an objectively conditioned aspect. Such an object can be given only in the imagination. But the imagination can make this object, which is precisely what the will of a people could not achieve. To imagine, as Nietzsche said, a tragic situation and be able to laugh at it presupposes an endless mediation. Such a thing can rarely be given in immediate experience, in real experience. All the more true, if in some way the mechanisms of desire and the disorder of the passions enter in. These great tides of miraculous possibility, where moreover the transparency, the richness, and the soothing splendor of death and the universe are to be regained, presuppose the imagination joining together that which is never given except in parts. The past came close to this experience, beyond the institutional forms, insofar as it granted that a solitary experience, given over to the freedom of the imagination, I assumed a role that the one God played in objective sovereignty. And, indeed, it is true that mystical theology understood that through the positive givens it ultimately became the experience of not-ing. But insofar as it was only an extension of objective sovereignty, it had first of all to strengthen the objective and mythological foundations of that archaic form of sovereignty. The identity of the sovereign and the subject, and consequently, of the understanding of sovereignty and self-understanding. 1. The useful object and the sovereign object. If I have spoken of objective sovereignty, I have never lost sight of the fact that sovereignty is never truly objective, that it refers rather to deep subjectivity. In any case, the real sovereign is a product, no doubt an objective product, of conventions based on subjective reactions. Sovereignty is objective only in response to our clumsiness, which cannot arrive at the subject except by positing some object which we then negate, which we negate or destroy. The world of things is given to us as a series of appearances dependent on one another. The effect depends on the cause and, generally, each object depends on all the others, being the effect, final of which all the others are the cause. I don't intend to go further than a summary view of these relations, but the interdependence of things seems to me in any case to be so complete that I can never introduce a relation of subordination between one thing and another. We perceive relations of forces and doubtless the isolated element undergoes the influence of the aggregate, but the aggregate cannot subordinate it. Subordination presupposes another relation, that of object to subject. Point 15. The subject is the being as he appears to himself from within. The subject can also appear to us from the outside, thus, the other appears to us, at the outset, as external to us, but at the same time he is given to us, by a complex representation, in the same way that he appears to himself, within, and it is as such that we love him, as such that we make an effort to reach him. We ourselves, in the second instance, see ourselves from the outside, as being like the other, who is an object for us. We live in a world of subjects whose exterior, objective aspect is always inseparable from the interior. But within ourselves what is given us of ourselves, objectively, as the body, appears subordinate to us. My body is obedient to my will, which within myself I identify with the presence, perceptible from the outside, of the being that I am. Thus, generally, the object, or the objectively given being, appears to me to be subordinate to subjects, whose property it is. In a world where in our eyes all things would be limited to what they are within themselves, in a world where nothing at all could appear to us in the light of subjectivity, the relations of objects among themselves would no longer be anything but relations of forces. Nothing would ever have preeminence. Preeminence is the attribute of the subject for whom another is the object. I cannot in fact regard myself as a thing within a world of things. I forget that the existence within men continually obliges me to treat as a thing that which I eat, that which serves me and myself or my fellow beings, as a subject, who eats, who serves himself. What is in the world is no longer, in the knowledge I have of it, anything but a series of appearances depending on one another. Theoretically, no subordination is possible in the series. But actual why I overlook the subject, that I am, who considers and mechanically treats as a subordinate that which he eats, that which serves him. Mechanically, I put on the same plane those things that generally appear to me in the dependence where they have no preeminence over one another and those things that I eat, that serve me, that are, with respect to the subject that I am, servile objects. Thus, mechanically, the aggregate of things and, more generally, the aggregate of being-gs, appear to me on the plane of servile objects. When Viet is sovereignly affirmed, referred to the subject, things are subordinated to him unequivocally. But nothing changes when, once manifest sovereignty is abolished, diminished forms, bogus forms, succeed it. Traditional sovereignty is conspicuous. It is a sovereignty of exception. A single subject among others has the prerogatives of all subjects as a whole. On the other hand, the ordinary subject who upholds sovereign vac against the object's subordination, shares that value with all men. It is man in general, whose existence partakes necessarily of the subject, who sets himself in general against things, and for example against animals, which he kills and eats. Affirming G himself, in spite of everything G, as a subject, he is sovereign with respect to the thing an animal is, but man in general labors. If he labors he is, relative to sovereign life, that which the object he uses or eats, generally is, relative to the subject he has not ceased being. In this way a slippage occurs, which tends to reserve sovereignty for the exception. I can labor for myself, I can even, in a community where each receives an equal share of the obligations and advantages, labor for another without losing my sovereignty for a time any longer than that of the labor. But if the share is not equal, this sovereignty is given up for the profit of the one who doesn't labor but profits from my labor. In traditional sovereignty, one man in principle has the benefit of the subject, but this doesn't just mean that the masses labor while he consumes a large share of the products of their labor. It also presupposes that the masses see the sovereign as the subject of whom they are the object. Too different from the others, the sovereign differs from them as the subject differs from the objective action of labor. This unavoidable play on words is often